How's it going, everybody? PC fixed? No, I'm taking it in this weekend. So. I plan on streaming this weekend, but it depends on if it takes multiple days to swap out the parts in my computer if necessary. All the stuff I would potentially need to get done, they offer same-day service on, so ideally I don't think I'll be out of commission, but maybe. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna take them very long. Because if it's just a motherboard swap, they have it listed on their website as taking less than 4 hours. And then, you know, if they're doing a motherboard swap, changing the RAM and CPU would take like an extra like 3 minutes. So, again, it's those 3 components that would be the problem. So I don't think it should take them very long. But we'll see. I may not even need that, so no clue. It may just be RAM chips and then they literally just pop them out, pop new ones in, and I'm good to go. So the biggest pain in the ass will be driving there because it's like 40 minutes away. And then hauling my computer in. Wow, isn't that nice? I wonder if Microsoft is just like slowly sabotaging this game. There we go.
Slayer. Kill the enemy team to score.
Yeah, I think Microsoft is deliberately letting this shit die because they haven't done a single patch on it in like, I forget how many years it's been. Aw, shit. No! Physics! But yeah, ever since that last season where they added like the, you know, medieval armor sets and stuff, I don't think they've updated this at all.
Overshield.
They've just kind of left it to die. Even though it's more popular than their last mainline Halo game. Brutal, dude. Hey. Ah. Oh, well. Well, obviously they need to add a stability fix for the servers. So that's definitely something they need to add, because why the fuck are you disconnecting from the lobby every fucking other game? Also, the random bans for no fucking reason, where you get banned for matchmaking for like 5 to 30 minutes. For literally no reason. Also, they need to get rid of the leave penalty from matchmaking and fucking social game modes. Because there's not enough people. So, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff they need to fix with this if they want to keep it alive. Which again, maybe they don't want to keep it alive. They just want it to die. Because then there's no comparison to how shitty Halo multiplayer is today versus in the past. There we go. Nice. Dude, I love how good the shotgun is in this game compared to Halo 3. Halo 3 shotgun really is fucking trash. Aw, damn it. I got fucking point blanked with an RPG. Unfortunate. Oh, fuck. Damn, bro, I popped off. I'm pretty good at Halo, though. All bullshit aside, if I actually try. Not bad. Like, I used to be in, whatever it was. I think the one above Diamond or something in Halo 5, rank. So, I used to be pretty solid. But that's back when I used to sweat it out. Like, I used to play all the time. So I used to play Ranked Slayer all the time. But I really liked Halo 5 personally. It was a very fun game. Yeah, that was back when I was really, like, sweating it out on FPS. Because, like, I was really good at Ranked in Advanced Warfare as well. So, I used to be really good at Ranked Advanced Warfare as well. But, no longer. That was all on controller, so I can't even play FPS on controller anymore. It's like a disability at this point. If you hand me a controller. Advanced Warfare was an ocean of sweat. It was more so if you could master the advanced movement, then you had a very distinct competitive advantage over everybody else. Oh, nice. Another Halo 2 match. There isn't even 100 people in here. Oh my god, you really fell off hard. It do be like that, PK. Nothing can last forever.
Kill the enemy team to score. First strike. Gain the lead.
Sufferbish. He thought he could get the RPG. No such luck. Oh, no. Seriously? Come on, man. Really? I was like half a second too fucking fast. That's brutal. I was trying to peek because he was going to blow my head off with that turret, but I was like half a second too fast. All right. Damn. I'm eating these retards' lunch. Yeah, this is like the state of gaming nowadays, man. It's like, you know, buy multiple $1,000 PC, nostalgia max on 20-plus-year-old games. That's the state of gaming these days, man. Kinda sad. The fuck was that? Ah, shit. Ah, shit. I'll take that. Don't mind if I do. Older games are always a disappointment after playing new stuff. I don't know about that, man. Because I could play new Halo right now after playing old Halo, and I sure as shit wouldn't want to. Yeah, the goal was, like, this computer I had now was probably going to be my last one, but we'll see, man, depending on if they can fix it or not. But yeah, ideally, I don't really ever want to upgrade my computer again, honestly. Ah, fuck, I pre-checked on that. I fucked that up. Melee just a little too early. That's like the one annoying thing about MCC is you have to remember like all the nuances between the various multiplayers. Like Halo 3 definitely has like a snappier melee where it kind of magnetizes you towards the opponent. Whereas Halo 2, it's definitely more of your own momentum. Well, dude, Demon Souls Remake is only good because it's, like, literally just a graphical redesign of an existing game. They didn't really change anything outside of the look. Like, structurally and combat-wise, it's pretty much the exact same. So, it's like saying the Mass Effect Legendary Collection is better than the original releases. It's like, yeah, it's the exact same game, though. It's just, you know, cleaned up. That's not really a credit to the that's not really a credit to new game design. You know, what would be more of an apt comparison would be like, you know, is Mass Effect Andromeda better than 1, 2, and 3? And the answer is no.
5 minutes remain. Next kill wins. Game over. Victory.
Still annoys me that Demon Souls and Bloodborne never got Steam ports. Yeah, I don't think that's ever happening. I think Sony wants to maintain their monopoly over, you know, the Souls fan base because, you know, if you want to play all the Souls games, you have to have a PlayStation. Like, it's not oh, well, you know, I'll just play them on something else. Like, no, there's literally no other way to play 2 of the games. So, Demon Souls Remastered and Bloodborne are quite literally hardware locked. The only shame is that Bloodborne will never get a 60 FPS patch, which kind of sucks, but whatever. Sony has tried, Miyazaki has said no, so that's kind of where things stand right now. Miyazaki is the holdup, not Sony. So I don't know for what reason he doesn't want to remaster his own game, or at least patch it, but... no clue, dude. Yeah, dude, that Halo 2 anniversary, like, art style, I feel like was, like, perfect for Halo. They should have just kept that, honestly. They should have just kept that art style. Very, very nice looking.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oops. Chagashaka Gaming with the 8. I find it funny that Fred hates Nintendo for releasing Star Fox 64 again, but is foaming at the mouth for a Halo 1 remake with no multi. Is he really? Who the fuck cares about that Halo 1 remake, dude? Like, that shit looks... It doesn't even look that good. Like, I don't know anyone who's actually excited for that shit. Like, does anyone actually care about the Halo 1 remake? Like, I didn't think anyone gave a shit about that other than, like, the Halo, you know, soytist, because they need something to talk about on their channel. I don't even think I'm gonna buy it, honestly. No, even if it's $30, I don't really even care about playing Halo 1 again. I'm not really a big Halo campaign guy, I just like the multiplayer. So, no multiplayer, no buy for me, personally. Oh, nice. I was thinking that should spawn, but it's nowhere to be seen. Ooh, almost got sniped. Yeah, see, the Halo 3 rocket fires so much faster than 2's. That's what threw off my timing. Yeah, cry about it, bitch. I stole your kill. Yeah, for like what, $10 you can get the entire MCC versus $30 for one Halo campaign. Which one am I gonna get? I don't know. I don't know, man. That's a tough decision. Or I don't even know if it's $30. It's probably gonna be 50. It's probably gonna be $50 for the remaster. Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 3. What's gonna sell more, Star Fox or Halo? Probably Star Fox overall would be my guess. People buy Nintendo shit, so I already pre-ordered Star Fox. I got it for $50 at Walmart, so. It's on the way. Oh, y'all want to see something cool? I picked this up. This is like a random ass purchase, but I still think it's neat. Super fucking random. It's a historical artifact.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. El Rosario sold the 5. Really appreciate it, man. Halo Remake doesn't have multiplayer, but Star Fox Remake does. Hell for Microslop, W for Nintendo. Yeah, dude. Halo 1 Remake, it comes with like the lowest amount of content for any version of the game. Meanwhile, Star Fox, it comes with the most content for any version of the game. Both have been re-released 4 times now. So, yeah, the comparison's actually pretty grim if you look at it that way. Both have been re-released a similar amount of times, but only in Nintendo's case is there actually more content than ever before, compared to Microsoft, where there's less content than any other version. Even the original version has more content than the so-called remake. Pathetic, man. Truly pathetic. Yeah, Rogue Squadron does hold up well. That was a really fun game, man. I loved Rogue Squadron back in the day. That was one of those GameCube gems. That was definitely a GameCube gem. It's like, how the fuck do people have the Disney IP and they just don't make shit like that for Star Wars? Like, you have the IP rights from Disney, yet nobody made another fucking Rogue Squadron. No one made like a lightsaber dueling game. Nobody made a fucking, you know, power fantasy hack and slash. Like, it's just so fucking boring, man. The gaming industry genuinely fucking sucks. The gaming industry genuinely just fucking sucks. Completely creatively bankrupt clowns that have no idea what the fuck to do. Like, how do you have the Star Wars license and the 2 games you make are Battlefront, which you basically abandon, and then fucking Jedi Fallen Order, which is fucking dog shit. Yeah, dude, let me make a lightsaber game where the lightsaber hits like a wet pool noodle. Genius. That'll sell gorillions. Literally gorillions of fucking copies, man. Dude, Fallen Order is more Souls-like slappa. That game is mid as fuck. It shouldn't take more than 3 hits to kill a fucking stormtrooper with a lightsaber. Like, come on. What the fuck is the point of having a lightsaber if it doesn't cut people in half? It's like, oh, I'm gonna hit him, and then it's like a blunt weapon, dude. It's a fucking blunt weapon. Like, it's so retarded. The game just sucks. And it has unskippable cutscenes because of my heckin' emotional storytelling. It's like, come on, dog. I was more invested in fucking Force Unleashed for as cheesy as that game was than I was Fallen Order's my heckin' emotional storytelling. Have I ever played Yeah, dude, I used to play Force Unleashed, like, religiously. That was, like, one of the few games I actually, like, played on my PSP. Like, I used to just replay that game all the time. And then I played the Wii versions. I had the 360 version. Yeah, I've played Force Unleashed 1 and 2 probably hundreds of times almost. Like, literally, all I would do on my PSP is I had, like, 3 games. I would just replay them over and over and over again. And Force Unleashed was the primary game I did that with. Like, Force Unleashed is literally a power fantasy game. That is a power fantasy game. Am I looking forward to Witcher 4? Not really. Dude, I wish I would have gotten fucking Crisis Core on the PSP. That would have been another game I replayed all the time, especially because the structure of the game actively encourages you to do so. But yeah, I never had Crisis Core. I wish I did. I wish I did, because that definitely would have been one of those games I played a lot. Well, that's because Force Unleashed was written by the old LucasArts guys, and, you know, they actually liked Star Wars. So, it's amazing what happens when you have people working for your company that actually like the IP that they're in charge of managing. So, God forbid. I still don't know what Crisis Core is. Crisis Core is the prequel to Final Fantasy VII. So it's like Zack's storyline. I don't know what part you're in Final Fantasy VII, so I won't spoil it if you're trying to avoid spoilers. But basically it's, you know, the lead up to the events of Final Fantasy VII. So you play as Zack. I would highly recommend playing it if you're, like, once you're done with Final Fantasy VII, bro, definitely go back and play Crisis Core. It adds so much to the story. Check this out, guys. I just got this to yesterday, I guess now. Look at this. That's pretty sweet. It's an old trench knife from, you know, the war where the good guys won. But this is not a good guy knife. But it's pretty sweet, man. It's got like the eagle head with the fascies in the middle, which is pretty neat. So I like the design. But yeah, I picked that up. I don't know. I think that's just pretty cool, honestly. Does it have a poison tip? I mean, you could probably dip it if you wanted to. There's a website called Stalingrad where you can get a lot of good guy things from World War II. There's also a website called Johnson Reference Books, and they sell a lot of really cool daggers and stuff. Really pricey stuff, but really good stuff. It's not cheap. Like, if you want higher end, like, you know, daggers and bayonets and stuff like that, the Johnson Reference Book site, they have, like, a really good selection of, like, high quality, good condition, you know, stuff. Brutal, dude. I got stuck the second I spawned. Never stood a chance. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, dude, I remember when I was, like, house hunting with my parents as a kid. There was, like, this one house we looked at, and they had, like, one of those massive, like, terrariums that basically was floor to ceiling in one of their rooms. And I don't know if it was a Komodo dragon. I don't think it was. But it was, like, this massive fucking lizard or something. It was pretty cool, but obviously, you know, it'd be a bitch and a half to deal with because you'd have to rip it out. But it was kind of neat. If you were actually going for that. But yeah, they had like this massive, like, you know, almost, it was not a fish tank. I guess terrarium is the right term for it, but yeah, they had this massive pet lizard in there. Yeah, it might have been a monitor lizard. That was pretty cool. Let's see. Shaka Shaka Gaming with the 3. Fox is probably more iconic than Master Chief nowadays. I don't know if I would go that far, but give it another 5 years, probably. Master Chief is still pretty iconic, man. regardless of the damage that Microsoft tries to do. Now, if you said Marcus Phoenix or something, I'd agree. Like, the Gears characters are completely culturally irrelevant, but, you know, Halo, I think, kind of still transcends Microsoft's abuse. You know, it's like Star Wars. No matter how much damage Disney does to, like, Darth Vader and the IP as a whole, Darth Vader is always going to be one of the most iconic media characters of all time. Dude, I am not watching that fucking Zog Slot, like, Odyssey thing now. You couldn't pay me to give a shit about that, honestly. I'm not watching it. I haven't seen any trailers for it or anything. I don't care. It doesn't exist as far as I'm concerned. Need to sell my Steam Deck too. But the movie will have Travis Scott. Dude, they're gonna make a Nike collab. She, man. He better be wearing them Nikes. Yeah, I already saw the thing where it's like apparently Travis Scott is going to be the fucking, you know, storyteller who sings about the story of, you know, Odysseus. And it's going to be set to like trap music or some shit. Like, bruh, if that's actually true, good lord. Dude, I always thought Ellen Page was ugly, to be honest. She had that really weird mouth. Like... She just looked like one of those stereotypical, like, Neo flower child types that are, like, objectively ugly, but just turn into massive fucking whores to get any sort of male attention. And then they typically bottom out in, like, you know, their mid-20s. Who's your celebrity crushes? At least 3? I don't know any. See, this is the problem, man, is I don't know any, like, celebrities. So, I don't follow Hollywood or celebrities or any of that type of shit, so I wouldn't even begin to know where to tell you. Nah, I'm not really that big of a Sydney Sweeney guy, to be honest, bro. Like, she's really not all that, dude. Unless you care about titties, like, she's just kind of your beautiful mid-white chick. You can find 100 Sydney Sweeneys. Maybe not with her chesticle size, but face-wise, like... Yeah, I don't know, dude. I've never really had celebrity crushes, so I couldn't tell you. We get it, you're gay? I mean, I guess. I don't know. But if I was gay, wouldn't I have male celebrity crushes? I don't know, dude, because, like, Natalie Portman, I feel like, was only hot in the first 2 prequel movies. In episode 3, I don't really think she looked that great, to be honest. I'm trying to think. If there's no poker machines where I'm staying, it's over? What the fuck do you mean poker machines? I thought you played poker with fucking cards. Go round up some abos and say, yo, a liter of petrol for whoever wins the next hand. There you go. Slot machines are called poker machines in Australia. That's odd. Poker. Huh. Yeah, I thought the abos liked to gamble, so that's a little strange. Because we're gonna watch whatever that stream that Melanie Mac was on last night. Apparently it was brutal, dude. Yeah, we watched the June video last night. We watched it last night. There we go. Did I watch the court? Dude, I do not watch iDubbbz. I do not watch iDubbbz, so if he made a content cop on Quarter Pounder, I definitely didn't fucking watch it.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Well, yeah, dude, contrary to popular belief, Mia Khalifa was already a used-up whore by the time she was doing porn anyway, so... Many such cases. Yeah, the quartering drama is kind of turning gay at this point. You know, it's kind of reached, I feel like, its natural conclusion. It's kind of just getting meh at this point. I don't know. Nothing's really gonna change on it, so... You know, quartering, it looks like flagged down the channel. And, you know, there's not really anything you can do about it now. It's kind of just like, it is what it is, unfortunately. Because I think unless quartering continues to melt down on social media, which he might... You know, there's not really anything that's gonna happen. Like, quartering will keep making his slop news videos. You know, his channel's already been in a natural decline for quite some time. So that's not gonna change. You know, this might have swiftened it a little bit, but... You know, as long as he just keeps putting the fucking, you know, anti-woke news in the bag, his audience is gonna keep watching, and, you know, realistically... Not really much is going to change. So, he seems to be getting like those same like 50-ish thousand views per video to this day. So, I don't know. So, I haven't looked at his channel. Videos. Never mind. His videos today did shitty. YouTube Apocalypse gets worse. 11K views in 9 hours. And Raja Jackson sentenced 14,000 views in 11 hours. But then he also uploaded Hantavirus Panic. 25,000 views in 8 hours. She's on drugs and her career is over. 33,000 views. A day ago. Then Donald Trump FBI raids Democrat Elon Omar. 50K. Karen runs down kid on bike. 62,000. So, yeah, it really just depends. It's looking like he's going to sit at around the 30,000 per. Which is not great. But his channel was already doing pretty bad. This doesn't really change that much. I mean, he's probably lost maybe, what, 10,000 views on average, it seems like. What he needs to do is take his fucking face out of the thumbnails, and it would help his channel dramatically. I've never understood why YouTubers have felt the need to put their fucking O face in their thumbnails. But, whatever. Let's see. Mr. Spice Lyncher with the 2. Watch It's by the guy who made one on IDA. We can see. So he's just gonna LARP his iDubbbz? That sounds kind of gay, I'm not gonna lie. I don't really like the content cop format anyway. Always found the extra stuff to be a wee bit cringe. Like the whole police officer LARP. I was never an iDubbbz fan, or an H3H3 fan, or really even a Filthy Frank fan, so that was never really my genre of content. Dude, iDubbbz was popular with the Soy-lennials, so he was like a Soy-lennial shit poster, pretty much. You know, he does that whole thing where he, like, mispronounces words on purpose. That's super millennial coded. The Soy-lennials used to love that shit where, you know, you would purposely mispronounce words in order to be heckin' quirky, dude. Nah, I never really watched Ray William Johnson, so I watched a couple of his videos back in the day, but I didn't sub to him or anything. I would say Filthy Frank was more popular with Gen Z than iDubbbz. Because Filthy Frank was like the shock jock kind of guy, where he would just do disgusting shit. So that was more popular with kids. Like, the guys that I knew that liked iDubbbz were, like, the typical nerdy band kid types. So... like, the nerdy band kid types were the only dudes I knew who liked iDubbbz. None of my, normgroid, I guess, Call of Duty playing friends liked iDubbbz. But most of them did know Filthy Frank. Mr. Spice Luncher with the 5. It's a 50-minute video, so I'll be a little more generous with the super shekels. You'll know the guy because I made you watch his Dark Viper vid. It's Kino. Alright, we can check it out, I guess.
$7
Yeah, the thing
That's
is,
pretty
dude,
big.
is like, I wouldn't really say that I was an edgelord, but I definitely did not like iDubbbz. But I was never into skits, so that shit never appealed to me. I was never a skits. It just screamed theater kid energy. Fears, as we used to call them back in the day. The fears. But yeah, I remember one of my friends in high school, like, tried to get me to watch that fucking H3 video, Vape Nation, and I thought that was, like, literally the gayest shit ever. It's like, bro, it's so fucking funny, Vape Nation. It's like, oh my god, dude. The Gollum maxing. And of course, they all fucking vaped who liked that video. It's like, yeah. I don't know, dude. Watching a fat Jew choke on fucking vape fumes was never peak comedy to me, but hey.
5 minutes remaining. Game over.
Dude, I remember I used to go and buy vapes and shit for people in my school. That was easy money, man. Because I was 18 my senior year, and I had a car. So I would literally go down to the fucking vape shop and buy, like, the fucking mango jewel pods or whatever the fuck they were. That was easy fucking cash. You know, they would give me like $5 over the cost per package, so. Stonks. Griffin's a criminal? No, I'm not. They already had the jewels. I didn't buy them the device. Just getting them some extra pods, you know? Be a nice guy. I think I'm probably outside of the statute of limitations now, plus I don't really think there's any material evidence, bro, so for all the federales, no, I'm lying right now. I paid cash. All the packets are probably destroyed. I don't even think the shops that, you know, I bought from are probably even still operating today, so. And that was like 10 years ago, so I don't really think they're gonna, you know, come after me for that. Again, I could just be making the whole thing up, too, so. Harboring illegal contraband on school grounds? Nah, I would bring the people with me. I didn't bring them to school. I'm not that stupid. The only thing I ever sold at school was video games. So. And that was in middle school, so. No, I would drive the people to the fucking vape shop, and I would just go in and buy the stuff for them. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not even illegal to give people vapes. Like, that's the thing, is it's just illegal for a minor to buy them, but you can give someone out. Like, in Virginia, for example, it's not illegal for someone under the age of 21 to drink. Like, you can literally drink at any age in the state of Virginia. You just have to get the alcohol from someone who's 21. And it has to be, like, in private. You can't be, like, drinking in public. So there's no, like, actual crime against giving someone underage alcohol, for example. It just has to be, you know, someone 21 or older who gives the alcohol to the person and is, like, technically supervising them. So. In a lot of the old southern states, you know, that type of shit's really lenient. Same with cigarettes and stuff. That's why, like, house parties and shit in Virginia are perfectly legal, as long as you don't have noise complaints. So, like, high school parties and shit are legal as long as the parents are there and don't care. Yeah, the US is gay with the alcohol laws. 21, bro, like, really? Oh no! Their virgin lips will be, you know, ruined by the booze. Shit's gay, man. I don't think Germany has a legal drinking age. I think you can drink beer pretty much whenever, right? I think the only age that, like, exists in Europe is hard liquor, right? Pretty much. I don't think in Europe they even enforce shit half the time. Because I know they have different ages for, like, wine and beer versus, like, you know, whiskey or something like that. Which I guess that makes sense, you know? You don't really want a bunch of, like, 15-year-olds pounding fucking booze. But if they have, like, a couple beers or something, who gives a shit? I would let my kids drink at like 13. I wouldn't give a shit. The thing is, bro, is if you don't make it a forbidden fruit, they don't fucking give a shit. And that's the reality. You make it, you know, like, ooh, you're not allowed to do this. It's like, it makes it way more, you know, appealing to abuse. So that shit's just kind of retarded. It's like, you know, if they want to drink beer, like, whatever. I don't want to drink beer. So hopefully they would inherit my good taste. But, I don't know, I wouldn't really give a shit. You know, how many fucking generations of kids grew up drinking beer from basically 5 years old and across European history? So it's like, yeah, who gives a shit? Hold on, let's see. European drinking ages. I'm just curious. So Germany is 16 for beer and wine, 18 for spirits. Belgium is 16 for beverages, less than 1.2%, 18% for spirits. Switzerland is 16. Austria is 16 for beer and wine, 18 for spirits, and Malta is 17. And then 18 years old is Bulgaria, Croatia, Czech Republic, Estonia, Finland, France? France has an 18-year-old drinking age. That is actually surprising. Dude, you can fuck a 15-year-old, but you can't buy him a beer? That's crazy. Greece, Ireland, Italy. Italy is 18? Dude, what the fuck has happened to Europe? Holy shit, man. We used to have a proper society. That's wild. Italy is 18 for fucking wine? Good lord. Latvia, Lithuania, Dude, the Netherlands has legal fucking heroin, but they won't let you drink. Brutal. Poland, Portugal. Really, Portugal. Spain, Sweden, and the UK. Wow. That's gay as fuck, man. We need to get this back down to 0. How are we going to do that? We're going to kill all of them. And you know who I'm talking about. We gotta, you know, restore the culture. Dude, the Netherlands basically decriminalized all fucking drugs. You can pretty much get anything in the Netherlands drug-wise. That's why people go over there for their fucking, like, mushroom journeys. They'll go get fucking high as a kite in the Netherlands. Damn, bro, I popped the fuck off that game. I wasn't even paying attention. What the fuck? Dude, that's like one of those moments where you're driving and you don't realize like an hour has passed. I couldn't even tell you what map I just played on, but I just got 26 kills and 6 deaths. I don't even remember what fucking game, like, I don't even remember what game I was playing or what map I was playing on, and I just, like, literally fucking curb stomped those retards. That's actually kind of scary, dude. I don't even remember what I was playing on. Yeah, I hit the flow state, pretty much. Well, it wasn't even locking in because I wasn't paying attention. It was just basically autopilot. Yo, what the fuck? Dude, what the hell was that? Yeah, there's like some weird fuckery that goes on in this game with the energy sword for sure. Like if you're in mid-air, it almost never actually makes contact, which makes no fucking sense.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Anabolicplayz with the 8. Whoa, buddy. Ray, Shave. Unfortunately, he's still emo and schizo. Newest video on my channel. You can speed up if necessary. Alright. Yeah, we can check that out. Appreciate it, man. Uh-oh. Fuck. Alright, I still get him. Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 8. So, Griff, you think Fox design in the new game is better than, say, his design in Smash Ultimate? I don't really think I'd say that, but I don't really care about his design, to be completely honest. Like, I'm not really worried about how fuckable my furry, you know, starfighter pilot is, so... Unlike the furries, I don't really care how anthropomorphic he looks versus realistic. So, it doesn't really bother me one way or the other. You know, the fuckability of Fox is not really my concern when it comes to a Star Fox game. It's more so how fun is the actual, you know, ship combat and stuff.
I can't afford this shit!
Like, right there, I don't know why that never makes contact in midair. Did I see the new Indian stat? No. I did see the, I did see kind of a minor white pill, I guess, today. Where it's like basically, the fertility rates among racial groups in the United States. Where it's like basically Asians have a 1.1 fertility rate in the US, so essentially if no more immigration, their population will halve in 50 years. I think blacks have a 1.3 and Hispanics have a 1.4, but white people have like 1.6 or 1.7, which is increasing year over year. All the other ones are down year over year, which is kind of interesting. So it lends credence to this entire idea that mass immigration doesn't fucking work, because when the people get here, you know, the only immigrants that have kids are white people. Ironically enough. Let's see, Mr. Spice Lentry, 1488 with the 5. It's crazy how much crime has plagued the Netherlands since full legalization in Amsterdam. I've smoked there. 34% THC for base flower is too much, in my opinion. Yeah, that's the, you know, pretty much every major U.S., or not U.S., well, U.S. city also, but European city has become like an open-air dumpster. So, it's just become a shithole. It's sad. Very fucking sad, man. In a just world, the people who destroyed society to this degree would be strung up and flayed. And then dipped in salt. You know, tarring and feather would be a mercy compared to what I would inflict. Griff acts all high and mighty as he sips his adrenochrome. I wish, man. I haven't been able to figure out how to get a supply yet, so maybe someday. Gotta keep my face wrinkle-free. Uh, 88 Cragger with the 2. Do you think porn should be illegal? Yeah, but the way that you have to do it is basically you have to make it illegal to produce or distribute. So watching porn would not itself be illegal because you could never enforce that, but you absolutely could enforce the creation and distribution of it. So if you were caught hosting a website that distributed porn, if you were caught filming porn, like that type of stuff, that's what you would make illegal. And that way, you take out the distribution channels. But yeah, I think overall it should be illegal. I definitely think it should be illegal. Oh, I know it'll never happen, bro. Big Israel will never let that shit slide. It's one of their most profitable industries. Also, it absolutely mind-fucks populations, so yeah, they're not gonna do that. Let's see. Nope. Come on. Oh, somebody else got him. Fuck. I didn't even get an assist for that. That's pretty gay. I did most of the damage. Oh, fuck me. Really? Jeez. Really? Ooh, damn. That was beautiful. I'm actually surprised I hit that. Usually I can't aim for shit with the fucking sniper rifle for whatever reason in this game, but that was actually pretty good. Oh shit, I needed to reload. Did you guys see the anti-Israel people on Twitter are now turning on Nick Fedtez? Which is interesting. That fucking retard, Dan Bilzerian, is now calling Nick a Fed for endorsing a, you know, left-wing Jew. I forgot for what. And, yeah, so now there's, like, the whole infighting now with that group of fucking scholars, so... yeah. Wonder how long Jake Shields will back Nick, bro. You know, that's another mental fucking Goliath of our time. Truly a thought leader if I've ever seen one. Well, dude, unironically, Clavicular might be more base than Nick Fuentes. Like, that's the brutal reality, dude. Nick is such a fucking effeminate little twink. You know, left-wing politics appeal to Nick because he's, you know, a pussy. So... Jake Shields is teaching the monkeys at the zoo, the JQ. Yeah, honestly, man, I think the monkeys might unironically outclass him in intelligence. Jake Shields is genuinely a fucking retard. How anyone actually takes him seriously is incredible to me. You wouldn't say that to Nick's face? What? That he's an effeminate little pussy? Why wouldn't I? Dude, Nick Fuentes weighs like 130 pounds and is like 5'8". You could literally shove him and he would be on the fucking ground. He's a fucking little midget Mexican who weighs nothing. You could beat his fucking face in. Super fucking something. Like, it wouldn't even be hard. He weighs less than most women. The average woman weighs 170 pounds nowadays, dude. Nick is 40 pounds lighter than the average Foyd. Dude, you probably could sit on him and he couldn't get up. Yeah, he's skinny-licious, man. What the fuck is Nick gonna do? Pull out his pepper spray? Fuentes would double team Warski and Griffin sweep. That's right, man. He could take both of us at the same time. Oh my god. Yeah, that would be funny. That would be funny. Little Nicky. I'm playing Mario Sunshine on a Steam Deck in a tent, eating McDonald's nuggies. Life is good. Nice, man. Just don't let any abos steal the copper wiring out of it. Dude, honestly, I'm so ready to get like an actual house and shit. I don't know. I need more space. Buy Ray's house? Fuck no. Yeah, I can't buy a house where I live. So, unless, you know, you want to spot me a cool $1 million for a fucking, you know, 2,000 square foot crack shack, then I'm not getting a nice house. So, the best I could do is like some rundown 2,000 square foot home for like $1 million plus. But I do think houses will get cheaper, honestly. I think once the boomers start dropping like flies, man, nobody's going to be able to afford their house. You know, month by month, there's an even greater imbalance of sellers versus like buyers nationwide. So you just gotta wait enough time; it'll keep getting worse. It'll keep getting worse. Housing prices have already dropped from 2023, man. So they've gotten cheaper. Just not in, like, metro areas. That's it. Well, I'm not average, so I'm not really worried about that.
All right, awesome.
Tim Marco
Thanks,
the
nigga.
7. Right. Ah, yes, by Ray's house where there's an open bathroom next to the kitchen. Exactly, man. One could only aspire to have such a nice house where you can shit right next to the kitchen sink. Dude, dogs barking don't bother me at all. I consider a dog bark to be a happy noise, you know? Dogs are sweet creatures. Them barking and stuff is not a big deal. You know, dogs are, you know, inherently good animals. So, the sound of a dog barking, especially a big dog, is not obnoxious. Now, if it's a little fucking bitchy little, like, chihuahua or, you know, that type of stuff, then yeah, that's annoying, but...
I can't afford this shit!
Oski with a 2. Morning, Griff. Just woke up. What did I miss? Not too much, man. I just woke up like 2 hours ago, so... Not much at all. Griffin drinks like a fish. That's right, man. Ooh. It's like a delay kill marker. Ah, shit. What are the oranges for? See, you take the lemon and the orange juice and you squeeze it on the... Like, oh my god. If he go owie, 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 then you know stick penis in vagina. That shit's so cringe, man. Y'all have heard that, right? The fucking Thailand and Vietnamese whore method of testing if dudes have STDs. They take citrus and they squeeze the fruit juice on the guy's penis. And if the guy, like, winces in pain, it means that he has, like, open wounds or, like, you know, an STD. So it's like a way to check if the guy has, you know, an STD. So, like, you know, when in doubt, they'll whip out, like, a lime or something and squeeze it on the dude's nuts and penis in order to see if they, like, you know, have a physical reaction to it. Because if you have, like, sores or some sort of STD, it'll, like, be extremely painful. Well, I mean, you could use hand sanitizer, but, you know. We're just talking about very primitive methods here. Oski Bosky with the 2 switches now at 155,920,000 units sold. Nice. So it's officially beaten the PS2. Because I guarantee you Nintendo's produced over 160 million Switches at this point. So, that's pretty good. And they're gonna probably keep selling the Switch for a while. So it still sells like 200,000 units every month. So they'll probably keep making it for a hot minute. They could even make like a Switch Mini if they wanted to, like they did with the Wii.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, the thing is like the Switch 1 keeps selling at such a high number, and Nintendo raised the price on it. Which means that if Nintendo ever wanted the Switch 1 to sell like fucking wildfire, bro, they could just drop the price on it. They literally raised the price of the Switch 1 after the Switch 2 came out, and it still sells millions a year. So if they dropped the price to, like, say, $200, bro, the Switch 1 would sell like fucking crazy. So they could easily catch up the PS2 and surpass it by a lot. So the Switch 1 is selling that well without a single price drop the entire console generation. Slick Rick with the 5, depending on how we're doing on time, can we watch Ohio is Getting Freaky? Ooh. Swingers. I heard Ohio does have a large swingers population. But yeah, we can probably check it out. Yeah, I think Best Buy does price match Amazon and Walmart. I believe. You might want to check. I think Target does too, but I'm not sure. They used to, at least. It's all so tiresome. Have you guys ever seen an Alaskan king bed? Because, like, whenever I get my house, I'm definitely buying one of those. Have y'all ever seen that shit? Look at this, dude. Tell me this would not just be peak. Look how huge that is. That thing's massive. That would be fucking awesome. But yeah, I'm probably gonna get one of those. You just have so much room. It'd be nice. Your feet would never hang off the edge of the bed again. Oh, yeah, dude, my dog would absolutely love that. He would absolutely love it. But yeah, I want one of those, dude. I want one of those. Imagine having to get a new mattress. Why would you need a new mattress? Haven't washed your bed sheets since you bought them? Brutal, man. I washed my bed sheets 2 days ago. See, I don't like Tempur-Pedic beds and stuff like that, especially the memory foam ones. I'm not a fan of foam beds. They smell like shit. Would you invite Ray over to... No. Of course not. First of all, I would probably never invite someone over to my house from the fucking internet. Much less someone as unhinged as that, dude. Not a chance. Also, what women am I gonna introduce him to? I don't know any of those. Why would you buy a bed that big? It's not like you're gonna have women in it. Why the fuck do I need anyone else in my bed? I mean, here's a controversial take, guys, but, you know, I'll put it out there. Even if I was married, I'd still want my own room and bed. So, there's a hot take for you. I would still want my own bed. You know, it'll be like the old days of, you know, European aristocracy, where everyone had their own rooms, even if they were married. Only poor people used to share a bed back in the day. You used to go to your wife's bed chambers, fuck her, and then leave. Like dead ass, bro. That's how it used to work. How is that a chibi reviews mindset, dude? That's literally how the Kangs of Europe used to live, so... That's literally how the Kangs of Europe used to fucking move. They would never sleep with their wives in the same bed. So it's only a modern thing that, you know, men and women sleep in the same room if they're wealthy. In the past, people used to have their own bed chambers. And you would visit your wife's bed chamber at night. And I guess you could sleep in there if you wanted to, but you still had your own rooms and everything. That's not true. It is absolutely true. Dude, cohabitation is not the same thing as sharing a bed, my guy. Not the same thing. Also, we're not talking about the plebeians. That's not what's being discussed here. So think bigger than, you know, your normal fucking village pleb who, you know, slept on fucking animal furs. Griff is just making stuff up. Yes, European nobles frequently had separate bedrooms from their wives, particularly from the medieval period through the late 18th century. Separate apartments or rooms were a status symbol, allowed for greater privacy and accommodated, as seen in this video, the coldness of draughty castles. Having separate large and decorated rooms, apartments for husbands and wives was a display of wealth. It demonstrated that they could afford vast residential space. You all doubt me. You really actually doubt me, and it's sad. You all actually fucking doubt that I know what I'm talking about. Medieval isn't actually exactly ancient. That's because I looked up, did European nobles. So, yeah, if I looked up, did the Romans sleep in separate rooms from their wives? Here we go. Did the Romans have separate rooms from their wives? Yes, wealthy Roman couples often had separate bedrooms, cubiculas, or slept apart, while poor families shared the limited space. Elite couples frequently maintained separate sleeping quarters for privacy, status, and because bedrooms were used primarily for rest, while sexual activity occurred in specialized, often shared spaces. Wealthy Romans, wealthy enough to have multiple rooms, frequently had separate private bedrooms, with women's rooms sometimes monitored to ensure chastity. So, there you go. There you go. So, miss me with y'all's fucking retard shit. I actually know what I'm talking about most of the time. Thank you very much. So, I'm not just pulling shit out of my ass and hoping you don't notice the stink. Shared spaces, Jeremax? I don't think that's what that refers to. It probably means like the living room. You know, fuck your chick on the couch and throw her ass up on the counter. I don't know. Bend her over the table. But yeah, I would definitely want my own room still.
Gain the lead. Gain the lead.
Ooh, I unicorned him. Nice. Right on his little fucking forehead. Got him. Oh, shit. Schizo, why are you LARPing as PK, bro? It's not very becoming. Did you buy that, whatever, Tsuka Hime game? Or are you passing on that one? I haven't looked if it was still listed or not. Yeah, I did. Do I believe you? Yeah, I think it's still listed. I didn't see it sold, but I don't even know if it has a bid on it yet. Kinda sucks the dude jacked up the price after somebody tweeted out about it. It used to be buy it now for 5,000 or starting bid 2,500. Now I think it's 5,000 and then buy it now 8,000. Because what, the last one I think sold for like 7,700 or something like that is what I read, so. Hey. Thought you were talking about the Melty Blood game. Yeah, I'm Key likes those. I've never personally played Melty Blood. Not really into fighting games though. Here, let's see. eBay. Tsukahime demo. It's not popping up in search. I have it watched, but I don't see it. Weird. I don't know. Let's see. Should have it in my watch list still. Oh, maybe it ended. Oh yeah, the guy pulled it down. Oh, nope, it's relisted. Okay. Yeah, $5,000 or best offer. So it's actually pretty cheap right now. Considering if the last one sold for $15,000. Here, I'll link it for you again. Just lowball the shit out of him. Copy link. Oh shit, hold on. It's not gonna give me a short link. Hold on. Just pull it up over here. There it is. Copy. There you go. Weeb slop, yup. It is, in fact. It's an old visual novel, pretty much. It's like an old visual novel. There's only 50 copies of it, so. And one of them just got destroyed by US Customs, so. It's technically even rarer. Alright, can we skip this part?
I can't afford this shit!
Alright, there we go. It's cheap because it's used. The other one was used too. It's just this one's not in as good of condition, but when there's that few of something, condition doesn't really matter that much. It's like my Final Fantasy cards. Let's see. Where are you? These cards, like, the condition is not that big of a deal. Because there's only, like, 500 of them ever made, and less than, I think, 100 have ever been graded. So getting them in any sort of, you know, decent condition is all that matters. It's not one of those things where it's like, oh, well, it's damaged or used or whatever. It's like, just having it in a somewhat decent form is more than enough. So... like, these are just so rare that it doesn't really matter what condition you have them in. It's just more, do you have them? So there's a lot of stuff like that. Let's see. Mr. Spice Lyncher with D5. Besides just liking it, sounds like a smart investment to me. All previous Tsukahime products will go up in value when Ufotable adapts it eventually. Yeah, exactly. Yup. That's usually how it goes, right? But yeah, once Ufotable does their adaptation, it definitely will go up. The unlimited budget works treatment. Whoa! Oh my god. I already don't fucking like this. I already don't fucking like this. So I guess skinwalking iDubbbz wasn't enough. He has to skinwalk Kino Casino now, too.
Another episode of Content Cop. Now don't be scared and hold your urine. Don't be pissing on the floor because we got a big case to crack. Today's theme on Content Cop is a topic I care a lot about. Free speech. And that's because today's suspect is a real free speech warrior. He's a coward. He's a degenerate. He e-begs. He loves to play victim. He's very boring. He's also balding.
Awesome.
That's right. He's Jeremy Hambley from the Quartering. To summarize Jeremy's...
let's see. Mr. Spice Lyncher with the 2. Holy Night copies will double in value by end of 2026. Probably, man. So, I mean, I have a lot. I found my box, actually, the other day. Because I wanted to go take some stuff to my storage unit. I found, like, a box of, like, my collector's edition. Or, I guess not collector's edition, just the limited editions of Witch on the Holy Night and Tsukahime for the Switch. And I think both of those are over 200 or 300 right now, so pretty good. But yeah, the Witch on the Holy Night ones I'm hoping will go up quite a bit. And let's see, a Pothead Investor with 5. Really appreciate it, bro. Yo, Griffin, how you been? Pretty good. Pretty good. Are you excited for the Black Flag I wouldn't really say I'm excited, but I'll definitely get it. I'll try it out for sure. I will definitely try that shit out. But it looks decent, I guess. I just hope they don't change too much, especially in the form of the ship combat. Graded Metazoo cards. Dude, Metapoo is trash. I would not put any money into that, personally. Metapoo died for a reason. People lost interest in it.
Content, well, at least the content he's known for. It's essentially him reading an article about something being too woke or whatever, and that's about it. There isn't much he adds to it. He makes a bunch of these videos daily, all for some poor sap to stumble upon while looking for something topical online. Luckily for Jeremy, he was able to gain success from this boring dogshit content, and that alone warrants a Content Cop, but that doesn't even touch his blatant hypocrisy and weird behavior. For that reason, I'm gonna give you a very brief rundown of Jeremy's
Why is everyone doing the Jake Paul haircut? I don't know, man.
Online antics, so we can establish a full picture before going further.
Up on the couch with you, Donald Trump. Maybe want to go.
Thank you to Coffee Brand Coffee for sponsoring today's video. Nah, just kidding. I tried, and it would have been really funny if you agreed to it. I think he was a little too on edge. But for real, a huge shout out to my patrons and members who help make these videos. He has had a lot of them, and that's a huge part of what makes this guy so pathetic. Simply put, Jeremy is practically a boat without a sail. A grifter in every sense of the word. He's a bad businessman who relies on his audience to save him from his own failures. Unlike Innuendo Studios, Jeremy's problem couldn't be solved by just making more content because, well, Jeremy is a slop factory who pumps out several unoriginal fucking videos per day. I know the words slop and grifter get thrown around and misused online all of the time, but if you want a perfect, almost extreme example of both, Jeremy Hambley is your guy. So let's run through his attempts at internet fame, starting in 2007 with his first channel, Be Your Own IT. Now, Be Your Own IT was a channel where Jeremy made basic computer tutorials. You know, the type of thing that your great granddad looks up when he can't find the fucking file explorer.
Don't smoke. next to your computer. It's that easy.
One of his more infamous clips is from a video where he gives a serious warning against, I don't even want to say it.
It's more of a public service announcement than anything else. At the office this week, we had a situation where one of the techs came across some pictures on a customer's computer that were of the child pornography variety. I don't really know there's any tack way to put that. This video isn't to protect child perverts or anything like that. The point of this video is just to remind people that, you know, as techs, we read your emails, so to speak. I'm not saying it's right, I'm just saying it happens. So if you have things that you don't want computer techs to see, you know, you should...
Literally me? Oh, I know, man. Especially when I go take my computer in, they're gonna find my massive stash of cheese pizza.
Should delete them or rename them.
What? Despite some early traction, the channel didn't last, giving us the very first version of Jeremy's iconic catchphrase. My channel is under attack, please help me! He's been e-begging while LARPing as a business-savvy entrepreneur for almost 20 years. And it all started with a video titled, A Sad, Pathetic Cry for Help, from me.
The reason I'm talking to you today face-to-face is because I have a favor to ask. It's not about money. I make probably about 25 cents every 2 days. And it barely covers my hosting costs, and that's fine. It's kind of like my plea with you right now. So if you could share some of the wealth and help, and if we've helped you, help spread the word a little bit.
But after his attempts at pleading for help failed, he sold the channel.
And then some VC guy bought that channel from me, and I think I got $160,000.
One failure.
That's nice. How is that a failure, though? I don't know, bro. Selling an early YouTube channel for $160K back in like the early 2000s is pretty fucking good. I don't understand how that can be framed as a failure, personally. But whatever.
Down, he then made a channel called RC Nightmare, which actually got a little traction. So he made 5 more RC toy channels and abandoned all of them when they didn't blow up. During a spree of making RC channels, he made the MTG Headquarters channel.
We know it's true because somebody else took over the channel immediately after. So some other guy, you know, started uploading onto it and the production value went up a lot. So I can believe it, man. Back in those days, people were buying YouTube channels.
Yep, no shocker, the guy who looks like this is into Magic the Gathering. Wow. This channel, now named Unsleeved Media, actually gained some traction and hasn't been abandoned by Jeremy, even if he's lucky to even crack 1,000 views these days. Speeding things up thanks to Unsleeved Media's success, Jeremy tried capitalizing by launching 5 more channels, most of them aimed at things for kids, and all of which eventually failed. That leaves us with his current channels, well, aside from Unsleeved Media and RC Nightmare. Because after Gamergate, Jeremy would make his most successful channel by far, The Quartering. This is where Jeremy dipped his toes into politics, going from anti-SJW topics related to gaming/nerd culture to just right-wing politics. Oh, he also has a second channel for The Quartering called Jeremy Hambly. He actually used to have a different second channel called Midwestly, which he deleted. Oh, and a third channel for his awful live show. Did you get all that? That brings Jeremy's total channel count to a whopping 19. Well, 17 if you only include the channels he still owns/hasn't deleted. So other than the endless failed attempts at internet fame, what else has brought us here today? Well, after turning into
I mean, say what you will about Quartering, bro. The guy has put in the fucking hours and the legwork. Like, Quartering was determined to make it on YouTube. So, there is something admirable to say about that. You know, he definitely didn't give up. You know, say what you will about his content or him as a person, but I don't think anybody can accuse him of being lazy when it comes to, you know, trying to make it on YouTube.
a well-oiled slot machine, Jeremy built his career riding the coattails of other right-wing figures like Sargon of Akkad and Count Dankula. He'd insert himself into feuds, try to start businesses, more on those soon, hop from one influencer to the next one until they got tired of him.
I blocked Jeremy Hambly. Why? Because Jeremy Hambly is the rights or the anti-establishment version of the Young Turks.
And create a bunch of shows while simping over his female co-hosts. All of this while constantly oversharing, e-begging, overstaffing, and occasionally going on drunk escapades live on stream and on Twitter.
I just peed in my basement.
Over time, his laughable behavior built up a whole crowd of people just waiting for his next embarrassing moment, which is exactly where our other two main characters, Andy Worski and PPP of the Kino Casino, come in. Once they joked about his weird marriage dynamic, Jeremy had a crash out bigger than Will Smith at the Oscars while trying to slap their whole channel off of the internet. Now you're all caught up to speed. To start, let's take a look at some of Jeremy's stated principles and beliefs and see how it holds up to his behavior. Now, the Quarter-Pounder Hamburglar describes himself as a principled family man and free speech warrior. The first video on the Quartering's channel describes his want to bring people together through polite discourse rather than arguments.
Changing it to the Quartering this weekend because it feels like everybody's like pulling everyone in every other direction. And what I want to do is kind of like reassemble the human body here through discourse rather than arguing.
A mighty task, especially for modern political discourse, but he expertly navigates this through his videos like,
"It's time to ban Indians! Best Buy ban..."
based.
Whites, Walmart Black Fatigue goes nuclear. And of course, my channel is under attack. Please fucking help me. Among others. I gotta say, for a married family man, he sure does tackle a lot of sexual topics involving women. He also lacks most of the family part of the whole family man thing. Jeremy has no children, unless he means his parents, but that's not usually how the saying is used. Semantics aside, in my opinion, Jeremy is an unprincipled fucking coward who drifts to the right. Not only because that's where his political beliefs lie.
Well, I think he has the dark side Phil definition of a family, where it's him, his wife, and then their fur babies.
But also because that's where he makes the most money. The best examples of him being a hypocrite come from his wishy-washy positions. Most notable for this video are his positions on free speech, which he seems to love unless that speech is criticizing or making fun of him. More on this later. Jeremy has also claimed to be against people leaking private DMs.
And this is just my side of the conversation. I don't want to, like, leak DMs. Also, there's a code so you don't leak private messages without permission. True. No, I would never release a DMs except for to absolve myself of, like, a crime. He ends up leaking Asmongold's DMs, which don't even prove what he's claiming.
Unless, of course, he's the one doing it.
I don't think I've ever shared private DMs, but in this case, I'm making my very first exception, hopefully my last, because it goes directly to supporting my position and debunking an active narrative against my own coverage.
Or, you know, it's Jack Daniels.
Let's be real. He's probably drunk. All we know is that my channel's under attack. So this is what he leaked.
Oh, he also really hates cancel culture.
I don't like cancel culture, and I don't like to participate in it.
Except, you know, when he needs to make an exception.
Watching Mega become insufferable cancel trolls is disheartening. Well, the rules have changed.
Or again, you know, when that Henny hits. Are you starting to notice a pattern? Jeremy also seems to have this principle where if you're being harassed or being sent death threats, you have to post proof of it.
We have endured death threats. Not one single piece of evidence, by the way.
But when it comes to death threats...
Oh my god. I challenge you right now, Amanda Stenberg.
Oh shit, guys. Go buy your Switch 2 now if you don't have one. Apparently they're raising the price $50, so... I think between now and September 1st, you have to go out and buy it, but yeah. If you don't have a Switch 2 and you want one, go buy it now. I mean, that's kind of what I've already said, you know, for the past year. Like, if you've wanted one, just go ahead and get it. It's not going to get any cheaper. But yeah, they're going to increase the price, so go ahead and buy one now, I guess.
Okay. I will never cover the Acolyte again if you can show me a deluge of threats on your life. Oh, I have death threats and they never provide any evidence.
Again, unless you're Jeremy. Those are only a few examples for now. There are plenty more that will come up throughout this video, but my point is that if Ludwig is a jellyfish, Jeremy is the whole aquarium. That made more sense on paper. That wasn't very funny. Jeremy's content has always been very bad.
You say that right after, like, literally the corniest 1 minute of... Dude, I really don't fucking like the content cop format. I really fucking don't like, let me leave in the intentionally quirky fuck-ups, dude. so soulful and unique, and I don't know. I just don't like it. I don't like it.
He's not very original, he's pretty boring, and his videos always have this dog shit layout which looks like an OBS template for the average 2010 Twitch streamer. There isn't anything really special to it. Hell, anybody could be the next quartering. In fact, while I was investigating inside MTG headquarters, I actually found an employee training tape. Damn, he's old.
Thank you, valued employee, for your interest in creating content for the quartering. This step-by-step guide will ensure you make the perfect video for the quarter.
Yeah, honestly, dude, I feel like the quartering drama is really starting to get played out because it's really not that interesting. I mean, 90% of people's complaints against the quartering is he's boring, which, yeah, I mean, water's also fucking wet. I mean, that's, like, been a known entity for, like, over a decade, I feel like. And it's like, okay, well, what else do we really have to say about Quarter Pounder? Like, yeah, he's boring, okay? Well, hearing he's boring 100 times is also pretty fucking boring, if you ask me. Mr. Spice Lyncher with the 2 price increases are good for the real gamer. Indeed, man. Indeed. This drama's the greatest drama of our generation? I don't think so.
Channel. Step 1. Wait for an article containing any sort of breaking news or anything topical. Something that can contribute to a go woke, go broke narrative is preferred. Step 2. Make sure your toys are stacked neatly behind you, like the man-child you are. Step 3. Look like shit? No need to shower. They can't smell you. But what about that messy, thinning hair? Just cover it up with a trucker cap. Nobody will be able to tell that you never leave the house. Step 4. Read that article while sounding like you're presenting a 5th grade essay. One take Timmy, no need to cut any stutters. Leave all that dead space and bush mouth in there. You think we have time for editing? Fuck no. We got 6 more of these babies to make today. Step 5, plug your new white label business. Step 6, make the most obnoxious thumbnail possible with your shitty store-bought branding all over it. Step sister, upload and repeat until you've met the quota. When you're all done, feel free to sit back, relax, and enjoy 2, 3, or 30 refreshing cold ones. That's just how we do it here at the Quartering. How was your weekend?
The Quartering's content is easily replaceable, especially since Jeremy isn't a great talker. He sounds very dull and tired, he stutters a lot, and it can take a while for him to form an original thought.
And they immediately went into, essentially, LOL. Why do liberals want to keep this tribe in a primitive state? Some science project, sorry.
Don't patronize me, bitch. You're not sorry. If you were actually sorry, you would have done a second take.
There's always, you just, the mark of lunacy is always these, there's more cameras on the scene than actual people. Like, that's the reality of this. There's more.
To add insult to injury, his political know-how might be even worse than Hassan.
So if we go...
He's zooming in to Southeast Asia. Look, he's in Indonesia and Australia, for fuck's sake! Chair! Look at Hannah's face! Bro, he's in South America! He's in South America!
Is it?
Now he's
No,
in
it's not here.
North
There's a lot more.
America. That's the Atlantic Ocean! That's the Atlantic Ocean! You're in the wrong fucking hemisphere, you mongoloid!
What's he looking for? What's the thing called?
He's looking for Iran. He's not even... Buddy, are you fucking retarded?
Yeah, he is
had a better
retarded.
idea. At least Andy knows where the Middle East fucking is.
Another thing the Quartering will do is when his videos aren't doing very well, he'll just pay for ad space and put his videos in front of other more successful creators' videos. It's pretty pathetic. Jeremy's lack of originality also extends to his short form content.
Daryl Zone the 2, it's over, gamers. Nintendo raised the prices in September. I know. Go out and get your Switch 2 now, chuds.
He will say some shit and then play someone else's entire video without any added commentary or change.
Cheating women never seem to like the consequences, and this is a perfect example. Check this out. This podcast has a seemingly endless supply of dumb women, and it's crazy to see. Check this out. There's a reason people think athletes are dumb. Lady, it's a mountain. Check this out. We've all had these days of work before, but that's not an energy drink. Check this out.
If this video doesn't make you want to play in traffic, I don't know what will. Let's peep this out.
My wife went out for pizza without me, and I'm angry about it. So I'm going to win this round, and I'm going to pee. If I don't win this round, I'm going to pee in my own basement. I don't have a toilet down here. All I have is a drain in the floor. Oh, I'm almost about to pee my pants. I got to pee so bad. Get up! No! Oh my God. I just peed in my basement. Look, if you want to watch a streamer that wants to pee in the potty, go watch someone else.
Make no mistake, this is stolen content. But what else can you expect from someone as lazy as Jeremy? His lack of charisma is painful. It's especially noticeable in his live show, Quartering Live.
We'll do it live. Fuck it.
Every weekday, Jeremy boots up a stream with his overpaid co-hosts who he attempts to flirt with, yet has no chemistry with, and covers breaking news for about an hour or two. It's painful to watch.
People buy the costumes for other purposes. I'm sure they sell the sexy nurse costume year round, and all sorts of stuff like that. Melanie's a big purchaser of that. It's the someone in chat says, as you get older, your sex drive goes down. No, that's not true for me. I had to give it a reach around. I had to go up and under and use my fingers, and then it was on the back.
I don't want to know that.
One of Jeremy's biggest problems when hosting is his inability to, well, host. I was generous when saying he's covering breaking news for an hour or two, because about half of that time is spent listening to dead air.
Yeah.
This is unless he's drunk streaming. This is where it gets a bit more entertaining. Jeremy is a pure animal when there's alcohol in his system, and it especially comes out on Twitter. But when he's live...
Get up! No!
Woo, boy!
Type of combo with that princess warrior. This one? I don't know, the pink hair is scaring me. Oh, she's like 10. She's cute. Yeah, she's pregnant. I showed you guys like a girl's whole butt. They're not quit whining.
This live content magnifies another one of the Quarter Pounder's biggest problems. He is very unlikable. Throughout every space he's tried to make content in, communities where he could have thrived, he ended up pissing people off and making a big ass of himself. But before he can ever finish a battle he starts, he loses the tough guy act and hides away like the big pussy that he is.
Your mama's boy and the teacher's pet pimple face ass wipe looking like they just had a
Jeremy loves to start unnecessary battles. Hell, it's the main reason we're here.
Dude, why do these fucking YouTubers use gay-ass fucking white rap? I hate this shit. Like,
pet pimple face ass wipe looking like they just had a
Jeremy loves.
Like, who actually listens to that fucking filth, bro? Who actually, like, how do you even find that exists? Like, who is going out of their way to look up fucking white rap? And it's like the corniest fucking shit imaginable. I don't know, bro. I'm starting to... I hate when this happens, but I'm starting to like the Quartering more listening to this.
to start unnecessary battles. Hell, it's the main reason we're here today. Truly, I think he just likes pretending to be a tough guy. He usually channels that through shit-talking people that his target right-wing audience...
Yo, Fizzle Griff. Yeah, exactly, man.
Already don't like, but when Jeremy gets that sweet, sweet drunk courage from his forbidden elixir, he just can't help himself. He's been doing this shit for years. His only IRL encounter with someone he talked shit on was with a guy named Matt Loader. You see, Matt Loader is a zesty leftist who Jeremy had called a pedophile without evidence, which is, of course, another example of Jeremy's hypocrisy.
As a family man, one of the worst things you can say about somebody, it's right up there with calling someone a pedophile.
That's besides the point. When confronted by Matt at a bar, Jeremy tried to play nice before catching a few haymakers.
This is the window he punched in.
That is not what happened at all. The guy literally just walked up to him and started punching. So, no, he did not try to play nice.
After not being able to continue to punch me.
Did Jeremy fight back like a tough guy, throw up the fisticuffs, or maybe press charges for assault? Nah, instead he immediately took to social media and opened a GoFundMe to fund a lawsuit against Matt Loader.
Based. I would do the same. Monetize your fucking victimhood. Why not?
To be a victim of leftist political violence. Now, as a...
I mean, he literally was, but, you know.
Content cop, I can't condone the crime of assault. But let's be clear. This wasn't political violence. Jeremy...
Maybe.
He slandered this guy and got beat up for it, but...
He literally put on his fucking post, punch Nazis, bro. That literally is political violence. If your motivation is to punch Nazis, then yeah, that is politically motivated. So, yeah.
Being the unreliable narrator and whiny baby that he is, Jeremy decided to hype this up to raise money for this lawsuit, which he later dropped after settling for Matt to make a public apology video. It's amazing how Jeremy...
He also, I think, got like $100,000 or something like that. I forgot what the settlement was. I remember Quartering said it was like in the 6 figures or something around there, but I'm not sure what the actual settlement was because it probably was sealed as part of the, you know, settlement agreement. But yeah, I think he got paid like $100,000 or something like that, which for getting punched is pretty good.
He ended up being the one looking gay. Other examples of Jeremy's cowardly behavior come from his need to insert himself into YouTube drama. Jeremy has this pattern where he will beg people to debate him, then he'll actually get the opportunity, but deny those terms and make up his own and go quiet for a bit so that...
Well, that's because he was drunk and, you know, he's a different person when he drinks.
He could call them a coward for being too afraid to debate him. There are a few examples where this strategy didn't work, but my favorite by far is his feud with the Surf Times, or Lance. Lance, a breadtuber, had been talking a lot of shit about Jeremy, and after a while, aided by a...
What the fuck is this thing? Okay.
Few refreshing beverages, coupled with his Twitter addiction, Jeremy finally clapped back. He challenged Lance to a fierce debate, saying he put up $5 grand to charity, and if Lance could match it, the debate would be on. And to really rub it in, Jeremy would go on a full rampage, calling these people pussies, drunk with confidence that the Surfs couldn't put up the $5K. The same night, the offer was accepted by Lance and the challenge was on. The Surfs ended up raising $40,000 for transgender mutual aid, 8 times.
Gross.
The amount Jeremy had challenged them to. So, how did the debate go? It didn't. Yup. Jeremy pussied out, saying that he wouldn't debate them for spreading absurd lies about him during their charity stream.
I had scheduled a debate with a harsh critic of mine. In good faith, I agreed to speak to them for charity's sake. This week, they have taken to a charity live stream and raised money spreading absurd lies about me and showing anything but good faith.
No way. No way.
I should have known.
No way.
I'll keep to my word about donating money, but this will be the last time I agree to speak to these people in good faith. I've maintained radio silence, not engaged or fired shots at them, but they simply couldn't be bothered to extend the same comedy.
Boy. How is this real life? Is that, oh my fucking god.
It goes on. Moving forward, it's pretty hilarious how these folks consider themselves so full of virtue. I wonder what the charity would think about them using the platform of raising money to help trans people was at least partly funded by harassing and bullying others. Oh, wow. Hypocrites, as usual.
You had the worst of BreadTube correctly calling Jeremy an absolute joke of a man. What a fucking coward. These are only a few examples, and they're pretty bad, but they don't scratch the surface of Jeremy's most recent nuclear meltdown. It's one of the most pathetic, hypocritical, coward...
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't take part in a live stream where they're trying to use it to raise money for tranny charities, personally. But, you know, to each their own.
Displays I've ever seen online.
I also wouldn't bother engaging with those type of people in the first place.
Fine.
Hi, welcome to McDonald's. Are you using a mobile today?
No.
No problem. Okay.
Can I get a bowl?
I'm sorry, you can get a what?
Can I get a bowl? Like a...
This is always so fucking cringe to me. Like... I don't like skits, bro.
Like a cuck bowl?
Like a regular bowl?
Yeah, like a bowl.
A bowl of food?
No.
Ha ha ha, dude, he's using fucking language that the employee would never understand the context of. Funny.
first.
Like, this type of shit is so unnecessary, bro. He's just like skin-walking eye cucks, which is just cringe, man.
What drink would you like?
Do you have vodka?
No, we don't. Sorry.
Now we get into what I believe a lot of you have been waiting for. Thanks to Jeremy's behavior, he's earned a following of people who gossip about and document his hypocrisy, misdeeds, and actions. This is where two other creators come in. Ashton of the People's Populist Press.
Reddit humor? Yeah, pretty much.
Or PPP for short. And Andy Ward.
Damn, bro. Could have used a better picture.
These boys run a comedy/drama show called The Kino Casino and gained quite the following through their hilarious coverage of internet figures and lolcows like Darkside Phil, Ethan Ralph, and fucking iDubbbz. Anissa Jamha's husband, iDubbbz, otherwise known as Ian.
And it was funny the way the edit was on her and then slide it over. There's some real like comedic timing, some comedic chops in this video. It's already made me laugh more than the real content cop.
While their comedy can be mean-spirited, you don't have to agree with everything that they say to acknowledge the energy, effort, and entertainment value that these boys put into the show.
Jesus! What the? Jesus Christ! Where's he? I can't!
And the results speak for themselves. They get up to tens of thousands of live viewers on Kick and millions of views on YouTube across their clips. However, someone with the rage of 1,000 bulls wasn't too happy with this. You see, one of the many figures that the Kino Casino covers is Jeremy Hambley of the Quartering.
As a heavy drinker myself.
Oh, he admits it. Finally, he has some level of self-awareness. Although you don't have to overshare like that, buddy. By the way, I thought you quit drinking.
While he was mostly quiet about it at first, over the past year, the quarter-pounder hamburglar has become more and more vocal about his hatred for them. Despite claiming to be an unbothered king,
the casino clowns are in full force lately. They need to stop felting random YouTubers to do something productive for once. It's sad. Like, hey, I mean, I think the world will always have room for that type of content. You're allowed to make fun of me. You're allowed to make fun of anyone you want. That shit doesn't bother me. I just shit out a new channel that's gonna have 100,000 subscribers in a month. Like, saying somebody's a lolcow doesn't actually make them one. I let the kids have their fun. It doesn't bother me.
The worst kept secret about Jeremy is his fragility to criticism. He cannot stand it. He especially hates being made fun of. And mix that with his drinking problem, and the beast comes out, which is exactly.
PK is Griffin's bull? Well, who is he? Never mind. We don't need to get in the graphic details, but how would I even have a bull if I don't have a Foyd in the first place?
Would happen 7 days after claiming to be unbothered. He likely had too much to drink and started acting tough again. Sure enough, he's asking to be on the show to confront them. What Jeremy didn't seem to understand is the more they ignore his requests, the more content they get out of him whining about it, which is exactly what happened.
And by the way, if you're a casino fan, tell that pussy Andy Warski to have me on the show. He talks a lot of shit about me, but I've asked him to be on the show numerous times, and he's afraid to have me on. So if he's your hero, why don't you ask him to show you his DMs, where I've been asking him for months to come on and discuss all of his gripes with me, and he refuses to have me on.
Most when people have so many online grudges, it's so fun.
I don't give a shit. I think they provide a valuable service.
You see, what really seemed to particularly piss Jeremy off was the Kino Casino's discussion of his bad financial decisions, and we'll touch on that a little later. Since Jeremy is always begging for money, it would.
Johnny Junkers is PK's bull. That's brutal, dude. Poor PK. You know, he wanted to save Melanie from a life of, you know, haggery, but she turned him down. She preferred the junk of Johnny instead.
Be reasonable for anyone to assume that he's not great with his wallet. After a while, when Jeremy seemed to calm down, some information would surface about Jeremy's marriage and good friend. Now, don't let Jeremy fool you. His wife isn't some secret. She's made several appearances in Jeremy's content. He posts her a lot. She's on the fucking coffee website, and Jeremy likes to share a lot of embarrassing details about their marriage and his sexual fantasies.
There's a guy at work who claimed that vegan vag didn't smell. Well, I can tell you this. My wife has been a vegetarian, and...
You can't confirm Miss Quartering is hot as fuck. Oh, Jeremy Guest has seen my wife. He's been in my home.
Devil's Triangle?
No, Jeremy Guest is. I don't know what the Devil's Triangle. What is that?
It's basically you having a threesome with another man and your wife. Yeah.
Oh, no other man. No. I'll
fuck. Too late. You just said yeah, and it sounds
I'll
fun.
Fuck another guy. Yeah, I'll fuck another guy's wife. But...
It's widely accepted that Jeremy is a cuck. And that's not necessarily just because it's a funny thing to say, but because, well, he sure does have a lot of cuck fantasies.
How much does Gina love me out of 10? Either a 9 or an 11. Which one is it?
Yeah, this shit is like the most damning cuck fantasy thing. That's like... He wants her to get fucked by a bunch of other guys, and then he wants to clean it up.
Just saying, like, I feel like Gia and I could do an excellent on-screen romance where, like, I'm the best friend. I'm like her best friend, but I pine after her. And then she just keeps banging all these other dudes. And then I'm like all sad. And then she like realizes that I was me all along, and that she comes to, and then she comes to realize it. And then we live happily ever after. Like, I think we could do that. I think it's there. She could just keep hooking up with fit dudes, MMA dudes, and then like they don't make her laugh, you know? They don't get her. And then there's me. I'm just like, oh hey Gina. Oh, you look.
Oh my god.
Tired. Did you bang another dude tonight? Oh sweet. And then like my heart's breaking, you know? And then like eventually at the end of the movie, like, you know, I'm just saying from a film perspective. I'm not saying in real life. We both tied down. I'm just saying believable on camera.
So.
Oh my god, bro, that's so fucking cringe.
With the information
yeah, you wouldn't get that out of me with a fucking gun pointed to my head.
Jeremy willingly shared with the public, and you know, him seemingly trying to fuck his female co-host before getting cock-blocked by the other.
Melanie and I will be watching the football game tonight, and Hannah Claire will probably be going.
See, y'all gave me shit for my perfectly normal sexual fantasies that I've shared over the years. But meanwhile, you have Quartering, who literally dreams about, you know, basically cleaning up the mess left by alphas in the woman of his dream. So, yeah. I don't ever want to hear shit about, you know, my vanilla-ass preferences and stuff. Thank you very much.
Somewhere family-orientated.
I can't watch football with you guys? I would love that.
Oh, yeah, that would be
Wow, thanks, Melanie. I'm not it.
Yeah.
It was natural for people to speculate that he and his wife have a bull. Funnily enough, Jeremy didn't seem to mind the speculation at first, other than some random seething about being called a cuck.
It's like, okay, fine, I'm a cuck. Next question.
No. Jeremy started to care when people looked into one of his good friends, Adam. Adam is someone who Jeremy talks about quite often.
Adam, what's going on, Adam? What's up, Adam? Grape jelly. Thank you, Adam. You Jews are all right.
He's very active within Jeremy's community, he donates a lot, and Jeremy likes inviting him and his wife over publicly quite often, while making sexually suggestive comments about Adam's wife.
Adam, bro, bring your fucking wife's big old boobs and bring her over to our house.
Dude, the sound effect. I'm literally laughing.
I want you to meet my German Shepherds. Adam knows. Adam has my number. He super chatted. That's why he's a real G. Adam Sellers, it's 9:20. I think you could be to my house by 10. I want to see your wife's big old boobs at my house in the hot tub. Hot tub's toasty, ready for you.
Jesus Christ, man.
The bull speculation was already on, but when people started looking into Adam, not only did they find charges of—
Dude, it's like the subhumans that used to say, sheesh. You know, it's like basically the, do you need to face the wall test? You know? If you've unironically used those noises in what you perceive to be a comedic fashion, the wall might be the last thing you see.
Battery and harassment while violating a restraining order, which he pled guilty to, but they also found his other internet activity. Not only is Adam a swinger, being active in swinger subreddits like r/lacrosse Wisconsin swingers, but he's also an active user in many cucking subreddits like r/Midwest hotwives and none other than r/Wisconsin bulls. Yes, Adam is a bull. He's a pervert. He's in Wisconsin. He's a bull. He's a Wisconsin bull. Through this Reddit history, Adam could be seen soliciting wives and couples to engage with. I obviously can't show—
Well, the difference between saying sheesh and saying she is when you say she, you're mocking someone or something. You know, you're not saying it because you think it's actually funny. You're mocking it because, you know, the type of people who say it unironically are fucking, you know, retarded. So, yeah, no, a different context entirely. The people who say sheesh, they actually think that shit's funny. Or like the subhumans that use that gay-ass emotional damage meme. And I use meme very fucking lightly. You know, they're using it because they think it's funny. When you say she, you're mocking the people who say it unironically. That's the difference. So, not really the same context, you know what I mean?
These posts since they're all NSFW, but his activity has been archived. So with all of that, it would be reasonable to wonder why Jeremy, a man who has expressed several cuck fantasies on his own, would be constantly inviting the Wisconsin bull and his wife over to his house while making sexual comments about the bull's wife if Jeremy isn't engaging in some of the Wisconsin bull's activities. So naturally, people began to wonder, including the Keno Casino.
Yeah, because the she comes from we was kangs and she, so that's the thing. You know, it's like basically a point of ridicule. Because, you know, that's the origin of she, is, you know, the we was kangs and she. So. People who think a perfectly cut scream is the epitome of humor? Yeah. True.
Hambley is a cock! Jeremy Hambley is a cuckold confirmed! His best friend Adam is a fucking bull that comes over to his house every fucking week and is plowing his wife! Like he's actively hooking up and posting proof of cucking other men and being a fucking bull on Reddit. And this guy and his wife are going over to Jer's all the fucking time.
But if there's one thing this situation has taught me about Jeremy, it's that you can make fun of him. You can even make fun of his wife, but don't you fucking dare make fun of the Wisconsin bull. Because after the Keno Casino went over Adam's public online behavior, Jeremy started freaking out on Twitter saying, apparently, one of my IRL friends is a swinger, I guess. So obviously this means I have an open marriage. Sorry, weirdos. Not true. These psychos running gay ops on my friends and family, making my wife feel unsafe. It's psychotic. I know even addressing it will likely make it worse, but it's super weird. It's fucking weird that they're obsessed with my—
Yeah, Quartering should have just kept his fucking mouth. Like, again, I forgot where it was, but some comment on one of the videos was like perfect example of a drama that would have been solved by just not going on fucking Twitter. And yeah, this entire thing would have blown over probably in a week if Quarter Pounder would have just kept uploading a slop tent and ignored it. But, you know, the nightly breakdowns on fucking Twitter where he's drunk ranting definitely prolonged this entire thing.
Marriage. Like, super weird and super over the line to be fucking with people who are not in any way public figures. Make whatever videos you want about me, but I leave my family and friends out of it. I've got nothing to hide, lol. In fact, I'm often told I share too much. Sorry, boys. My life offline is extremely milquetoast. Sadly, no time to swing. Notice he denies the swinging and not the cucking. This seemed to leave a lasting impression on Jeremy because over the course of Easter weekend, Jeremy would have a meltdown over the Keno Casino, again, trying to appear on the show. Coincidentally, the Keno Casino Clips channel received a strike for harassment and cyberbullying on a video promoting their upcoming show talking about Adam's criminal past. Given Jeremy's recent meltdown that was strangely deleted right before the strike, it was already looking like Jeremy was responsible for this strike. So in order to calm the masses, Jeremy posted proof that it wasn't him, but he didn't rule out the bull. This proof was a screenshot of his report history. Well, that's fucking useless. Jeremy has like 17 different YouTube channels that we know of, and there's no telling how many more that we don't know of. Besides, who's to say he didn't try another route? After this, Jeremy would make himself look even more guilty by spazzing out at everyone who claimed he did it on Twitter, saying it couldn't be him. Flagging videos about him would be a full-time job. Later that day, despite the fact Adam himself put his full name and picture on his public Twitter used to interact with Jeremy, and that Jeremy himself refers to the bull by name publicly in his content, Adam sent a privacy complaint on the Keno Casino's video about the situation. This was almost certainly Adam, because you need to use a photo ID to submit this claim, but there's no doubt in my mind that this was per Jeremy's request. So things were already looking bad for Jeremy. Thankfully, the Clips channel got the strike removed. Now maybe Jer can finally lay low and let the dust settle. At least for Easter.
Buddy, our channel is under attack from a poop pants cuckold and his bull.
On Easter, our free speech warrior drank a couple of fireballs and started thinking he was some mob boss. A nuclear meltdown ensued, starting with his response to PPP's tweet. You guys have spread disgusting, vile lies about my wife. You literally retweeted a Photoshop picture of her. I strongly dislike you, but would never dream of bringing your family into anything. I don't think it's crazy to expect two other grown men to understand that my wife, who is not an online person, to be left out of things. The more they push it, the more I want to become the villain they already accuse me of. If I actually wanted to get them banned, easy. I don't want to do that. If these clowns keep going after my friends and family just because they don't like me, totally fine. I will in fact take everything they have and never apologize for it. They're used to me a line. I don't give a fuck what you say about me, but these psychos are harassing my family, my wife, and my friends. They have no rules, and starting today, neither do I. I never wanted to do any of this. I begged these guys to just chill and only make fun of me. They refused, and so now I have no choice. This obviously reads as him threatening their livelihood, but then he decides to publicly reach out to the Kixie.
Well, let's see. Drudging with the 5. Raymond needs to be stopped. Wait. He still has the wool over the casino's eyes. When will they see him for what he is? I have no clue, man. I have no fucking idea. But, yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's just probably lack of exposure. You know, they got bigger things to worry about than a bald cell.
In an apparent attempt to take down their kick channel, which is
the more time you spend watching Raymond, the less you like him.
Their main platform. And then he proceeds to directly threaten Andy Worski and PPP. Now that you have continued to lie about me, Andy, I'll go ahead and take everything you have. I have given you clowns plenty of runway, both publicly and privately. Enough is enough. Too bad. I liked you. I hope you all had an amazing Easter. Can't wait to get back to work tomorrow. I begged them to be reasonable. I said making fun of me is fine. First will be your YouTube, which is in violation of ban evasion. Easy takedown. And next will be your kick. I literally begged you two to be reasonable. I tried everything. You chose this. All I wanted was to let you guys dunk on me. All of this while privately messaging the fucking owner of Kiwi Farms, trying to blackmail Andy and PPP before promising that he would go scorched earth tomorrow at 12 CST. And those DMs with the owner of Kiwi Farms would obviously get leaked. It's insane. Taking down channels is something I've never wanted to do in 20 years. I honestly didn't know about my friend and his shit. Haven't talked to him since. I had no idea he was such a degen. My wife supports me absolutely, and their lies are literal fiction. She's the one that said to do it. I don't know why I'm even messaging you, because I know you'll sell me out anyway. It's just the old internet in me. Eddie over at Kick already added me, and if I wanted to, I could take their
channel. I really don't want to, but if my wife gets one more call or text message, I'll burn it all down and my viewers will support me. Josh, we can agree. I can take their pick in YouTube, right? Like I have a non-paid YouTube rep. You know that, right? One phone call, gone, unofficial truths. They delete the videos attacking our marriage. I never mention them again. This is a one-time offer. Just get rid of the videos claiming I let some fuck my wife, and they continue to make 10K a month on YouTube, and I move on. This is win-win. I can burn it all down, lol. I have 5 years guaranteed salary at Rumble. Broker the ceasefire, and everyone wins.
My guy's in his 40s, and he just slammed his backpack down saying, don't come to school tomorrow. He's talking to the owner of a notorious gossip website where shit like this would get leaked in a heartbeat like a mob boss. Fucking incredible. Unsurprisingly, the quartering...
Am I looking forward to the weekend? Not really, because I have to go shell out a bunch of money to get my computer fixed. But, yeah. I don't know. I don't really look forward to the weekend other than I just don't have to wake up to work, I guess. But, I don't know.
Received immense backlash for this blatant hypocrisy and cancellation attempt.
The weekend's not really a special time for me. It never has been.
While he, at first, kept doubling down by trying to blame his wife for wanting the content taken down, eventually, he did try to apologize a few days later by totally mischaracterizing the situation. First of all, this is Jeremy playing stupid. He knows exactly why people are talking about his wife.
I guess I'm not allowed to share stories because if I share a story, it gets turned around against me. Even though I willingly told the story, apparently I've been exposed.
Jeremy openly shares embarrassing information about himself and his wife down to a grossly intimate level, while simultaneously making sexual comments about other women, including his own employees. It's also not true that he started caring when people got his wife involved. He started caring when people talked about his spending problems, then went nuclear when the bull was mentioned. The obvious reason he doesn't mention the real reason people are saying these things about him can be seen at the bottom of his tweet. He's not apologizing to anyone. He's making a damage control post to mask the situation from his audience. Also, this absolutely wasn't the last time he talked about the situation. Jeremy says that a lot, but it fucking never ends. The timing of this apology is very interesting considering what happened the next day. Maybe Jeremy knew what was coming and tried getting ahead of the backlash, or maybe he didn't get the response he wanted. Whatever the reason, Jeremy seemingly went through with his threat as the Kino Casino Clips channel was terminated from YouTube. It seems that their channel was taken down for ban evasion, which is interestingly exactly what the quartering falsely accused Worski and PPP of doing. So let's suspend any rationale for a second and pretend like Jeremy wasn't directly involved with the channel's wrongful termination. Without a doubt, it would still be his fault. He was openly accusing them of ban evasion to hundreds of thousands of people online during his online meltdown. And the 0.01% chance he wasn't directly behind the flagging, he's still to blame. And regardless, the whole ban evasion thing isn't true. To explain, let me quickly talk about the example many people point to when talking about ban evasion. DJ Killer Keemstar. The full story's a bit interesting if you're willing to take Keem's word for it, but I'll stick to what's verifiable. After Keemstar's original channel was banned, he would continue to attempt to make new channels that would be terminated for ban evasion. Because of this, a third party would operate the current Drama Alert channel so that Keemstar could still host the show without violating TOS. Many people already know this part of the story. What many people don't know is that Keemstar has been banned from YouTube for many years at this point. That's right, Keemstar can now own as many channels as he wants now, which he does. I explain this because Andy Worski and PPP don't even own the Kino Casino Clips channel, nor were they taking any profit from.
That's never been confirmed. So the only thing I've ever heard on that is that they didn't operate it. But I'm pretty sure Andy's the one who created the channel. So just because you don't operate a channel doesn't mean you don't own it. So I guarantee you it was the fact that he created that Clips channel while his other one was down. But yeah, but saying you don't operate or take money, again, doesn't mean you don't own the channel. So if Andy, created the channel while his other channel was still banned, that's still technically ban evasion, even if he never actually uploaded anything himself. So it's like a gray area. Which, because then his other channel got unbanned, but the problem is the other channel was created technically during a period of ban of it. It's like some weird technicality bullshit. So who fucking knows, man? I don't know the inner workings of the channel ownership, but that would be my guess as to what happened. Is Andy created the channel while his other channel was still banned. His previous banned channel got unbanned, but because the other channel was technically ban evading at the time in the past, they struck it down. So, I don't know.
From it. Their editor was making his living by running that channel. On top of that, Andy Worski's old channel had been unbanned from YouTube for a while. There wasn't even a need for the loophole. So this claim of ban evasion is total nonsense and a big no-no in the creator sphere. He's criticized people for doing the exact same thing he's been doing. This is hypocrisy at what can only be described as a legendary level.
That, sadly, these deplatforming campaigns work.
And since he wants to LARP as a Christian now, I wonder if he's ever read the verse in Galatians that says, a man reaps what he sows.
Oh, God.
Because since he wants to act like a TOS Nazi all of a sudden by claiming the Kino Casino was ban evading, let's remember what happened to Jeremy's first channel.
And then some VC guy bought that channel from me, you know, and then I started a channel about RC cars and I sold that.
Uh-oh, Jer Bear. That's against YouTube TOS, buddy. And hold the phone. It's a bannable offense. See the game you're playing, Jeremy? You start a war of sniffing.
Dude, it is not illegal to sell YouTube channels. People sell YouTube channels all the fucking time. What type? That is no. What? Dude, people sell YouTube channels all the time. What the fuck is this guy talking about? That is not a bannable offense.
For anything you can twist and to justify taking a critic down, and they'll do the same thing to you. That's a part of why it's such a no-no anti-
Griffin endorses rape? That's right. The more rape, the better.
Free speech thing to do. With that,
that's why I'm a huge fan of open borders.
That said, don't go flagging Jeremy's channel. My intention there was to point out the guy's hypocrisy, not terminate all billion of his accounts. Shortly after the termination, Jeremy seemingly gloated about it on Twitter by posting his casino-themed card, meanwhile hiding replies commenting on his flagging. That same night, Andy Worski's personal channel was also banned without warning. Jeremy predictably denied any involvement, and even went on to play victim about people false flagging him. Before directly addressing the terminations, however, he went on to plug Rumble, which he is under paid contract for, saying there's no better place for free speech than Rumble. Yeah, you sure are a great spokesperson for free speech, huh? How ideologically bankrupt does Rumble have to be to have this guy on the payroll, which is likely his primary source of income? You can watch this video there too. I'm uploading it there too. Rumble is the hub for free speech. Meanwhile, one of their paid spokesmen is out here openly attempting to deplatform other creators. I think Jeremy likes Rumble so much because it reminds him of the sounds made between the bull and his wife. Jeremy's official last time for real this time I swear response to this was to whine and claim that nobody was interested in the truth, then post worthless evidence again by posting one of his channel's report history. Side note, not only is this evidence worthless because again he owns an insane amount of channels, but also because when he was starting to take them down in the DMs with the fucking owner of Kiwi Farms, he claimed he could easily do it through his YouTube rep. While ignoring this fact, Jeremy tries to claim victory while claiming his critics will move the goalpost and refuse to apologize. My favorite quarteringism that's on full display in this tweet is the bit where he goes, I expected it from some of them, but it was pretty disappointing to see from others. Like anyone gives a fuck what this stinky sack of shit thinks of them. He always says stuff like this, as if he was some widely respected voice online, and I find it hilarious. After being pressed about the fact that he's got dozens of channels, he posted—
Well, he thinks he is. Like, it's, you know, a lot of YouTubers think they're a lot more important than they actually are.
The report history of 2 other channels that he owns. Unfortunately, this evidence is still worthless because this only accounts for less than 20% of his YouTube channels. Plus,
yeah, but most of these don't have any real, you know, these don't have any real following, so it'd be the equivalent of like some random reporting something. So, you know, the only ones that would matter would be what? The RC whatever, I guess, has RC Nightmare has somewhat of a following, Unsleeved Media, and then Clawstruck in the Quartering, I guess. I don't know. There's not really too many channels he has that are like really even, you know, super subscribed to, so I don't know. It could, again, it could have not been Quartering who flagged the fucking shit, but the fact that he threatened to do so makes him look guilty by default. So I don't know. It's one of those situations where he'll never be able to you know, satisfy people.
Those are only the channels we know of. If he's got fucking 17 public channels, imagine how many burners this dude has. The Quartering rivals Shoe Nice when it comes to channels. At a certain point, he couldn't—
Yeah, but reporting from a burner account is like literally just reporting as a random. So, again, that could have been anybody.
Make people pressing him on it, so he just started blocking people, including me. Jeremy then tries to pull a concern troll and sends his hopes that they get their channel back. As Jeremy continued his huge meltdown, someone with connections at YouTube was asked about the situation, and they estimated that the takedown was via an off-platform point of contact, as all the incoming user requests were denied by the automated system. During the situation, many of Jeremy's right-wing pals tried defending him. Some of them were likely uninformed creators trying to have another right-winger's back, while the others were just plain hypocritical. Regardless, it's pathetic. Fast forward to Jeremy's live stream,
oops, not that one,
where he accidentally reveals his recent emails with YouTube thanking him for his report. This means the Quartering verifiably lied about his flag history and lied again in response to claiming he was appealing an issue with one of his channels. Yeah, I'm sure the subject of an email about a monetization issue would be titled, "Thanks for your report to YouTube." It's my personal belief, given all the evidence, that not only did the Quartering's fans try to flag down the Kino Casino, not only did Jeremy himself try flagging down their channel, but after that failed, he also called in a YouTube rep to finish the job. That's 3 charges, Big Jer. Turn around, put your hands behind your back for me. After all of this, the Quartering would continue to deny his censorship in the most pathetic ways possible. My favorite tweet of the bunch is,
I've let it be be for weeks, but I guess if they really want me to be on my villain arc, I will oblige.
There is so much more to laugh at, and it's all been archived. So if you'd like to see his full meltdown, I know the Kino Casino has talked about it on their Kick channel. And before wrapping the segment up, I'd like to ask anyone in the audience with a connection to make sure YouTube looks into those affected and getting their channel back. Not only was the Kino Casino Clips channel terminated, but a few smaller creators also got some false strikes and reports. If you don't have the connection, feel free to @Team YouTube on X. Usually making a big hoopla will get their attention. The few that come to mind are Rantman, obviously the Kino Casino Clips, the Joker, and Luther Morgan. So please look into that, and hopefully this all gets resolved. Hopefully he doesn't come after me. My channel is under attack! Free the casino! Whoa, buddy! What are the oranges for? Before starting this chapter, I want to make it clear that I'm perfectly fine with YouTubers starting businesses, which can include selling products. You can make some drop shipping slop with your logo on it, or make a damn chocolate bar. I don't care. My only caveat is that you have to be honest about it. And when it comes to Jeremy's various attempts at being a businessman, I don't believe honesty holds up. One of his earliest business ventures was Jeremy's way of making his Magic the Gathering content more profitable through an app called Game Finder. This app was designed for Magic players to be able to find each other, making it easier to set up Magic games. Real nerd shit. In order to make this pitch come to life, Jeremy launched a crowdfunding campaign and raised an impressive $30,000, only to fail miserably. Why? Well, the app was quickly rendered useless through social media, and it was also poorly maintained. Game Finder's failure will hopefully serve as a valuable lesson for Jeremy's future endeavors. Hopefully, he can find a more robust business model and maybe build some trust before trying to crowdfund again. Let's see how he did with his first venture into business as The Quartering, called Exclusively Games. He pitched it as a gaming forum / news site with reviews, videos, and articles written by actual journalists. Essentially, an apolitical rival to sites like Kotaku and IGN. The idea on paper isn't bad, but how is a niche YouTuber in 2018 gonna afford that? He's not. You are. Again, Jeremy launched an Indiegogo campaign and raised around $160,000 for the Exclusively Games project, which is 32 times the amount he asked for. What an incredible success. Naturally, the site was quickly built and Exclusively Games came to fruition, becoming a gaming news giant, is what I would say if I was a liar. The project failed. The two fundamental problems with this website came down to promises Jeremy made when pitching the company. He promised no ads, meaning the site would be 100% fan-funded. That alone made Exclusively Games a failure waiting to happen. You need sustainable revenue sources if you're gonna run a business. The other wild promise he made is that he wouldn't be involved in the site. Now, I know that sounds insane, but his reasoning was so that it remained apolitical. The only problem separating himself from Exclusively Games is the fact that he owns and pitched it. So essentially, Exclusively Games ran as a money incinerator Jeremy used as a fireplace until it ran out of fuel. Except when the fuel tank ran low, he ran a second fundraiser and managed to get $53,000 to keep the site afloat rather than fixing the foundational problems that made the site unprofitable. Naturally, 2 years after its launch, Jeremy would announce that Exclusively Games was shutting down. Yep, $210,000 of other people's money down the hole with nothing to show for it 2 years later. With multiple business failures behind him, will Jeremy learn from his mistakes by being more responsible with his money? This dude is up there with DSP when it comes.
All right, but that's like saying that there's nothing to show for it is not accurate, because for 2 years the site operated. It may have never become profitable, but they still uploaded videos and articles and shit like. So again, that's not entirely accurate, but whatever. This video is just kind of getting grating at this point. It's just, this is Zoomer slop.
To finances. No wonder he's afraid of Caleb Hammer. Enter the year of our Lord.
Like, there's a reason why Content Cop videos were only like 20 minutes long, because you can only stand this type of content for, I feel like, a very short period.
2022, and Jeremy would start his newest and biggest business endeavor, Coffee Brand Coffee.
I've spent the better part of the last 5 years covering companies who have gotten woke.
Like, again, I'm not really a Quartering fan, never really watched him, but this video is making me more sympathetic towards Quartering, because this guy is just misrepresenting a lot of shit.
And eventually gotten broke. Well, I've sat on the sidelines long enough, and I decided that I was going to put my money where my mouth was and get into the game. Introducing Coffee Brand Coffee.
Yep, he started a coffee company to prove that not being woke alone is a successful business model that's definitely tried and true. Except it isn't. And Coffee Brand Coffee has been a money vacuum that Jeremy has been stuck to for the past 4 years. In all reality, making an anti-woke company is just as cringe as any virtue signaling woke company for the same reasons. People don't like being preached to when they buy some damn Cheez-Its. The first kill shot to this company, other than having Jeremy fucking Hambley be the owner, is its branding. Look, I've heard
the June the King video was good. June's video was good. I liked June's video because it just presented the facts, you know? It wasn't like trying to spin shit, I don't really feel like. It was just more so like, hey, here's what happened. Like, there's a lot of stuff in this that's just, you know, factually incorrect, but I don't know how you can say, like, you know, he operated a news site that, you know, burned through money for 2 years and then say, oh, there's nothing to show for it. It's like, well, no, there is. It just didn't work out. So, I don't know. Like, that's just a blatant misrepresentation of, you know, the nature of the situation. This dude in the purple shirt is a leftist acting like he's a centrist? Yeah, probably. But, yeah, I don't know, man. Again, a lot of this quartering stuff is incredibly boring. And it's been said 100 times before. So there's not really anything new here.
Some awful generic names over the years. The Container Store, Washington Commanders, The Vitamin Shop. Those are some bangers. Yet somehow coffee brand coffee may be stupider. First of all, you're not a retail giant or NFL team. You're an e-baking YouTuber. So expecting to get the top search result with coffee brand coffee is a ballsy choice. And with a name like that, the only way your product gets chosen is if someone mistakes it for great value at Walmart. Go to the website and you're immediately...
Is it just me, or does he look like he's like in physical pain whenever he talks? Like, watch. Just watch. Just watch his face, bro. It looks like he's in pain whenever he tries to speak.
Name like that. The only way your product gets chosen is if someone mistakes it.
Like, it looks like he's like physically wincing in pain as he talks. I mean, I guess, you know, I can kind of understand, because this would be painful to make this type of shit.
For great value at Walmart. Go to the website and you're immediately advertised a rewards club and Jeremy's ugly mug before you see a single product. In a way, it's a perfect emblem of the company. Constant shilling from this motherfucker. Because since the dawn of coffee brand coffee, God, that name pisses me the fuck off, Jeremy hasn't stopped shilling it. And I'm not talking like a small call to action here and there like you'd normally see. I mean, it's everywhere. He incorporated it into his shitty OBS templates, made all sorts of videos begging for people to save the company, used the swatting of one of his friends to promote it, and of course, used the death of Charlie Kirk to encourage people to order a cup in his name.
Promo code the quartering I think still works, but this is my coffee company, so go ahead and order and try Kirk's name if you want. Won't bother me none. I'll still fill your order.
How powerful. I guess this is the cost of owning every aspect of your coffee company. Oh, that's right. So Jeremy swears on the integrity of his marriage that Coffee Brand Coffee is a legitimate coffee company that he bought, where the coffee is made in-house with his machinery, not some generic drop shipping shit like everyone else does.
This is my coffee company. This isn't some BS white label drop ship garbage that a lot of other people are selling.
To prove this, he even made a video of his product being made, and for a while, a lot of people took his word for it. However, anyone who knows who Jeremy is probably smelled some shit in that cocoa and knew that this motherfucker was absolutely lying. He's been running con since his start. No shit, it's a fucking scam.
There's a big difference between what I do and what most everyone else does. I don't drop ship my coffee.
Coffee Brand Coffee is actually a white label business that sold Mill Creek Coffee Supply at a higher price.
We roast our own special blends. We hand flavor our beans.
He doesn't roast shit. The company was formed at a Utah address 20 minutes away from Mill Creek Coffee Roasters, and Jeremy has been incessantly lying about it since day one to make a quick buck. But to me, this isn't even the biggest part of the scam. No, the biggest lie Jeremy founded the company on is it being anti-woke, because the owner of Mill Creek Coffee Roasters is a woke woman. Jeremy, how could you? Fucking liar. As we pivot to our next segment, I think we should really analyze.
Wait, no. I thought Quartering said his coffee brand was apolitical. So, if anything, that's actually consistent. If he's using a left-wing coffee supplier and he's a right-wing, you know, commentary chud, then that would make it apolitical by definition. But again, he never said... See, this is what I mean. It's like... There's just a lot of misrepresentation. It's whatever. I don't fucking... We're almost done with
the Quartering's grift. He maximizes his revenue by capitalizing on breaking situations in the most pathetic ways possible. He couldn't even get his fucking audio right to cover the assassination attempt on the fucking president. Oh, what? Charlie Kirk's been shot? Oh, let me make 6 videos about it. Oh shit, he's dead now? Well, I'm gonna keep the other videos with out-of-date information. And when it's a slow news day, let's just talk about Disney.
Yeah, dude, I remember Quartering made that video. Charlie Kirk is still alive. And then he deleted it like a full day later so it could rack up the views.
And some women are...
I mean, you gotta kind of respect the grift on that one. I don't know. That's like such a level of shameless that it's like, damn, man, you know? Like, you almost have to respect how fucking shameless that shit is. That's pretty crazy, man.
Some shit, I don't know. All while shilling his failing companies and begging for any bailout when his irresponsible spending catches up.
By your Trump-loving family member.
But first, he can waste his time making a stream that nobody watches while hitting on his uncomfortable female co-hosts. The quartering is on the fast path of transitioning from a niche internet micro-celebrity into the lolcow of the year for 2026. Right now, he's still moderately successful online, but I predict it won't be lasting much longer, especially with that horrible views to watch time ratio. Holy shit. There are a few things I didn't touch on in this video, like his previous female co-host, the potential NDA, and more of the intricate details of his more lolcow behavior, like the time he shit his pants.
Where is the best place to shit in a Walmart? So I cut down the shoe aisle. Oh my god, a little came out.
But some other creators like the Kino Casino have, so go enjoy their content. That'll pretty much do it for this season of Content Cop. We've had a lot of felonies this season, especially today, but I think the biggest charge against the quartering is him being a fucking flag.
Did he really cut off the word faggot? Dude, fuck these Zoomers, man. Fuck these Zoomers. You didn't actually say the real word, bro. You said faggot, and you still censored it.
I can't afford this
No, you are...
Skip it up, the fucking loser faggot.
Holy shit, man. Like, I understand not saying the actual word, because the YouTube fucking bot bullshit will pick it up. But flag it? Really? That's like being afraid of saying digger or something like that, because, bro, it almost sounds like the N-word. It's like, Jesus, man. Jesus. Yeah, I don't know, bro. With videos like that, it almost makes me sympathetic to Quarter Pounder. I'm definitely... Again, skinwalking iDubbbz in the Big 26 is already pretty fucking cringe, if you ask me, but... Yeah, videos like that almost make me sympathetic towards Quarter Pounder. Let's see. So, even star with D5. Appreciate it, man. Nintendo just announced $50 increase on Switch 2 by September 1st. A good 4 months window to buy at the current price. It also sold 20 million units so far. Brutal, man. What was the release date of the Switch 2? I think it came out in July, right? So remember when people were like, oh, it's not going to sell 18 million in the first year. Well, guess it already did. Okay, June 5th. So yeah, it hasn't even been a full year yet. And it's already past 20 million. That's pretty good, honestly. Let's see. Investor relations. Here, we'll take a look real quick. See, Nintendo's nice because they actually release this info. So you can actually, you know, look. So yeah, look at that, bro. That's a crazy software attach rate, too. So this will definitely hit 160 million because they haven't even dropped the price of the Switch 1 yet. Oh, let me see if I can find the game sales, too. Financial data. Video game sales. I wanted to see what the sales for games were. Did they get rid of that part? Oh, no, there we go. You gotta go here. Alright. I found it. So let's see. Mario Kart's at 15 million. Donkey Kong's at 4.5. Let's see. Legend ZA is at 4 million for the Switch 2. Pokopia is at 2.4 million. And Kirby Air Riders is almost at 2 million. That's pretty good for Kirby, bro. Let's see what Switch... 71 million, bro. That shit's crazy. Almost 50 million for Animal Crossing. Smash Ultimate's almost at 40 million. Breath of the Wild. Yeah, I'm wondering when this is going to cross red and blue. Let's see. Pokemon Red and Blue sales. Sold 31 million copies, so... Yeah, this is almost surpassed Red and Blue, man. That's kind of blackpilling. That's actually kind of blackpilling. This is probably on pace to outsell Pokemon Red and Blue. And Tears of the Kingdom's at 22 million. Interesting. I wonder what the top selling Wii U... Yeah, Mario Kart. 3DS. Let's see. It's probably Mario Kart as well, yeah. That's criminally low, man. The two best Pokemon games at 15 million. Brutal. Well, I wouldn't really say, you know, Red and Blue are the best, but yeah, the fact that it outsold shit like Emerald and Diamond and Pearl and Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Omega Ruby by like a factor of 2 is pretty blackpilling. But Pokemon during the mid-2010s was kind of in a really rough spot, so, you know, interest in the series was definitely waning. How is Breath of the Wild only 33 million? You act like that's like a small number, dude. Zelda's not like a massive fucking franchise. Like to that extent where it's going to do GTA numbers or something. So 33 million's incredibly fucking good for Zelda. That's incredibly good for a Zelda game. Like, I guarantee you the other Zelda entries, like, let's see. Sales by game, Zelda. Sales history of Zelda games, let's see. So, let's see. Breath of the Wild has the most with 34. Here, I'll pull this up. I'm guessing this includes Switch 2 numbers as well. Just check something real quick. Alright, there we go. So yeah, I mean, you can see, like, Zelda has never really sold, like, insane numbers. You know, it's done decent, but... You know, Ocarina of Time, 14 million. Link's Awakening, 13 million. Twilight Princess only sold 10 million across GameCube and the Wii. Skyward Sword, 7.8. The original Legend of Zelda, 7.5. Link to the Past, 7.4. Majora's Mask, 6.8. Wind Waker, 6.8. So, you know, this is definitely an outlier, bro. Definitely an outlier. So, Zelda is not quite on the level of, like, a Mario. Zelda is not quite on the same level as, like, a Mario or a Pokemon. You know, it's still very popular for what it is, but it's definitely less of a normie game, if that makes sense. A lot of overestimation is done with how big certain Japanese IPs actually are. Yeah, no, that's a very common occurrence. Yeah, Japanese games are not as popular as a lot of people think, unfortunately. They should be a lot more popular, but, you know, Western slop definitely appeals to the ball and gun crowd much more than Japanese stuff. I mean, look at, like, the original Nier, for example. I'm pretty sure Nier Replicant barely sold over 1 million copies or something like that. Like, it's terrible, but Nier Automata, you know, sold like 15 million. So, you know, every once in a while, there's like one game from a Japanese studio that kind of breaks into the mainstream. But for the most part, even within the same franchise, you know, most of the games are pretty niche. Even with, you know, the same franchise is like a big success. It's because cosplay whores dress up as 2B. That and the porn. But yeah. The porn. Like Overwatch. #1 marketing tool.
Swallow whip. Women. You can consider women with a lot of debt that are a little bit crazy or have any other number of negative traits we might not desire.
God damn it, pause when I want you to pause. These fucking videos, the keyboard doesn't pause when I hit it. They have their own money, and they yell at you all the time about how much they have their own money.
They're coming.
Yeah, can we get some mods on the kick side, please?
From a position of despair, depression, sadness.
Mods.
A loss of personal meaning, and loss of.
All right, Alwyn Easy, I gotta mod you up on the kick side. All right, I gotta mod you up. Thank you in advance.
Personal meaning is not equatable with nihilism. It's not the same thing. Most of these people have issues and take issue with the things within their.
Because we got Revenge Star in the chat right now on the fucking kick side. That's what's happening right now.
Idiot.
Which one's the best? Kick, Rumble, or YouTube? Kick.
I don't know who that is.
By far. There's no viewers on Rumble.
I mean, if it's that big a deal, why don't you just ban him? You know, ban him if he's like, you know, that big a deal. Like, why do you need a mod to ban one person? Just do it yourself.
At all. There's no money on Rumble. I've not made a dime. YouTube, there's viewership and money, but it's once you're shadow banned, you're shadow banned. And Kick, it's, you know, I keep 95% of it, and they don't really yell at me for talking about what I want to talk about or saying words.
But yeah, he'll like derail his whole stream because one person appears in the chat that he doesn't like. It's like, yeah, just remove him. It's not that big a deal. It takes 3 clicks to get rid of somebody at most.
Yeah, there's a ton more potential with Kick. Kick puts me on the front page of the site.
Whoa, mama.
Anyway, I've hit whatever wall I knew was coming. My point is, I've hit whatever.
He's eggless. I don't know. He's hit the wall, bro. Brutal.
Wall I knew was coming with the house not selling and that going as poorly as I knew it was going to go. Between that and the last 5 years, almost 5 years of not drinking, to basically ascend to average 30-something single dude life status. Some reward. Oh yeah, I was going to do this thing. And I'm done trying to provide entertainment for you people. I'm here to talk about me. And if you guys want to talk to me, then that's your prerogative. And I'm not going to, you know, I'm not going to try to please anybody, basically, is what I'm saying. Okay, I don't know if this is going to work. Okay, so I think you're going to have to deal with the black line around the super chats. That's fine. Sorry. I just hit a fucking wall. That's the best way I can describe it. I don't know. Barring a CME event that's happening right now, a direct energy weapon that's been deployed on me, some kind of CRISPR gang stalking thing that's happening, something with like my wireless network, full body DDoS attack for the 802.11b network, micro noises from the data centers. I don't know. But barring like...
Are we just throwing out every buzzword we can think of?
Environmental attacks.
Chugga Shugga Gaming with the 3. How is he not embarrassed to wear that shirt? That's beyond me, man. I have no clue. I have no fucking clue. It's obviously a women's shirt, too, because only women's shirt have, like, the different colored neckline and sleeve lines. So, it's a women's t-shirt as well. But, yeah, still emo, dude.
I hit a wall of... The best way I can describe it is just, like, demotivation. And I don't know if anybody else has ever experienced true demotivation, but maybe I ate a bunch of bad fruit. I don't know.
That's right, man. No one in all of human history has ever been demotivated by something.
The last couple days, I've... Okay, you hear that? That's this new heater I bought. Oh my God,
God, dude.
That's gonna drive me insane. I have to switch this out. It's actually gonna drive me nuts. I can't deal with that.
He's Chuck McGill maxing at this point. Hold on, let's hear this massive noise.
The last couple days, I've... Okay, you hear that? That's this new
Good Lord, man.
heater I bought. Oh my God, that's gonna drive me insane. I have to switch this out. It's actually gonna drive me nuts. I can't deal with that. That really sucks.
What a stable human, man.
That really sucks.
Yeah, I mean, this is literally like Chuck McGill when he thinks he detects electricity. It's like, I'm like, give the tinfoil.
It just fucking sucks. Because this heater is decidedly not as good. Like, decidedly not as good.
Why is he using a heater? Is this like an old clip or something? Bro, it's fucking May. Why is he even using a heater in the first place?
I am not going to be able to handle that other heater. So those are the 2 heaters that I ordered. And they both showed up on the same damn day. Another one was from Amazon. The one that doesn't make the noise was from Amazon. The other one was from Menards. My other version of that heater that is now broken did not make that toot, 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 toot sound every time it clicked off. And the damn thing's turned all the way up. But it still clicks off every 5 minutes.
Dude, he lives in Ohio, not the Arctic tundra. So...
And I don't understand it. But if it's going to make a tit sound all fucking night, I'm not going to be able to handle that. I am not going to be able to handle that. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Nothing in my life can go right. At all.
Yeah, because you don't want it to. This is learned helplessness, man. This is pure learned helplessness.
Okay, I don't know who you are, dude, on the Rumble, but you're done. I don't care. You're muted. I'm not going to sit here and just take abuse all night. If I'm such a loser, why are you watching me? Huh? You going to come and fucking comment on my video? This shit. You're not a brooding and misunderstood deep-thinking genius. You're just a fucking loser.
Brutal. I mean...
Figured out, guys, as Civil Rar XD. How about you go fuck yourself?
Brutal,
If I'm so
dude.
uninteresting, why are you watching me? I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I stop caring. I don't give a shit anymore.
That was Griffin's alt again. I can't be dude, I don't even fucking care enough to comment on Raymond's videos. Like, I don't fucking give a shit.
Nazi. Hold on. Yeah, this. Have you seen this? Have you seen this? This is... It's not going to load.
It's based.
Like... This is your. I think she's from like Syria or some shit. I don't know where she's from. I mean, her outfit's kind of. I mean, I'm getting a half chub just watching her right now. But like,
oh my god. Yeah, dude. Raymond is now Dude, this guy is such a performative retard. This dude has like literally disavowed Nazis at every opportunity, and now he's like all of a sudden getting turned on by a woman in a Nazi uniform. Okay, bro.
Your modern internet sire. Woo, buddy. I can't believe that just came out of her mouth. These women are, they'll do anything for attention. I mean, she could easily make money. I mean, she was trying to do political commentary there for a while, like Nick Fuentes style, but apparently like couldn't make enough money or something. And then she posted a picture of her like apartment, and it had these super vaulted ceilings and like a skyline view and stuff. And I'm like, well, there's your problem. You're trying to live above your means. My mortgage is $751 a month for my half acre. Okay? I don't even use half the acre. Half the half acre. Oh. She deals with the Nuremberg casino. Comes in, he hits. It's like, isn't it about like spousal abuse or something? It's some simpy ass song because all that grunge and fucking shit from Seattle.
Griffin loves the World War II German outfits. They're fine. I don't know. I don't really think they're like the greatest thing ever, but you know, I definitely like the overcoat look more than the actual like Nazi uniforms. Like, the one dude who had, like, the full leather trench coat. I don't remember which Nazi guy that was, but that shit looked pretty cool. So, they definitely had, like, some decent style, but I don't know. I don't really think the Nazi uniform is, like, sexy or anything like that. It's whatever.
Was like, "Milady, I'll be the white knight for you. I'll be there for you. I'll be there for you."
God, man. How is he single, bro?
He comes in. It's like, you know, back in my day, Phil Collins, when he wrote a song, it was about raping a Whoa, buddy. I got 76 likes on the stream. If I could get some freaking likes on the stream, that would be great. I got 72 people over on Kick. I got 4 people strong on Rumble. And he just said that you guys are too stupid to understand what social capital is.
The thing I like the most about, I guess, like, the Nazi uniforms is I love their knives. Like, the Nazi daggers and bayonets and shit. I think those look sick, man. I have a bunch of those. I think those look cool, personally. But, yeah, I don't know. Nazi uniforms are fine. But I like their knives more so than anything.
I've masked my TISM. Yeah, TISM doesn't exist, dude. Ghoulie men. I don't know what that means. Yeah, we're just going to time you out. We don't need you spamming me. I love the week-long timeout. It's a very powerful tool. Too difficult for the average reader to understand equals we can't speak directly about it. It's very controversial. Need 5 pages of text. No, I think what it means is it does. So the idea of social capital and actual hierarchies of.
Like, bro, this shit looks badass. You can't even tell me this doesn't look badass. Like, that's just fucking cool, bro. That's cool. This is like 10 grand, but it's still cool. These things are super expensive, man. Especially if it has this chain. Like, I think the chain alone is worth over $1,000. So.
Competency existing within small clandestine social groups doesn't fit the gulag fucking USSA, as in USSR, utopian communist Bolshevik social system that they want to impose on everybody in the 15-minute cities. They want you existing in a 15-minute city, but your social capital will have to exist on a global planetary level. I told you the other day, I'm just waiting for the Club of Rome meetings or the, what's that? The other one. Not Davos, but the other two. There's another one Alex Jones always talked about. One of those meetings where they just out...
Hey, guys, it's in stock. For a mere $89.95, you too could own such a cool dagger. Brutal, man. Maybe someday. I mean, I would totally buy it if I had 10 grand, because it's like, that's cool, man. This shit's cool.
Right, say they're waiting
for... It's like a piece of history, you know? Almost 100 years old at this point.
People like us to die because we never had kids, and we'll just finally be out of the way. not Bilderberg.
I mean, I technically have $8 grand right now, but I need to make sure I don't have to buy another computer first. But I'm not buying that right now. I got to save up my money.
It's the Club of Rome, and then there's another one, Trilateral Commission, Henry Kissinger thing. Basically, everything the Trilateral Commission publishes happens about 6 months to 2 years later. I'm just waiting for them to finally say, we're just waiting for the white people who haven't bred yet to die, because most of the white men who can get women, it's just black women or Latin women or Asian women. So it's mulatto. That's what they want.
What the fuck is he talking about? No, white men, like white women, are the least likely to race mix. Stop. Like, bro, he's so porn brain rotted. Oh, yeah, dude, the only white guys that are having sex are with black women and Hispanic. No. Nope. Wrong. Incorrect. That is the narrative that they so desperately want to push. Most white men and white women get with people of the same race by a massive margin. So that's the reason why the propaganda to race mix is pushed so hard onto white people. If it was already occurring naturally, they wouldn't have to push it.
And, you know, Trilateral Commission. All right, I've said too much. We have to watch a fatty veteran. Look how fat his hand is.
Of male loneliness in the United States today. From 2017 to 2022.
How do I get funding to have a fucking channel like this guy? Like, come on. I look like...
What? How do you get funding to have a channel like this guy? You mean sitting in front of a camera with a green screen? The fuck is he even talking about?
Too much. We have to watch a fatty veteran. Look how fat his hand is.
Of male loneliness in the United States today. From 2017 to 2022.
How do I get funding to have a fucking channel like this guy? Like, come on. I look like a better person than you because I'm more altruistic. I do things for the meaning of it instead of for the money.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So virtuous, and I'm such a good person. I'm a good little Christian. Whatever. Insert religion here. In a society where the only morality is how much is in your bank account or how much you can leverage other people to your advantage, there is no reward for being a good person. There is no reward for putting any effort into anything. That's why I have stopped making videos. And I'm just going to beg on the internet until I hit $150, $200. And you can mock me and laugh at me, and I'll just hide you in the chat. I'll just hide you. Because the abuse and the fucking, like the shit comments I got on that video from yesterday, y'all just lived up to the expectations.
Yeah, so here's the rates. I have them. So for Asian men, about 19% of them are in interracial marriages. For Asian women, about 37% are in interracial marriages. For black men, about 24% are in interracial marriages. And for black women, about 10% are in interracial marriages. For Hispanic men, about 28% are in interracial marriages, and for Hispanic women, 30% are. For white people, about 8 to 9% of men are in interracial marriages, and for white women, about 8% are in interracial marriages. So, over 90% of white people in a marriage from the years 2008 to 2022 are in interracial marriages. So, it's not as prominent as people think. And most guys that are in interracial marriages are either with Asian women or Hispanic women. Which Hispanic, you can kind of argue a little bit, is predominantly white anyway. So your kids are probably going to be white at that point as well. So
I would say probably 25% were encouraging. And the rest of it was just shit. I'm so bored with the you know, men aren't working. Why would we? I saw something today. I don't even know if I can show it.
Why would we? Because not everybody wants to be a jobless bum.
On the stream, to be honest with you. It was a video of a young white woman in somewhere, looked like an urban center, getting clothes and limbs and stuff pulled, and she was getting passed, not sexually, but it was like leading up to that, passed around in front of some office building. Like in the middle of the daylight by a bunch of black guys. And like, nobody was doing anything. And the woman that was making the tweet was like, why aren't there any men helping? Why would we? What reward are we going to get out of that? Chances are we get.
Well, the problem is you'll get arrested. I don't think it's because they're not going to get laid, Raymond. I don't think that's the reason why they didn't, you know, step in. It's more so the reason that the cops would arrest you for attacking a, you know, wonderful scholar just trying to take her clothes off. Because, you know, obviously they're made of acid, dude.
Labeled racist at best and just shot or stabbed at worst. Thinking Ape. Thinking Ape had another video today. I was catching up on his videos this afternoon. And it was about, I'm not going to play it, but it was about the social contract. It's gone. It's gone. That's why I get so like irrationally angry when people lecture me about sex is the most important thing. Having a family would fix all of this.
That's not sex, bro. That's such a straw man, because he doesn't talk about having a family. He talks about casual, nasty, fucking hot monkey sex. No, that's not the same thing as having a family, bro. So, no, you don't talk about having kids. You talk about finding a woman who wants to suck your cock. So, big difference. If he was just talking about getting married and having kids, that's a completely different thing. But no, he just talks about having casual sex.
If we had the society that we had after World War II again, it'd fix a lot.
No, the society we had after World War II is what caused the problems we have today. We need to go prior to World War I.
Look at this shit. Everybody has to give me shit constantly. Looks like shit. What the fuck? Fine, I'll fucking delete it.
What did he
shit,
delete?
what the fuck? Fine, I'll fucking...
What was it?
Look at this shit. Everybody has to give me shit constantly.
This looks like shit. What the fuck? Literally looks like Indian food that I just scrolled past on this app. What the fuck even is that? Bruh.
Looks like shit. What the fuck? Fine, I'll fucking...
Hold on. Let's get a full image. Tried to make lettuce tacos, egg and cheese in the beef. And he wonders why people fuck with him, man. It's like, it's so easy to make him just spurg.
The fuck? Fine, I'll fucking delete it.
Oh my god.
I'm so fucking miserable. Like, I'm actually miserable. I'm actually miserable. I don't really give a shit about this video. It just seems like a typical leftist. Stop caring what a bunch of losers think? Well, what the fuck else am I supposed to do? I have nothing else in my life. Like, literally no women give a shit that I exist. The only people that give a shit that I exist are people that want to mock me relentlessly. I have no social life. I have no women. I have no sex. I have nothing to live for. I'm fucking soaked, sweating right now. I told you I hit a fucking wall, and like I don't know how to get out of this rut without somebody younger than me, female, and thin, fucking me, quite frankly, for free.
But remember, guys, it's about starting a family. It's about starting a family and getting married, but it's all a LARP, bro. This entire thing is a LARP. He's just perpetually horny.
Volunteerism isn't volunteering. It's not what you think. Of course it is. Of course it's not volunteering. Of course it's something different because it's a fucking faggy little communist plot. Raymond, would you say being a content creator is a double-edged sword? I'd say being a content creator is the worst job you can possibly ever have.
Oh, yeah,
and I'm not a content creator. I'm a streamer.
What? That is a content creator, but okay.
No, you're not. Civic Fire is not hidden. I'm just ignoring unpaid chats. Because unlike communists, I don't do unpaid labor. So, the worst parts of the country are where the men are the least educated and dating the least. They still are insisting on tying those two things together. I guess, honestly, if you're going to be pragmatic and logically sound, you have to say, okay, well, the truth is the women want guys who are more educated than them, and they want guys who make more money than them, and then they leave the areas where there aren't guys that are more educated. And I didn't say smarter, because education ain't the fucking same as brain works good. Oh. I have no reason to be alive. It's just such a...
Dude, this is just, like, tiring. Could you, like, I really don't know how people sit here and watch this for, like, hours and hours and hours. Like, this is your nightly routine, man. It's just listen to this guy fucking doom. Just doom all fucking day about how, you know, miserable he is and how he has no reason to exist and how pointless it all is. It's like, holy shit, man.
Dehumanizing feeling. And they just, and every time you say that, you get lectured about how you're an uninspiring, unboring loser, and you're, you know, it's so easy to fucking make somebody feel like shit. So I'm supposed to just go make fun of Shelby the entire time or something? Pass the shit off to somebody else? That's just, there's no fucking, you can't post anything without somebody giving you shit about it.
So fucking what? Dude, I get called a fucking man-child, a loser, a fucking incel. Like, who fucking cares? Who cares? This shit's pathetic, bro. It's actually fucking pathetic. This is what happens when your entire sense of self-worth is based on external validation. It's quite sad. Honestly.
Yeah, we'll have millions of old, sick, and insane people waiting for help from a failed government and family that doesn't exist. Like, I'm really struggling tonight, guys. I'm really struggling tonight.
Can we get some more donations?
I'm not in a good place. And I just... Do you want to watch a girl that'll never touch any of our nuts?
500 subs, bro. 500 fucking subs, and he's subscribed with notifications on. It's just, this is weird, man. I don't know.
Hi, welcome to Wendy's. Imagine you're the person interviewing me on a Zoom call. I'm being interviewed to work at Wendy's. Turn my camera on.
What was that about? Is that a Sonichu medallion?
Why do you want to work here?
Why is her...
Yeah, dude, that's a Sonichu medallion.
Voice sound like that?
I've always been a fan of putting things in bags and handing it to the customer.
You can put something in a bag.
You can spit on my face.
They can spit on your face? Oh, really?
Oh my god.
She's trying to do the Caroline Cornstar thing.
Put the fries in the bag. I don't have a bag, but I have a hat.
Wow.
And inside this hat
Is that a Kaiser hat?
is everyone's suggestions that
Wait, what is that hat?
wrote in the comments below of what they wanted.
There's like spikes on it. She's into some kinky shit.
And with the paint. Since this is a series, so we're going to see what
Or is that her like BDSM boyfriend's hat?
it's gonna be.
Probably her boyfriend.
We're already down to cucking now.
Friend's hat.
Okay.
Butterfly. Butterfly in the sky. Leafy. Look, we're matching. What if I clip it somewhere? Should I clip it on my hair? I think that's gonna fall.
I don't know which one is worth, Kamikaze Short Bus or this girl.
What if I
Worse.
character design?
That was the Amelie song.
I think it's not. My hair is not that strong. So I went on Pinterest to get references, and
Oh no, she's buying Pinterest references like Shelby. Oh, I shouldn't comment that. I'm gonna comment this. Rachel is my favorite girl's name.
Could you imagine? Dude, imagine. I'm just thinking about this, bro. Imagine you're like an actual woman, okay? And you're, checking your phone casually. Like, oh, I got a new fucking comment on my YouTube video. You click the notification, and that profile picture is what you see. It's like those pictures of the dudes who look like they're taking a picture while jacking off, and their, like, neck is, like, smushed up against their chin. It's like, hello, beautiful. I'd love to get to know you. It's like, bro, literally that fucking meme of, like, the 40-plus-year-old loser on Instagram stalking, like, some 20-something-year-old girl's, profile that he would never have a chance with.
She's going to change her name after this.
the message popped up, and
this is just secondhand embarrassment, Maxing.
like,
I am unable to get laid. I'm unattractive to women, and ladies, you can prove me wrong. My inbox is open.
Potted investor with the 2. I'm dying. Send help. Yeah, this is the secondhand embarrassment's pretty strong with this one.
50K a month would be nice. Look, I gotta be honest with you. I have no goals with money. I have no. What are you gonna do with 50K a month?
What are you gonna do with 50K a month? Well, you could buy a better house for one.
Stack it up and buy a bigger house. Get a
there you go. See?
Mortgage. Good luck proving that you make 50K a month.
Good luck. Well, ideally, you would actually have the money for making 50K a month, so you wouldn't have to prove it because it would already be in your bank account. But
I mean, the only thing I know to do with my money is pay down my mortgage. I've.
Should slab max? Probably, honestly. With 50K a month, I could buy some bangers. Get a Mario Pikachu each month.
Nobody cares what I drive. Literally, everybody just makes fun of me for where I live. I've through I don't exist because I don't buy new clothes. I don't care what I look like. I shave because I'm uncomfortable. I don't give a shit. I'm not trying to please other people. I hate most people, like a lot. Like it's a real problem. I think most people are stupid. I said most. And you need to realize something. It was a tweet I made. It was perfect. There was this like little saying. It was like, what's one thing you would tell a young man about wealth? And I said that you need to realize that you live in a materialistic, popularity-chasing, consumerist, panopticon prison planet where your value is...
Whoa, dude, how many buzzwords can you fit into one sentence?
Based on what you can extract from other people for green and what you can get other people to do for you for that green.
Yeah, man, we all just need to chill out and get by the fucking campfire and smoke a fucking doob, man. We need to get away from this capitalistic rat race where we're eating each other alive, man. We need to get back to Mother Earth, dude, where we're all one race, the human race, helping each other out, lifting each other up, instead of trying to take over each other, man. We got more in common than we have differences. What in the Joe Rogan, exactly. It's like, this is literally hippie shit. He's basically, horseshoe theoried himself into being a cocksucking hippie.
It's not about who you are. It's not about your character at all. We have a topsy-turvy, upside-down value system that is built on the back of central bankers and their fake funny money. And the popularity contest of who has the better shoes or the better car, who lives in the better neighborhood, who's fucking the girl that has the bigger tits.
Dude, yeah, that's been a thing longer than fucking central banking has existed. I hate to break it to you, man. I mean, in ancient Rome, if you literally wore your toga incorrectly, you would be charged for treason. So...
That's what makes you a real man, huh? That's what matters, huh?
Based? Maybe so, man.
In this modern...
We should do that with guys who sag their pants.
Economy.
Or fat bitches that wear leggings.
Normal people, normies, don't exist. And status and popularity, that's all it is. The only reason you guys want a pretty girl to suck your cock is because it'll make you more popular. If all you...
What? The only reason you want a girl that's pretty is so that she'll suck your cock and make you more popular? Dude, what type of fucking weird, twisted reality is that?
Friends know that you got that to happen for you.
Dude, that's a great... Oh my god. He likes to LARP as like JQ pilled, but in reality, he's just a failed normie, bro. He's trying to latch on to anything. So he disavows the JQ one day. The next day, he's calling out the central bankers and Israel. Like, it's whatever way the wind is blowing in the chat, basically. Whoever's giving him money that day is what determines his worldview. It's pitiful. Holy shit, man.
That's why one of the first insults anybody lobs at anybody is incel and virgin. And yes.
Yeah, and they're fucking leftists who do that shit. Who fucking... Oh no, dude, somebody call me an incel. Oh my god. Who fucking cares? It's like calling somebody a fucking Nazi. Oh no, dude. Oh, my entire worldview has been shattered by your fucking vocabulary choice.
There's a biological backup to that. But there's still... And like, there's no virtue in being sexless.
I'm forced to exist, so what's my incentive? Well, nobody's forcing you to exist, bro. If you stop eating, you die. So, there you go.
And it's all about chasing as much money as possible, because you gotta be rich enough, good enough for those harpies. Because the most ardent feminist will still sit there and tell you, well, but of course it matters that he makes more than I do. I want my rights, and I want his money too. I want to be able to do whatever I want and have an OnlyFans and have his money, and he better have a lot of money. Oh, and he better let me sleep with guys in front of him.
What the fuck is he talking about? Does he really think the average woman wants an OnlyFans and to fuck guys in front of her boyfriend? Like, this dude is rotted, man. This is rot.
Jonathan, I agree with you that positivity brings positive results, but at a certain point, it's not you, it's the world.
It's not me, it's everyone else.
I can be as positive as I fucking want, and at a certain point, they're just going to laugh.
6% of all U.S. marriages are...
That's his wife! All right, hold on. I got to get the bell.
No, skinwalking time.
God damn it! I purposely don't do that right. Because I don't want to have a copyright strike from the Kino Casino. Man, she's rough looking.
Hold on, let's see.
Hold on. U.S. As I fucking want. And at a certain point, they're just going to laugh.
So what is he even watching?
6%.
Feminist interviews her Trump voting husband. How he stayed married for years with opposite politics. Okay. I mean, this dude's not exactly fucking, Tom Cruise, but...
Of all U.S. marriages are...
That's his wife!
I mean, what does your wife look like, bro?
God damn it!
At least she's skinny.
I purposely don't do that right. Because I don't want to have a copyright strike from the Kino Casino. Man, she's rough looking. God damn, dude. You just on break. I hope everyone is having a good night. Thank you, Sarah. Oh, did you get yelled at for being on chat when you were working? I'm sorry, Sarah. I am sorry, Sarah. That's my...
Yeah, exactly. Dude, this is like literally the premise I talked about with the whole AOC hate fuck. Like, imagine getting into like a heated political argument over like some deeply held viewpoints, and you get to the point where you just want to like beat the shit out of each other, but instead you just fuck. Like, imagine that, bro. That's gotta be hot.
My bad. Jeez, man. This
like, you just work out all of your frustrations in a physical way, but also in a pleasing one. So, you know, it's kind of like the same premise. It's like why people love makeup sex, you know? Because all the emotions and shit are, you know, pent up. And it's a way to, you know, relieve the stress.
Between a Democrat and a Republican and face a 38% higher risk of separation. I'm a feminist and you're a traditionalist. I'm...
Just for cooch, huh? Just do they have kids? Like...
Does he actually think that women aren't feminist? Like, honest question. Does Raymond actually think in the Big 26 there are actually women who are not feminist? Like, every woman is inherently a feminist, bro. It just depends on which degree of feminism they believe in. You know, you're not really going to find many women out there who believe that women should have zero fucking rights. Sorry, that's not a thing anymore.
I gotta be honest. If you aren't interested in having children, there is no reason to get married. You should try to, if hedonism is your priority, go sow your wild oats and go sleep with anything that moves that'll have you, and just go do your thing. But the only reason to engage...
Griffin moonlights as an erotic ghost. Bro, I'm telling you, like, I probably could do that, honestly. You know, I'm missing my calling as an erotic fiction writer. I could have these voids flicking their beans all day and night. But yeah, I actually probably could do that. Is that why you're into hate fucking Griffin? Well, I'm not really into fucking at all. But I feel like that shit would be pretty fire. Like, imagine you just get into like a super heated argument. So... You know, it's the reason why, you know, people have makeup sex where, you know, after they have a big fight, or, you know, your ex-girlfriend that you can't fucking stand comes around, and then all of a sudden, you know, you're on top of her. Like, you know, it's that, basically. It's a physical outlet to work through your, you know, pent-up feelings.
In a long-term relationship, or even have...
That really doesn't happen? Yes, it does.
You know, a marriage is if
that shit absolutely fucking happens. Are you kidding me? Makeup sex? Like, that's literally called that for a reason. It's a pretty common thing.
You're planning on having children. And don't do it with a feminist. Oh my god. That is just... Now you want a 6A?
It'd be so easy now with AI. Yeah, true, honestly. Just use AI to, like, fucking, you know, I guess, expand. So you don't have to do all the fucking legwork on the writing.
Big omelet? Yeah, she gave me the creeps. Have I ever heard of love? No. No, I didn't get yelled at. I just, fuck, man, come on. Like, all right, let's watch this.
When it happens, every dollar in a safe...
I can see why you were so up.
Dude, makeup sex is the same premise as hate sex. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's like the same kind of thing, but whatever. It doesn't matter. We've gone on long enough about this.
Set civil. I could see. Like, that is...
Savings account, a CD, a treasury bond, or whatever.
You know what they say. Lesbians don't actually exist. It's just, you know, if lesbians actually existed, sex toys would not be shaped like penises.
Oh my god, man. I hate to break it to you, Ray, but the most popular female sex toy is literally that rose. It's not a dildo.
There are days where I can't even handle caffeine, and I kind of don't...
I mean, it's kind of not a bad point, but it's not entirely true. The most popular female sex toy is not a dildo. Dildos make up a very small percentage of the market, but yeah.
I want to talk about what happens.
She's ripping off shoe on head. Well, she'd had a bunch of success doing.
The fact of the matter is lesbians have the least sex of any group, which kind of proves the, you know, stereotype of it's women that kill the bedroom.
The 32-year-old loser video that Shelby tried to emulate. She got 1.4 million views on it. And yeah, she's trying to do a boxy or a shoe on head imitation, and it's kind of like falling flat on her face.
If I take a children's Benadryl. I've also
Looks like she got 60,000 views, so I don't know if that's falling flat on her face.
always really hated people.
She's hitting all the memes.
That tried to pressure you into taking psychedelics. Bruh, you gotta try them. You just gotta open up your third eye. You're not seeing the world as it actually is.
She does live in California. Yeah, bruh.
Dude, you need to read the Book of Enoch on weed.
And this is a super normie. You're right. Turn it off. $45. If I get, what is that? 10 subs? If I get 10 subs on the kick side, I'll turn it off.
Protect her. So I decided to stop being a pussy and try mushrooms.
The chick is bi. She is on record in multiple live streams saying that she has sworn off men and she will probably never sexually be with a man ever again. So, and she's also been with like 55 dudes.
My first time was in late October and it was interesting. I didn't...
Why is he even watching this freak show, dude? Like, I look at this and it's like, I don't want to look at her anymore. Like, she's revolting to look at. I don't understand his infatuation with these disgusting voids, bro. I really don't fucking get it.
Take very much, but what
Benadryl was LSD back in the 50s? Yes. Yeah, it's basically a distilled version of
I
it.
did take was enough to help my grief in a way that I don't think antidepressants or talk therapy ever could. Mushrooms can remove mental blockages, and after my mom died, I just felt like I wasn't...
Yeah, man. If you take some mushrooms and then stare up at the ceiling, you start to see the fabric of the universe unfold in front of you, man. It's like so fucking crazy. Oh my god. Dude, can we just like inflict maximum love and positivity on all fucking drug addicts? Thank you.
Crying enough. I'd spent so...
Crying enough. You need pipe down.
String the parasite class up by their feet and chop their fucking heads off.
That experience is better than money? False. Dude, it was like so crazy, man. I like took these mushrooms and like, bro, my face was melting in front of me. And then the fucking machine elves came out from the fucking fourth dimension and started telling me how the universe was created. It was like so fucking crazy, man. And then I went down the street and I saw this church, and then I stared at the stained glass window and like all the colors started to swirl. And then I realized, dude, we're actually living in a simulation. Like, there's no way that the colors could have moved and fucking intertwined like that normally. So it's like, that's how I know that this shit isn't even real, man. Like, anyone that utters a phrase like that, you know, a nice silenced shot to the back. Right where that guy is getting poked in that fourth short. Yup, exactly. Exactly. A cold steel rod. Right through there. Nah, I'm taking it in this weekend, so I haven't taken it in yet. Alright, let's see. Let's see what this is, I guess.
The
All right,
Ohio
awesome.
GOP
Thanks, nigga.
primary
All right.
race was yesterday, and
Oh god. Another Doomer gameplay channel. Let's see. Why is the quality so low? Is it just
Vivek Ramaswamy won with 82.5% of the vote, and
Yeah, nobody's surprised by that.
Casey Putsch got 17.5%. And ever since this happened yesterday, I've seen a lot of people throw blame around. I've seen a lot of people cope. I've seen a lot of people lash out at each other. I have seen people blame everything from the reason Casey lost is because he didn't have the backing of Nick or because he beefed with somebody.
Dude, if you actually believe that fucking Nick Fedtez not endorsing him is the reason why he lost, there is no saving you.
Or because he didn't have enough money, or because it's just completely unwinnable, or
No, it's because he was a TDS fucking retard. He's an anti-Trump Republican in a state that Trump won by, like, what percentage? Like, 10? 15? I don't even remember, but yeah.
or because he was getting completely suppressed online, and that's why he couldn't resonate with people, he couldn't reach enough people. And look, I'm just gonna say this. Me personally, I liked Casey. Would I have loved for him to be the GOP nomination and to run and for everybody to get behind him? Yes, I would have much rather had him than, you know, what we have now. Because we've talked about this before I get into everything, essentially. The last video I made at the end of 2025 was a video kind of talking about, like, the main goal for the year. And the main goal is still the same. It's for Vivek to lose the governor race. That's, like, the main thing I've been saying, the main thing people similar to me have.
That's right, guys. We need to elect the female Jew, just like in Virginia. A genius idea.
Been talking about. That's like the main thing to do. It's not for Casey to win, it was for Vivek to lose. And with everything we have now, it's kind of looking like this Democrat lady Amy actually has like a pretty good chance of beating Vivek, because a lot of people are just not happy with Vivek being an option, and you know, they just don't want to go for the Republicans. And that's in Ohio, which is a pretty big Republican state. So for us, for our goal, for the plan that, like, you know, we've been kind of going off of, it's still the same. Casey winning was not really a part of that, and it just kind of comes down to the fact that nobody really thought he would win. But I will say this much about Casey, because a lot of people have been kind of shitting on him over the past like 24 hours. And I think Casey, all things considered, for the type of person he was, did a very good job. He only raised $120,000. He, you know,
and they thought he was gonna win.
Resonated with a lot of people online, and it's pretty impressive. But that was also kind of part of the problem, is I would see people retweet his shit or talk about how they loved him, give him compliments, like all these different things. I would see people from like Canada talking about him and how they loved him and how he's gonna be great.
Do these people not hear themselves? Yeah, dude. Fucking a bunch of Canucks thought that this guy was great. What a glowing endorsement. Because Canada, India 2.0 is definitely exactly where you want, you know, your worldview to be affirmed.
And all this stuff, and it's like, that's awesome. You're able to have this online presence to where you have people all over the world who respect you and love you, but they can't vote for you in Ohio. You need to resonate with people from all over with your online campaign. That is true, but the only thing that really matters, can that bleed into like real life votes? Can you actually resonate with people in your state? And he did, to a certain degree. You know, over 140,000 people, that's nothing to scoff at. That's a pretty good number. 17.5%, that's not bad. But the problem is, and this is the issue, I see a lot of people saying, oh yeah, well, name someone like him who could have gotten 17%. Name somebody who could have gotten close. I get it was great. I get it's good, but he didn't win. That's the point. We don't exist in a period of time in America where almost winning or getting 17% of anything is good. I waited for the morning to come to kind of look at all the numbers to really see how winnable this race could have been for Casey. And I'm not gonna lie, people have already been saying it since last night. This election was actually very winnable for somebody like Casey. And he didn't lose because he didn't have the...
No, it was not. Dude, what reality are these people living in? What reality do these people, like, actually think exists out there? This Casey dude never stood a chance. The second he came out against Trump, it was Jover, dude. You know, regardless of what these fucking video game doomer channels like to think, Trump is the Republican Party. You know? He literally stole that shit in 2016 and made it his bitch. The Republican Party is Trump. There is no separation between the two, regardless of what these fucking rhino fucks would like to think. Without Trump, they are nothing.
Endorsement of Nick, or there wasn't enough people online who loved him, or he didn't raise enough money. And I'm going to say this, and some people are probably not going to like me saying this, but this is just the truth from what I can tell. Casey, what he ended up doing with his campaign is he would go online and he would post stuff like him burning the MAGA flag, because he was this big detractor from MAGA and the GOP, and he felt betrayed by them. A lot of the stuff you...
Genius, man. Burn the MAGA flag in a state that Trump won by 15 fucking points when you're literally trying to run in the Republican primary. This guy would have been great for Ohio, dude.
And I feel. And we look at that and we think, oh, wow, that's awesome. That's great. Like, I'm all for that. I'm all for him burning the MAGA flag. But for guys like you and I
really... How are people this dumb, man? Like, genuine question. It's just... Again... We live in a world dominated by fucking midwits. This is insane.
We're a little bit more radical than the traditional conservative. We're a little bit more radical than the traditional Democrat. Like, you have to understand, this dude burning the MAGA hat...
How are you radical? Dude, that's like the most lib-cucked thing imaginable. Burning the MAGA flag? Wow, dude, that puts you in the same fucking realm as no kings. Wow, you're such a revolutionary, dude. We've never seen anyone do that before.
Burning the MAGA flag. He's doing something online, which sends a message that really does make you look radical. It's a pretty big message to send.
Dude, what the fuck is this shit? Holy, man. Holy, this guy is like, this is like saying that wearing a pink pussy hat makes you a radical. No, you fucking retard. You're literally just parroting the same talking points from multi-billion-dollar media corporations. Congratulations, dude. You're so fucking stunning and brave. So stunning and brave. You know, horseshoe theory in full fucking effect here. Good lord, man.
If you're running for governor. Because even the Democrat lady who ran uncontested in Ohio, she hasn't even done something like that. I guarantee you she doesn't support Trump or MAGA, but even her, she hasn't even done something.
She hasn't done it because it's fucking retarded. She knows that he has to win over part of MAGA, you fucking dumbass. Pissing off the prominent political movement of the state is not a good way to win the fucking state. This is insanity, bro.
Like burning the MAGA flag. She might protect people. She might defend somebody's right to do so. But that's a very big message to send. Like, to us, it's a picture and we're like, hell yeah, that's awesome. But like, that's a big thing to say to an average, everyday American. It's not normal to do something like that and then run as a Republican. And I've seen a lot of actual like MAGA people shit on Casey as well. A lot of dissident right people have been mad, and everybody's...
Wait, why would MAGA people shit on a guy who burns a MAGA flag? I don't know, bro. I can't put my finger on that one.
Kind of throwing him under the bus, but a lot of MAGA people have been kind of going after him over the past 20...
Yeah, no shit, retard. I don't know, maybe burning the flag associated with their political ideology isn't really a great way to win people over. Just food for thought. I don't know.
24 hours. And I actually think they're right. Because the problem Casey had was he's sending this message that is extremely radical. Like, this isn't normal to say these things and to do...
Dude, there are literally people who hang effigies of Donald Trump in the fucking No Kings protest. What the fuck are you talking about? This isn't normal. This is like the most normgroid boomer lib level behavior imaginable. Like, you're literally just a boomer lib if you think this shit is like, oh my god, dude, I'm sending a message. No, you just look like a fucking old-ass 70-year-old fucking white woman who's pissed off that, you know, her neighborhood isn't 80% brown.
These things, even if it's online, it's a very radical message to have. It's just we're so desensitized to it, it doesn't really seem like it to us. But he did that, and then the problem he had is the only group of people that would be accepting of this message, that would actually run with this message, are younger voters. It's younger conservatives, Gen Z, essentially. The older boomers, the Gen Xers, the older millennials, that crowd. And I think a lot of the people who watch this channel who kind of fall in that, you know, generation, you guys have to admit it, all right? And I know I shit on older people all the time, but let's be honest here. And I know you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Older generations of people, there's not a lot of radical ones in there. A lot of people, they want...
What is this? What fucking world is this dumbass living in? This is insane, bro. Talk about being out of fucking touch.
Change. They want something to be different. They want things to be better, but they don't want.
Boomers destroyed the West. What the fuck? Oh yeah, dude. This is. Oh my god, man. I'm really having to fucking hold my tongue.
Radical change. Not actually. Not really. They're not.
This is like. This is like unparalleled levels of fucking midwittery if I've ever seen it.
Hungry for that. The people that are hungry for that are the younger
How
generations.
big is this dude's channel? 30,000 subs. Good lord, man. Oh, man.
Problem is, if you're Casey Putsch, and if you're sending this message by burning...
Wait, hold on. Hold on a second. The Jew cries out in pain as he mixes curry into your mayonnaise. Do these fucking dumbasses realize that Amy Acton is literally a fucking Jew? They're that fucking stupid. Yeah, guys, we need to fucking totally own the right by electing the Jew, because that'll really show those Jewish people that they're not in control. We're gonna take over the right wing, guys, by electing the Jewish Democrat. Because that'll totally own the Jews, dude. That'll really break Israel's influence over the United States. This is insane, man.
The MAGA flag, and you're saying all the rhetoric that we like. You're doing all the things that we like. If you're going to send that message that you're radical and that you're going to bring about a radical change and you're going to take on the GOP in this way, if you're going to send that message, you can't just lukewarm resonate with young.
I'm sorry, man. This is just insane. Holy fuck, man. This is like Jake Shields levels of intelligence on display here.
Generations that
guys, in order to beat the Jews, we need to elect the Jewish Democrat. That'll totally keep Israel out of our politics.
Has to be the main group you go after, because the older groups are going to be put off. They're going to be turned off from you saying these things, doing these things. You're making yourself an easy target. And that's the problem with Casey. And this kind of goes to show something with politics. You can say all the right things. You can do all the interviews. You can be in all the places, whatever.
I mean, dude, I get why they call people cattle. I get it, I can't blame them at this point. I mean, this is supposedly the tip of the spear, man. This is the enlightened intellectual youth.
Do not resonate with people, you will not win. If you do not resonate with the right groups that you need to, with the message you are sending, you will not win. Casey, a lot of you guys like him. I like him, but here's the problem. Younger people just don't like him. And I don't want to see any of this bullshit about how he didn't raise enough money and not enough people liked him. He had so many opportunities to win over people online. He had so many opportunities to resonate with younger voters, to really inspire momentum on the ground in Ohio, and he just did not do that. It doesn't mean he probably can't do it eventually. Maybe if he ran again and if they prioritize the right things for his campaign, it's possible. But no, from what I've seen, dude, and
in Europe, we consider Americans third worlders. Y'all don't have fucking air conditioning, so I don't know how accurate that one is, but I mean, you could make the case third world intelligence, I guess, but if you look at the state of Europe, it's a lot worse than the US, but I guess it depends.
From reactions from younger people, he was not able to resonate with them. And a lot of people are comparing Casey to Fishback, and I'll say this much about
I mean, let's put it this way, man. More people in the UK die from fucking lack of air conditioning than people die in school shootings in the US, so.
About Fishback. First of all, I don't trust Fishback at all. Fishback is a fucking politician. The way he talks, he's very good at talking, but you can tell by just listening to him, he's a politician.
Well, he's running for fucking governor, so I would assume that he is a politician, man.
And a lot of people would say Fishback has a lot of money behind him. He has donors. And it's like, well, yeah, he has that now. But when Fishback started his campaign, I don't know if you guys fucking remember, he didn't have donor money. He didn't have people supporting him the way he does now. He didn't get donors.
Dude, Fishback is going to get 10% of the vote at best. What the fuck even is the point of talking about this retard?
Until he started getting momentum. And so what did he do? He's saying all the things we want people to say. All the rhetoric, which is a good sign because it shows that people are hungry for this message. They want people to say these things because they believe in them. But the main difference between Casey and Fishback is, well, Fishback is younger and he prioritized younger voters. And because of that, he got momentum and now the donors gave him money and he has backing. And it's like, well, is he going to win? No, but he's doing a much better campaign.
Oh my god, man. This is insane. This is absolute. Oh, bro. It's hard not to be fucking black-pilled listening to this shit.
And it's a night and day difference. This dude is filling out auditoriums with college kids, and they're giving him Burger King crowns to wear at the fucking event, and he's putting them on. Like, Fishback is... Whoa! Is having a campaign with momentum that's not only online, but is also on the ground. And it's not fake. People aren't getting bussed in. It's real. That's why he's getting donors in the first place. It's a power play with people. They're trying to use him to gain whatever, sure, but he does have organic movement. Casey, he wasn't able to resonate with younger people. The younger people of Ohio just didn't really fuck with him. Now, that could be for a lot of reasons. Ohio is much different than Florida. That's true. And to be fair to Casey, Vivek is the most popular GOP midterm candidate for this year. Of course, he has Trump's backing. There's a lot of money going behind Vivek. It was probably always going to be a losing battle, and I think we all knew that. And I don't think we should spend the rest of this year blaming Casey or blaming people. We didn't support him, or they didn't support him, or they didn't do good enough, or we didn't do enough for Casey. Look, the bottom line is, when it comes to Casey's campaign, it was not flawless. There's a lot of issues. He did not resonate with the people he needed to, and it's his first time running. It's Ohio. Like,
how many times is he going to say the same thing? Like, we've heard basically these same 4 canned lines about 8 times at this point.
These things, it requires a certain type of person to strategize, and that's just how it is. But the main issue at this point is people that think Casey winning was a part of the plan since the very beginning. No, it isn't. Even with me in my videos.
That's right, guys. It was never part of the plan to have our candidate win. In fact, we gain more from losing than we ever could from winning. Because when we defeat our enemies, they win.
When I talked about Ohio and Vivek, I always had people in the comments saying, oh, well, why didn't you talk about Casey? Why didn't you back Casey? What's going on? And it's like, I liked Casey, and I have nothing against him, really. Some of his supporters are a little fucking crazy, and I've had some back and forths with some people in the past day or so about it. But the bottom line is, like, the main goal was never for Casey to win. It's for Vivek to lose. And now we're going to see that kind of like who really is about that. Because a lot of people are switching up. They're folding.
That's right, guys. We got to stop Jewish influence over American politics by electing the female Jew. The far superior choice to the Indian man.
And they're saying, oh, well, I don't like Vivek, but, you know, we can't have a Democrat. And you start to see it. You start to see how many people are folding, how many people are just not really about dismantling the GOP and fucking with them. Because Vivek running as governor, it's not a normal race. This isn't a normal person who just got the nomination. This is the GOP sending a message to everybody. Vivek is not a good person. This is a guy who made money scamming people in the pharmaceutical industry, fucking people over. This is a guy who represents everything bad with the GOP. Everything you don't like about the GOP, about Republicans, about Trump, that's what Vivek represents. He is the ultimate fuck you message from the GOP to their own voter base. Oh, they're not deporting people. They're just bringing in a bunch of H-1B visas. Oh, they closed the borders, but they're not getting rid of any.
God.
Anybody, oh, well, they don't actually like care about heritage Americans and American traditionalism, and they're saying shit like, you know, somebody who's an American citizen for 2 seconds is just as much an American as somebody who has a family heritage that's been here for 300 years, which is some shit that fucking Vance has actually said. That's what Vivek represents. Do you get that? Do you understand? And a lot of these fucking idiots who are all about Casey and...
Where has Vance said that? I would love to get a direct quote on that one. Where has he said that?
Hating MAGA, they're still gonna fold and bend over and spread their ass to get fucked because they're a bunch of bitches. They are bitches, and they're still gonna support their masters because they're fucking slaves, and they love being slaves. They love it. They don't want it enough, and that's the problem. The people he was resonating with, unfortunately, he wasn't going after the people that were hungry enough to say fuck you. And so that's why Vivek needs to lose. It's not about Republican or Democrat. It's about fucking with this system, and it's about sending a message back. You know how I said Vivek was a message to us?
That's right, guys. We need to put our enemies in power so that ultimately we can win.
That's why we need to send a message to them. Fuck you. We're not putting up with this. We're not accepting this. You guys doing the bare minimum doesn't cut it anymore. And that's kind of the problem. The bare minimum, almost winning, almost getting 20% of the votes, you know, getting half of the votes.
What do they think will happen if you hand the whole government over to the Dems? A renaissance? I think so, honestly. They might actually be that fucking stupid, man. They think accelerationism is, you know, a dead fucking guarantee of flipping the, I guess, sentiment politically, but no. They do realize that accelerationism works in both directions, right? If you accelerate fast enough, the party that's in power typically maintains power, not the opposite.
All of these things, they're not good enough anymore. If James Fishback loses his race, which he probably will, we're gonna have shit to say about him too. All right, this is where he fucked up. This is what he should have done better. Sure, it is a good sign that people are willing to accept this rhetoric, but you have to be honest. And a part of being honest is kind of recognizing that we're not at a point in time in America to where we can just be okay with like almost winning. All right, well, it's time to vote for the GOP, I guess. I guess we'll just have to vote for Vivek. No, fuck that. That's the goal, is for Vivek to lose. That's always been the goal, and that's one of the reasons.
Hold on, I'm just curious real quick. Let's see what type of shit he has on here. Goy reacts. So yeah, this is a JQ channel who is now advocating for the Jewish Democrat. Yo, guys, we got to defeat Vivek in order to prevent Israeli influence in U.S. politics by electing the Jewish woman as governor of Ohio. Only the greatest Groyper brain could think of such a masterful plan. Holy shit, man. Yeah, this is literally a JQ channel. And, you know, his end goal is to elect the fucking Jewish woman to governor. Genius.
Why I wasn't so gun-ho behind Casey is because I just knew he wasn't going to win. And look, maybe he could have won if he did the campaign better, but honestly...
No, he was never going to win. You are not going to win a plus 15 Trump state by shitting on Trump. 95% of people do not regret their vote. And that goes for across the board on Democrats and Republicans. I hate to break it to y'all, but, you know, little Catboy Fuentes does not reflect the general sentiment among the U.S. when it comes to Trump. Trump is still incredibly popular with his actual base. And that is very hard for these guys to accept.
Probably not. It probably would have just been a lot closer, but Casey just wasn't able to resonate with the right set of people. And maybe if he didn't burn the MAGA flag, he could have appealed to more voters. He said that's not what he's about. He's not about lying. He's about being honest and authentic. And that's great and all, but it's like, dude, you're going up against people that are bloodthirsty. You're going up against people that literally do not fucking give a shit about integrity. And I get that there are things that you're just not willing to compromise on. I get that there's just certain things you're not willing to move on, and that's great. But the problem is that doesn't fucking matter if you lose. As a whole, as Americans, you have to kind of understand the fact you've already lost. You don't have a country anymore. Don't you get that? Don't you understand that? You fucking already lost your country. The sovereignty of your nation does not exist. A future of this country for your kids, that doesn't exist anymore. You don't have that. So when you talk about shit, you know, like I said to Zeb, when I got into my back and forth with him yesterday, which, by the way, I love Zeb. I don't...
The irony of him literally playing Zog Slop on the screen at the same time while talking about this is actually comical.
I don't hate Zeb at all. We just disagree on certain things. This is one
that irony is not lost.
That's fine. But I have a lot of respect and love for Zeb. He's a great guy. But we had a little back and forth. And it's like, that's kind of the problem. It's like, dude, we do not have this luxury to play nice. We don't have this luxury to not get dirty. You're going up against bloodthirsty traitors, bloodthirsty thieves that are...
Isn't this the Dragon Age with the trans character in it, too?
Literally raping the country. They've already sold the country to the highest bidder. It's not yours anymore. Don't you understand that? You're not fighting to protect it. You've already lost it. You're fighting to get it back. So stop playing by the...
Okay, then why vote, bro? Why vote?
Rules. I see so many people talk about how voting doesn't matter and how, like, it's all fake and it's all gay and how, like, yeah, there's no point to anything. You can't do anything. And it's like, you actually can, dude. It's just that we're so fucking retarded. Americans are so fucking retarded. White people in America are fucking retarded as fuck. Because if we weren't, we wouldn't be here in the first place. But we are. So you're acting like you can just kind of win sometimes. Oh, well, at least we died with our dignity. Dude, you're dead. You want to take it back? You want to win? You have to be willing to fuck with these people. You have to be willing to actually be racist. I'll see people talk about how they don't care if they get called racist. They don't care if they say something mean or if they trigger people. But yet when it comes to actually playing politics...
What have you said that's racist this video? This guy hasn't said a single thing that's racist. He hasn't even called Vivek a stinky Indian yet.
When it comes to actually like doing certain things, they fucking have to do it by the rules. What the fuck? Where did that come from? At what point does that even make sense? You're talking about how you don't care if people think you're racist, but you're afraid to fucking compromise on shit that you can't even like.
Dude, I've said more racist shit watching this video than he has.
Like I'm just not willing to compromise on this. You don't have a fucking choice. I'm just not willing to, you know, not play fair. I gotta play fair. It's like, dude, what do you mean? At what point did your enemy play fair to get what they have? I know we talk about like the birthright of this nation and how us having a heritage here, having a lineage here, this is our country, we have a birthright, that would be true if we owned this country. We don't own it anymore. So all this talk, all these principles, if you want to win, you have to be willing to fuck with these people. You have to be willing to get dirty. All this, talk of like the high ground, the Star Wars quote, all this talk of like the high ground and principle and how like, oh, he's not willing. Look, if Casey wanted to win, he should not have probably burned the shit, whether he means it or not. Do you want to gain power to fucking save your country? People have this idea, oh, well, the only way we can do this is you have to be completely 100% transparent and honest and just like a good fella, a good, honest fella. Dude, nobody who has won or gained power in this country in the past like 30 years has been honest. And you have to realize that's like what we have to start doing as well. I know people got mad at me when I said that. That is the game that you have to play. You have to be willing to get dirty. And people will say that about everything. They'll say shit like, yeah, I'm just waiting for society to collapse and for us to start killing each other. You'll fucking say that, but you're not okay with people lying. You're not okay with like people playing the game of politics the way it's meant to be played, not the way they tell you to play it. The way they tell you to play it is how you lose. And
yeah, guys, this is our base to youth that we have, that's going to save the United States. This is insane, bro. Holy fuck. I mean, I knew groypers were stupid, but yeah, this is pretty wild.
You already know that. You guys say that every day, but then when somebody on our side suggests to do that, you guys start fucking shitting yourselves. Are you crazy? Are you serious? And that's why it's like, it's so unserious. You talk about how there's no consistency from people that are a part of the groups I'm from. You're like, where's the consistency? Where's the honesty? Where's the consistency from you? I can make the same fucking argument. And look, you don't have to like what we're doing. You don't have to support it. That's fine. I get it. A lot of people are not going to like us voting for a Democrat. And I would say this much. Then just don't vote. Then just tap out. That's fine. It would be better. And you know it would be better. There's no good thing that's going to come out of you voting for Vivek. Or you voting for any of the...
Dude, this is insane. That's right, guys. We got to fight Jewish influence in politics and, Jewish people selling out the United States. So, you know what we need to do? Vote for the Jewish Democrat. Truly an 800 IQ take. Only the smartest people could understand what's about to happen. Truly.
These Republicans in any of these midterm elections, there's nothing good that's going to come from it. Unless you could vote for somebody like Casey, unless you could vote for somebody like James, it's not going to benefit you whatsoever. And okay, yeah, fine. Not everybody got behind Casey. Okay, fine, yeah. Here's something you have to recognize about the dissident right.
Is this guy like... Okay, bro. Do you think Vivek's going to raise your taxes? Okay, there's an immediate benefit for you. There you go. Your day-to-day life is immediately better because he's not going to raise your taxes. Done. What the fuck is Amy Acton gonna do? Take in more third worlders? Raise your taxes? Approve the same data centers she's saying that she won't? Stack the fucking, state offices with a bunch of DEI retards and trannies? It's like, what the fuck? I don't fucking get it, man. These guys think they're, like, hyper intelligent, but they're just fucking stupid. They're just fucking stupid. They really are, man. Raymond with the 5, possibly. Let's see how we're doing on time. But yeah, we probably should be able to. And Raving Pegasus with the 2. Indeed, man.
A very low IQ person.
There's never going to be a point in time to where we are all on the same page. That has never been the fucking case. That will never be the case. And I'm going to make a video talking about that later on because there's actual fucking scientific studies that have been done on this subject. It's literally impossible for all...
Dude, there's literally scientific studies! Oh my god, dude, science backs it up? No way.
Of us to kind of come together and decide, all right, this is exactly what we're going to do. We're always going to have people trying to do different things to achieve similar goals. That's just how we are. We're not like the left where we all think the exact same way and we're all willing to take bullets for illegal immigrants in the fucking face. We're not like that. We're different. So we have to accept that and move accordingly. So I get it.
Yeah, guys, we're different from the left because the left actually votes for their politicians even if they don't agree with them. But we're different, guys, because we're also going to vote for the left's politicians because we didn't get everything we wanted. Guys, we're the superior right, dude. We're not homogenous like they are. They only vote for left-wing politicians. Well, guess what? We do too. Yeah. I bet you fucking regret it now, Donald Trump. So fucking retarded. It's just, this is so fucking retarded, man. I just, stop. Holy, man. This is quite something.
If you don't like it, that's fine. But the goal is to make the GOP hurt. It's to show that they don't have as much...
Yeah, guys, let's hurt the GOP by shooting ourselves in the head. That'll show them.
...pull or sway as they think they do, and Vivek is gonna lose. He needs to lose, and he will. And we'll, obviously talk about that more and more in the year. But as it stands with Casey, I have no hate towards him. I know a lot of people really liked him. He resonated with a lot of people online. The problem was he was not able to materialize that into actual movement in Ohio. And that's just the honest truth. You can blame Nick. You can blame anybody who just didn't like him. You can blame me. You can blame the fact he didn't raise enough money. You can just say, well...
Well, dude, Tucker's even worse than a Fed, in my opinion. Tucker's a foreign asset. So, but yeah, I mean... He definitely is a fucking plant. So, there's a reason why Nick has never been arrested when everyone else surrounding him was, so. But Tucker is a foreign asset, which I would argue is almost worse than a Fed, but it is what it is.
It's impossible. You can say whatever. I don't give a shit. I just don't care. The only thing that matters is that Vivek loses. And that might not be good enough for you, but that has been the entire game plan for me and for people like me since before any of this even began. Since before anybody even knew who Casey really was, the game plan was Vivek needs to lose. If that's not good enough for you, I don't care. That's kind of like where we're at, is we don't care. Like, I don't give a shit. I don't care if some older person or even if a younger person gets mad or gets upset. I don't fucking give a shit. It does not matter to me at all. We're at a point in time to where we do not have the luxury of caring. You want to actually take this country back, you have to be willing to do something different, something new.
That's right, guys. If we want to take this country back, we need to hand it over to the party that wants to replace us. Genius. Literally genius. Round of applause. I mean, just absolute intelligence on display that could not be seen anywhere else. This is wild, man. We are truly fucked. And not for the reasons this fucking midwit thinks.
Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. I can't guarantee anything. Nobody on the dissident right can guarantee anything other than shit is just gonna get worse. Whether you have...
Yeah, because you fucking idiots make it. You fucking idiots are allergic to winning. Because you want to make things worse. Because you have no answer. You're like just painfully mid-witted retards. Like, you are the Jake Shields of the world, But at least he has the excuse for having brain damage.
Vivek, or you have a Democrat bitch, it's gonna get worse in Ohio.
Yeah, dude, Trump didn't do one thing I liked, so therefore, I'm voting for Camel Toe. It's over.
There's no escaping that. That's the same everywhere. There's no escaping the fact that it's gonna get worse everywhere. We say that all the time, and yet people act so surprised. And the younger generation, that's kind of like the sentiment they have. They're hungry, they actually want radical change, and they don't care how they get it. And it's the same on both sides. You see that with dissident right, and you see that with dissident left. And that's essentially like the struggle that's coming out of it.
Yeah, but they don't care how they get radical change. What is this change you're getting? What is the change you're getting, you fucking retard? What change are you getting as a result of your actions? Because you haven't thought that far ahead. Oh, dude, different equals good. Not always.
It's not who's standing on ceremony. It's which ideology is willing to go further. Which ideology is willing to play dirty and not apologize for it. And that's essentially where we're at. That's kind of how it's always been. But now it's at a point to where people just don't care. Like the younger generations, Gen Z, my generation, and then especially Gen Alpha. When Gen Alpha, when they become adults, it's going to be magnified. They're definitely not going to be giving a fuck, dude, because we don't have a future. We don't have a country. Maybe this works. Maybe it doesn't. But you know what doesn't work is playing the same game, is doing the same shit, is being a good little goy cattle slave, voting for your GOP.
Yeah, that's right, guys. Don't be goy cattle. Instead, vote for the Jewish woman to run your state. Guys, we need to elect a Jewish woman to the highest position of power in our state so that we can avoid being goy cattle. Genius, man. Literal fucking genius.
Masters, the Democrats and the Republicans,
I really just kind of want to leave a comment on this dude's video and say, you do realize Amy Acton is Jewish, right? I don't know if he realizes that or not. I don't even fucking live in the state of Ohio. I don't even live in the state of Ohio, and I know this. This is crazy to me, bro.
Both need to be dismantled. They both need to be radically altered.
Don't be goy cattle. You know, elect Jewish women to run your state instead.
They need to be burned to the ground, and something new needs to come from it. But we do not live in a system to where you can just make a third party and that works. You have to fuck with the system. You have to hurt the system. You have
you have to hurt the system by electing Democrats across all facets of government, because that'll totally own the system, dude.
To make these people fear you, and then in doing so,
they won't need you. Are you really? This is a numbers game. They won't need you by the time you finally get a chance. By the time you finally burn it all down, man, they will import so many people that it won't even matter if every single one of you votes homogenous. Your voice will be stomped out like a worm underneath their boot. Good Lord, bro.
they're going to make even more mistakes, and you're going to be able to capitalize on that, and then you're going to be able to seize control, and then you're going to be able to change it. And then from that,
you're going to be able to seize control. How? How are you seizing this control, dude? Do you think they're going to give it up? You think once they have absolute power, they're just going to hand it over? But we voted for you. Now we're not voting for you, so you need to give up your power. Yeah, that's how it works, bro. That's exactly how it fucking works.
That you will have more power, and with that power, you can save your nation. You're not.
What power? What power? What power are you attaining? None. You will have none. Because any little semblance of power you think you have now will be stripped away the second the Democrats get in office. They'll put you in fucking jail. They will debank you. They will fucking make you untouchable. Like they did in 2020 all the way to 2025. Like, these people don't realize how bad it used to actually be. You literally couldn't even question COVID on you couldn't even use the word COVID on social media in 2020 without getting banned. You couldn't utter the word of the thing that had the entire world shut away, locked up. And these fucking people think they're going to get power back. They can shut you down in 3 fucking seconds. You will cease to exist before you could even remotely pose a threat.
Be saving your nation by everybody being honest and being upfront. And like when people say to me, I've had people say like, Tom, why don't you show your face? Why don't we all just show our faces and we're just, being honest and being truthful and being real? That's the only thing we can stand behind. It's like, dude, that's how you're going to get everybody killed. We don't actually all need to do that. Actually, most of us don't need to be doing that. And so this is just a different strategy. That's what we're doing. No hate towards Casey at all. For me personally, I know a lot of people in groups that I'm kind of around have been shitting on him and they've been going really hard. But I mean, a lot of people in general have been just shitting on Casey. And I feel bad for him. I really do. But the problem is, this was never about you winning. If you guys want to be mad about that and yell and scream and whatever, I don't give a shit. It's about Vivek.
Hold on, let's just see real quick. So, the Jew cries out in pain as he mixes curry into your mayonnaise. Let's see. Yeah, nobody points out that Amy Acton is Jewish. I don't care who wins as long as Vivek loses. Noticers already know that voting simply does not work, and voting your way out of this is not the solution. That's right, man. If you are elected into any position of meaningful power, it's because a certain group of bankers allowed it to happen. I'm just curious. Nobody's pointed out the fact that she's Jewish yet. I don't think they realize this. I actually don't fucking think they realize the fact that she's Jewish. Like, they might actually be that fucking stupid, man. They might actually be that fucking dumb. I'm Jewish and I crawled out of my tunnel to watch this. Let's see. No. Let's see. R.I.P. Let's see if somebody pointed it out here. Let's see. It's going to be terrible. No. Okay, here's somebody who's actually pointing it out. Amy Acton was basically the ruler of the state during COVID time. You had to listen to her pretty much every night on the news telling or talking to you like she's some drunk wine aunt telling you. Okay, there's still no mention that she's actually Jewish. I'm just curious, bro. These genius-level JQers don't even realize that the politician they're looking to fucking prop up is actually the thing they claim to hate. Casey lost because GOP leadership wanted him to lose? Yeah. He aimed for the crown and fucking missed, so. Yeah, there's not one person that's pointing out that she's actually Jewish. This is quite interesting, man. This is, you know, very much an indicator of Groyper-level intelligence. So, this is, you know, Groyper-level intelligence on display. Let's see. Raving Pegasus with the 5. The majority of Dems hate America and want our way of life destroyed. That's right, dude. Exactly. And, you know, these fools think they're going to give up power all of a sudden. Yeah, good fucking luck with that. I don't know, dude. This is some real midwittery.
Losing, that has not changed. It is still the same goal. And maybe another time you can run and you can win. Maybe after this Democrat chick wins in Ohio, and then everybody in Ohio realizes, wow, Republicans suck ass and Democrats suck ass, maybe that will be your moment to run again. And maybe, just maybe, you'll win. Who knows? Maybe that's what you need to do.
But what will be left of the state at that point?
But ultimately, the one piece of advice I would give you, and I doubt he's watching this, but if he is, the one piece of advice I would give you, Casey, is if you want to run on this message, which I actually think it is authentic. I do. I don't think you're just saying it just to say it. I think you really are about it. But you have to understand the older generations, they're not. They're not hungry for it. You need to go.
Griffin would give up power if we vote. Fuck no. Dude, the very first... like, let's say in theory that I became president, you know. Yeah, that's never going to happen. But let's just say, the very first thing would be a military purge. I would purge all leadership of the military and literally handpick every single person who is loyal to me and me alone in order to take their place. So, infer from that what you will of what I would do.
Go after the younger people.
Fuck no.
You need to resonate with them.
You know, I'm not going to be... you know, if I ever get in that position, bro, I'm not going to be a footnote of history.
At all costs. And I'm not saying you didn't try that. I think you did. But I just think you missed the mark. And maybe next time around, you can try it, and maybe you'll get it. But at this point in time, if you really are about the plan, if you really want to, you know, help your fellow countrymen winning back this nation, you want Vivek to lose. And that means it's this Democrat chick winning. You might not like it. Fine. Who cares? Nobody cares. That's what we're going to do. Because it's not about Democrat and Republican. It's about taking control of the system. It is possible. And to everybody who's dooming and blackbilling, it's like you either just have no hope whatsoever, which makes you kind of useless to this whole movement to begin with.
Nah, you'd have to deal with the CIA. Nah, it wouldn't matter. I'm not going to lead. See, this is the other thing, too, is I would basically have, you know, the Fuhrer bunker from the very beginning. I would basically build, essentially, the equivalent of that to where I would be basically untouchable. And I would only operate through proxies. So I would never see sunlight, essentially, until things were secured.
No offense, but it's like this movement, the only way it's going to win, the only way we're going to save anything is with hope. Is with hope and determination and a willingness to be mean, to play dirty, and to not apologize. Like, actually, not to say it and then kind of be it, but to fully be about that.
Like the 40K Emperor? Yeah, pretty much like that, I guess, sure.
That is the only way we're going to win. So, I'll leave it at that, but that's Ohio.
Tucker's dad would take me down. Brutal, man. The neat president. Yeah, dude, that's the thing. Is like, you know, I would be like paranoid to the max over that type of shit. So
Vivek Ramaswamy has the nomination. Nobody is surprised. And the same plan is in place. It's the same goal. Nothing has changed. And I mean, that's where it's going to leave off. But let me know what you guys think. I know a lot of you were really kind of gunning for Casey. I know a lot of you really wanted him to win. And like I said, 17%, for what he did, 17.5% is pretty good. I'm not going to sit here and be like these other people that are saying, oh, that's fucking horrible. It's good. But the problem is it's not good enough. And we're not here to hand out participation trophies. We're here to win. That's the only thing that matters. Because us not winning really is, us dying. And I said this to somebody the other day. It's like, if we don't win, and if white Americans don't get completely eradicated from us losing, you know what it will be? It will be white people living on reservations 200 years from now. So if it's not complete death...
That's right, guys. That's why we need to elect the Jewish Democrat to governor.
It's going to be complete fall from grace, and there will be no coming back from that. It will be like fate is sealed forever. So that is why it's important. And
Yeah, dude, we need to elect the single most prominent demographic of person in the United States that is pushing for white replacement to a position of power in order to prevent white people from being sent to the reservation.
You can make excuses if you want, but excuses are not good. It doesn't do anything to make your life better or to, make this movement gain any power. It's not good enough, and if that's all that matters to you is ceremony and not compromising and not being, playing dirty and being this honest person, it's like honesty is great. It's awesome. Unfortunately, it is a weakness in the system. It is. There is no way to get around that. You might not like that. I know me as a Christian kind of saying that is bad, but that's just the truth. We don't live in Candyland where, the truth comes out and everybody can just bend.
AIPAC doesn't have to lobby Thomas Massie out. All he has to do is, keep spewing anti-Trump shit, and he's gone. Do you know what's interesting? You know what's funny about Thomas Massie? That dude's such a fucking fraud. Hold on, let me see if I can find this. His political ads are literally him glazing Trump. Which is the ironic part. He's so worried about losing that he's literally putting out pro-Trump ads in Kentucky in order to try and act like he's one of Trump's greatest allies. Let me see. I don't think he has them on YouTube. Let's see. Campaign. I saw this on Twitter the other day. Is this it? I don't know if this is it or not.
So there's no sense in trying to avoid it. Let's just talk about the elephant in the room. I agree with President Trump a whole lot more than I disagree with him. The list is long. The Save America Act to require proof of citizenship.
Voted no, by the way.
To vote. Stopping immigrant welfare. Fighting the woke agenda. Defending the
Guys, he's Trump's biggest ally.
Second Amendment. Protecting the life of the unborn. Securing the border. I'm Thomas Massie, and
This isn't the one I saw, but also he did actually vote against securing the border, FYI. The big, beautiful bill, voted no. But, just another example of your Lehecken-based, honest politician, dude. A true patriot like Thomas Massie, standing up for his principles rather than, whatever, shilling Donald Trump. Yeah, no. He knows he's going to lose if he doesn't shill for Trump. So, that's the thing. Trump is the Republican Party. Whether these fuckers want to admit it or not, Trump has made them his bitch. Period.
I approve this message because President Trump and I have a whole lot more to get done together.
That's right, dude. They're going to work together. Oh my God, it's so wonderful. I can't afford this shit. What a clown, bro. What an absolute clown. I can't afford this shit. Griffin and all Gen Z voted for Biden? Fuck no. Dude, the very first time I ever voted was for Trump, so nope. Wrong. The only person I have ever voted for in any capacity for anything related to a presidential election, primary or actual election, is Trump. So... let's see. Oski with the 2. Who's this? Hold on. Let me pull it up over here so it's got full volume.
Wowie zowie!
Indeed, man. Wowie zowie indeed. And Resident Evil Zombify with the 2. What do you think about this new virus going? It's probably nothing like Ebola. It's probably just more fear porn like Ebola was, or what was the other one they were trying to hype up for a while? Yeah, I wouldn't really be too worried about it. Let's see.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Griffin, I live just outside of Louisville, Kentucky, in Spencer County, Kentucky. He's running for Congress, man. In the Congress... Oh, wait, in the congressional district I live... Oh, interesting. I see these ads all the time. Yeah, dude, he's one of the biggest, you know, Trump supporters in Congress. Obviously. Thomas Massey, a name synonymous with backing President Trump. It's just hilarious, dude. They all love to LARP that Thomas Massey is like this, you know, enlightened ideologue who, you know, stands for his principles over party, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, he's a fucking fraud. He's mad that Trump told him to sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up. And his ego will not allow him to admit that, you know, he was out of line, period. The dude voted with Biden on pretty much everything and now wants to act like he's some principled ideologue, and it's just pathetic. He's a fucking LARPing retard, just like the rest of them. So...
together and unite together and destroy the enemies, you need to fucking be willing to do what is necessary. And a lot of people will say that in regards to like violence and Fed posting and like guns. They'll say, oh yeah, you gotta be willing to do what it takes, and I'm just waiting for society to collapse so we can get to work. You're not willing to do that now, but just from a different point of view. Do you not see how that's, I don't know, it just seems kind of clownish. Like, it's like, are you really serious now? Like, you're not willing to do what's necessary at this moment? You're just gonna wait for it all to go to shit and for millions of people to die? Okay. You do that, we're gonna do something different. How about that? And if you're just gonna complain the entire way, you're just losing respect every single time. So that's all I'm going to say about it, but what do you guys think? Do you agree? Do you disagree? And, you know, as always, if you did enjoy the video, like, comment, and subscribe, share it with a friend, hit the bell notification to get notified when I upload in the future. You know, follow me on Rumble. We have a lot of exclusives on Rumble, and on there I can be completely uncensored, so it's a lot of fun, and it's a good platform to have just in case if something happens to my YouTube channel. So go follow me there. Follow me on X. We're always posting on X, and as always, guys, thank you so much for the love and the support. You know, I've
Holy man. Do I know what was in the big, beautiful bill? Do you? Tell me what was so egregious. Tell me what was so bad compared to Biden's Build Back Better, and tell me why Thomas Massey voted for that instead of Trump's. Feel free. Let me know. Whenever I ask for a specific example, I never get one. So, I would love to hear what exactly about the big, beautiful bill was so terrible that Thomas Massey in good faith couldn't vote for it, but was so wonderful about the Build Back Better that, you know, he was okay with voting for. Please, feel free to elaborate. Let's see, Nacris with the 5. Appreciate it, man. Griffin, have you heard of Nate Morris and Andy Barr? I have not. They're running for Congress where I live at 2. No, I have not.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Andy Barr. That sounds familiar. Well, actually, let me look it up. Andy Barr. Attorney, representative for Kentucky's. Okay. And then who's the other guy? No, I don't think I've heard of this dude. I'm thinking of somebody else. So it looks like Nate Morris withdrew from the Kentucky race. No, Thomas Massey is a lolbert. Like, he's unironically a fucking lolbert. So. Alright, well, I'm not seeing any specific examples in the chat, so it's like I thought. You know. I'm still, you know, feel free to drop it in the chat whenever you'd like. Let me know what was so egregious about the big, beautiful bill. So, let's see. Mo 1780. I'm waiting. You asked me if I knew what was in the big, beautiful bill. Well, I'm guessing you do, so feel free to elaborate. You named 2? Well, I wasn't really asking you for 2, but let me see. Deregulated building of AI data centers. That's a good thing. And what was the other one you put? I only see that one. Yeah, I don't see anything else. The whole AI data center thing is an IQ test, if you ask me. If you're against the AI data centers, you don't understand the long-term ramifications of not having them in the United States. So, period. If you think it's a good thing to outsource our compute and make us reliant on other foreign countries who will build them instead, that's the reason why we're in this entire mess with the chip manufacturing, with rare earth minerals, with oil, and everything else. The more America is reliant on foreign governments for anything, the worse off we are. So, if the data centers don't get built in the U.S., they'll get built somewhere else, and then we are at that country's mercy. So, hate to break it to you. Do you want to be reliant on the Chinese in order to have internet access? Just a question. Okay, well, Mo 1780 has gone completely silent, so I'm guessing he has nothing. As usual, you know. The expert who, you know, insinuated I don't know what's in the bill obviously doesn't know what's in the bill himself. So, there we go. But Griffin, didn't you say before the AI stuff is going to pop and not be much of anything? No, I think long-term the AI stuff will definitely stick. I think people overestimated how quickly it would take effect. So, That's more of where I'm at on it. I think people overestimated how quickly AI would be able to replace a lot of functionality. But long term, it's obvious. Like automation and, you know, basically, you know, reducing manpower and mundane routine tasks is going to, you know, be where AI shines. So it's just, they've overestimated how quickly it can be implemented effectively. But long term, no. AI is here to stay. Let's see. Osky with the 5. We will... Wait, will we ever get the answer to your question? I don't think so. I don't think so.
I guess we'll never know.
That's, you know, I'm starting to feel that way too. I remember you said the bubble will probably pop and it's too early for AI, but down the road it'll be a thing. Yeah, exactly. That's where I kind of stand on it still to this day. Is, you know, I think this whole, like, massive money laundering, essentially, you know, pyramid scheme shit where all these AI stocks are just, like, fucking going crazy. Yeah, that's definitely going to pop. But, again, long term, AI is not going anywhere. Like, dude, the fact, like, even if you just look at, like, AI slop videos, bro. Like, AI slop videos. Like, dude, that is just insane. Like, if you know anything about animation, the amount of man hours and work that it took in the past to make even just something as stupid as, like, AI slop animations. Like, that's weeks of work that can be done in seconds. So you apply that to something that actually matters, it's an incredibly powerful tool. The problem is can it be implemented in a way to where it's not only efficient, but also, you know, effective and accurate? And that's where I think a lot of people jump the shark, is they think, like, it's perfect right out of the gate, and it's not. It needs a lot of refining. Well, we're already building more RAM production facilities, but that just takes time to set up. So yeah, eventually it will. I'm not denying AI, but propping up the numbers with data centers, speculative demand is dumb. Okay. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. No Aryan soul? I don't know. I think a lot of AI shit that I've seen recently has a lot more soul in it than something that comes from Disney, for example. There's been a lot of AI videos I've seen that have a lot more soul recently than anything coming out of, like, mainstream media. To be completely honest. Like, yeah. Unrelated, but really enjoying my Steam Deck so far. I don't get the hate. Who hates the Steam Deck? I thought the Steam Deck was pretty much universally liked. The Thinker statue and Michelangelo can't be replaced. They also can't be replicated at all. But That's an issue of us not classically training artists. Instead, we have garbage Jewish pop art, which is disgusting and visually repulsive. I see a lot of people in chat talk down about it. Yeah, I just don't use mine. I don't know. I'd rather just use my Switch, honestly. But yeah, for what it is, it's fine. It's a nice little emulation machine, especially. That's what I think the best use case would be. Got your wisdom teeth removed? Nice. Am I excited for the new Gears? Not really. I'm not really excited for anything related to Xbox these days, man. You know, I've been burned so many times. It's like, let's see. Resident Evil Zombify with the 10. Appreciate it, man. VTubers boycotting a game, NTE, that they were sponsored. Oh, sponsored by because of AI found. Did they give the money back? Expedition 33 has AI, but they love it. RE9 has AI, but they love it. Keep that same energy? That's impossible, bro.
Keep that same energy.
The thing is, what is NTE? NTE gameplay. Let's see. Oh, it's this weeb shit. Okay. Yeah, dude, didn't this hit like 100 million downloads or something already? Yeah. The AI purity test retards are not going to have any impact on this game. So, the AI purity test, you know, Redditors are just, you know, clowns at this point. Every fucking game has used AI. Pretty much in the past 15 years, if you developed a video game, you use some form of AI. Most of these VTubers use AI thumbnails. It's different when I do it. Exactly. Exactly. So, it's selective outrage as usual. The purity testing with AI, I think, is retarded. Like, who cares? It's like, is the game good or not? Is the game good? Awesome. I'm going to play it. Is the game shit? Great. I'm also not going to play it. Like, I don't fucking care. Give me a good game. I really don't give a shit how you make it. You know, you enslave 55 Chinese children that sit there and do nothing but code all day. Like, I don't fucking give a shit. Like, just give me a good game, bro. I really don't care how it's made. It has no impact on me whatsoever or my purchasing decisions.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oscar with the 5, if you don't mind having this on, it would be nice. Let me see. Fuck, dude, this thing's so fucking gay. Okay, sure. Yep. I was just playing this earlier, actually. The game, not the music. But yeah, the music for this game's actually pretty solid. It's very, you know, Euro-themed. And Raving Pegasus with the 5. Time for me to throw 1K for a pair of 64GB DDR5 memory. 32 gigs isn't cutting it for the type of workloads I throw at my PC. Well, at least you can sell your 32 gigs, right? So you can get some of the money back. But yeah, it's brutal, man. I'm potentially gonna have to get some more RAM as well, so I feel you. I feel you. Hopefully that's all I have to get, but I might have to get more than that too. I guess we'll find out. But at least you can get some money back, hopefully. I wasted 6K on 128 gigs. I was gonna get 128 gigs, but they didn't offer it. They did not offer it. I have 64 gigs. It was a waste of money because I don't play new games. Yeah. I just need it because I have a bunch of applications open. If all I was doing for was gaming, I would just get 20 or 32 gigs. That'd be more than enough, most likely.
When the Nintendo Switch 2 launched last year, it came with GameCube games on the NSO service, but regular Switch 1 owners would not see this update. It seemed like regular Switch was not powerful enough for GameCube emulation. However, this is not entirely true. What you're seeing here is Tico, a custom emulation front end specifically designed for the Nintendo Switch 1. It takes a controller-first interface and is designed.
I don't really think anybody was saying that it wasn't powerful enough for it. It's just pretty obvious Nintendo wanted a unique feature for the Switch 2. That's my guess.
And with a very simple and clean user interface that maximizes performance, simplicity, and what the team calls long-term portability. Tico is essentially a front end that allows for many open source emulators to run games. Nothing new here, right? However, what's interesting here is that recently an update to the application has seen Sega Saturn emulation included in February, and just more recently and more exciting, GameCube and Nintendo Wii games via Dolphin. And the results are very impressive. Put side by side the NSO Switch 2 version of Luigi's Mansion running on the Switch, you can see here that it's running under Tico exceptionally well. Emulation front ends aren't new. Take RetroArch, one of the longest running emulation front ends in existence. RetroArch is many things, but it is not a user-friendly experience. Much of the time in RetroArch, you're spending countless hours configuring...
this is that Shadows of Rome game or whatever for the PS2.
Browsing file menus, searching for that single option buried 4 levels deep in the menus for that one thing that you're looking for. Tico replaces all this with a simple-to-use interface with only really 3 main pieces: game organization.
Oh, is that Eternal Darkness? I always get the two confused. I need to play Shadows of Rome. That's what it made me think of. There's very few Roman-themed games. Wait, what was I just gonna read? Fuck. I got distracted. Fuck, never mind.
Asset management and emulation cores. It requires almost zero user configuration, but it still has settings menus for advanced users to tweak just in case you need to get a little more complicated. As an example, for any type of game that you play, holding down the plus and minus buttons will bring up the in-game menu. From here, you can save and load your state, adjust your settings, and exit the emulator. All the games that you run via Tico already have button mappings applied, so you can just jump in and play. Now, it does go without saying that Tico natively runs on a modded Nintendo Switch and allows for native ARM64 emulators such as Dolphin to run without the need to switch to Android or Linux. Now, if you are someone that is familiar with the Switch modding scene, downloading and installing it and setting it all up should be very easy for you to do. Just simply install it onto your SD card and then launch into the NRO as you normally would. There is a comprehensive GitHub and wiki page that will walk you through where you need to put your ROMs just in case you want to set that up. And for GameCube and Nintendo Wii emulation, there is no further files that you need to install. There is no BIOS files that are required. But I did mention that Tico is a front end for many different emulators. Now, these emulators are not provided with the distribution. When you first run Tico, what you'll need to do is download them individually, depending on the emulators that you want. Not only this, you must go into the experimental menu and enable the checkbox for GameCube and Nintendo Wii. This also outlines that for Nintendo GameCube and Nintendo Wii emulation, an overclock must be provided. This is of course to get some good performance out of GameCube and Wii games running on the Switch 1. Without it, the games will run a lot worse. But there is more to Tico than just GameCube and Nintendo Wii. That is, of course, the focus of this particular video, but I do want to outline there's also emulation cores available for the Sega Saturn, Sega Dreamcast, and even the Sony PlayStation Portable. The Dreamcast and Sega Saturn will require BIOS files. So with providing the appropriate BIOS images and your ROM files, you can now go into the Tico menu and scan your ROMs. From here, you can even download covers and apply them to your favorites menu. When you launch into Tico, this menu will be the first thing that you see, and from here you can easily select a game on any one of these emulation cores. And the user experience overall is exceptional. And I've been spending the last week or so testing out various games running under GameCube, Nintendo Wii, Sega Saturn, and even Sega Dreamcast emulation. And the results overall here are very impressive. Now for Nintendo Wii and Nintendo GameCube, you're still going to see a pretty low compatibility, but the emulation is improving with every single build, and it seems like now that we're at the 0.071 release, the stability is getting much better. I'm seeing games that weren't running on the previous 0.70 version are now running on 0.71. And what's even more impressive is that Nintendo Wii games are running exceptionally well via Tico. Even games such as Tatsunoko vs. Capcom, although while in the game is still running quite slow, the menus and the snappiness of the emulation is very, very promising. Another game that I tested was Resident Evil 4 Wii Edition, which is something that I didn't really expect to run very well on Tico on the Nintendo Switch. And as you can see here, it runs exceptionally well. It's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but overall the emulation quality here is great. Another game that is kind of known for being quite demanding via Dolphin emulation is Eternal Darkness. Again, under Tico, it ran at 60 frames per second. It does have some stutter and some slowdown, but I believe this is most likely due to shader compilation. Zack and Wiki was another Nintendo
shaders
Wii game that I tried, at least in the early intro section, and that ran except.
Yeah, that Michael Jackson Wii game has been a little known secret of video game reselling for a while. A lot of the old Just Dance games and stuff like that are worth quite a bit. Same with Guitar Hero and all of that shit. Anything with licensed music typically resells for a pretty decent amount.
Well. Now, I will say I was unable to get the controls working correctly for some reason. I'm not sure if I need to do some configuration here. I ran some PlayStation portable games via PSP, and the God of War game here ran pretty well. Now, of course, this is only running 1x native resolution, so we're not doing any type of native resolution upscaling, which I think would significantly hurt performance. But running PSP games at this level of performance on my Nintendo Switch is something that I've never been able to do. I also tried out Sega Saturn emulation via Yaba Sanshiro. This ran pretty well for the most part. There's definitely some slowdown with Virtua Fighter 2, but this is also a very demanding game, and it does use the high resolution mode. As well as this, I ran Dreamcast emulation. This is Grandia 2, and this game did not miss a beat. And this is running the Flycast emulator in the back end, and overall, very, very impressed. Now, of course, the main reason why we're using Tico is for GameCube and Nintendo Wii, and having the ability to basically take as many Nintendo games and have them available on one particular system is really the big draw card. This was something that I wanted to accomplish on the Nintendo Wii U with GameCube and Nintendo Wii backward compatibility, as well as things like Game Boy Advance, Super Nintendo, NES, and previous systems. But the Switch with GameCube and Nintendo Wii really is the closest thing to having an all-in-one system that can play every single Nintendo game up into the Nintendo Switch. Of course, Nintendo DS and 3DS is currently not available, but who's to say that Tico won't come with a Melon DS core later on. Now, the secret sauce to the GameCube game running so well on Tico is because it's doing some automatic overclocking. Now, in the back end, what it's doing is that it's applying an automatic overclock of 1.7 GHz on the CPU and 768 MHz on the GPU, regardless if you're running in handheld or in dock mode. Now, this of course is required as many of the GameCube and Wii games won't run as well as normal. But if you do have SysClock installed or Horizon OC and UltraHand, then it's possible to push those clocks even further and get even better levels of performance, which is what I think a lot of people are going to do, especially if you own a Mariko Revision Nintendo Switch, which has a high overhead for really boosting those clocks above 2 GHz across the board. So yes, if you do have a modded Nintendo Switch, maybe you've upgraded to a Switch 2 and your modded Nintendo Switch is sitting in your drawer, then this may be a reason for you to charge the batteries up and take a look. This was definitely a reason for me to charge up my OLED Switch after about a year of it sitting in a drawer, and I'm happy that I did, because the results here are very impressive. Right now, Tico and GameCube emulation is still in a very much an alpha state. However, with overclocking tools at our disposal, we can boost those frame rates and get some really excellent performance out of many games. Compatibility list testing is ongoing, and right now it's fair to say that it's still around 30 to 40% of all games that are considered playable. But there are already reports of stable performance.
My favorite Star Fox game? Yep, the only one I ever played.
Across many games. Titles such as Metroid Prime, Luigi's Mansion, and even Wii games such as Super Mario Galaxy are all up and running. And this poses an interesting discussion. The Nintendo Switch Online service has a very limited GameCube selection on Switch 2, and yet, on a Nintendo Switch, we can run a lot more GameCube and even Nintendo Wii games, something that the Switch 2 is currently incapable of doing. For me, this is a very exciting prospect, because ultimately, enthusiasts have always wanted a Nintendo system that ran every single game before it, and Nintendo's official GameCube rollout for Switch 2 has been extremely slow, with only a handful of games releasing for the system, and it seems like they're only really addressing updates and fixing bugs, rather than adding more titles. Titles such as Twilight Princess and Super Mario Sunshine are still not available on the NSO, but both titles are perfectly playable on Tico. So of course, once again, it's up to the community to fill.
Well, I think that's because they already released Super Mario Sunshine on the 3D All-Stars collection.
In that gap, albeit on the Nintendo Switch, you can play literally hundreds of Nintendo GameCube and Wii titles via Tico on your Nintendo Switch 1. But somehow, you can only play a very small smattering of GameCube titles on your Switch 2 via an online service that you have to pay a yearly subscription for. But ultimately, Tico is one of the most exciting things that I've seen in Nintendo Switch Homebrew in a very long time. And overall, I think this service is only going to get better. And as mentioned, if you do have a modded Nintendo Switch and you want to check it out for yourself, I will leave a link to the GitHub page in the description below. And let me know your thoughts about Tico in the comments below, how you're faring with it, what games are running well for you. I definitely want to hear what you guys have to say. But for now, we're going to leave it here for today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. If you liked it, please don't forget to leave me a thumbs up, and we will catch you guys in the next episode. Bye for now.
Disney should sell Rogue Squadron to... Do they even own the rights to that? Let's see. Rogue Squadron. Who owns the rights to it, I wonder? Okay, it is Lucasfilm who's the publisher. I didn't know, because I think, what, those were GameCube exclusive, right? Yeah, I don't remember which one I played the most. I think it was Rogue Leader is the one I played the most. I don't know, I have my GameCube games somewhere, so I'd be able to tell you. But, actually no, because if I have both, never mind. I don't remember, there was one where you do like the trench, and that was the one I remember I played the most. But I had both of them. Okay, so yeah, it was Rogue Leader. Rogue Leader's the one I played the most. This shit was so hype back in the day.
Towers. Ridley, we've got you covered. I'm going after the towers. Cover me.
This game was sick back in the day, man.
Big switch, follow me. Retreat. You've done all you can. Sorry. Great shot, Luke. Great shot. 2 more to go. 1 more to go.
Hold on, let's just put it at normal speed. Yeah, this shit was great.
Third leader, this is base 1. Keep half your group out of range for the next run.
Yeah, here we go.
Biggs, wedge. Let's close it up. Right with you, Luke.
Yeah, this was Rogue Leader, but yeah, it's Rogue Squadron 2. This was actually kind of tough, I remember. This makes it look a lot easier than it was. The controls were kind of jittery, if I remember correctly. Like, you had to be real careful.
I'm in. I can't stay with you. Hurry up, Luke.
The force is strong with this one. Use the force, Luke. His computer's off. Luke, you switched on
off your targeting computer. What's wrong?
Nothing, I'm all right.
Like how he's refusing to shoot Darth Vader.
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
The audio is sharp. Yeah, honestly, these games are great, man. They were fun. Hold on, wait, let's see. I forget what it was called. Dude, what was that bomb called? Hold on. I think it was Rogue Squadron. The fucking bomb this thing dropped was so satisfying, bro.
Safe delivery system, improved deflect.
Frigate. We've got to protect the frigate at all costs.
See that happening?
One down, 2 to go.
Damn. Dude, there was like this thing it dropped, like in the movie where it like, you know, breaks all the asteroids and shit. The sound effect in this game was so satisfying. I don't remember what it was called. I was trying to see if he used one, but it doesn't look like he has them equipped. That's it. The seismic charge. That's what it was called. That's in Battlefront. Oh well. Trying to see if I could find it in this game.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Let's see. FBI Gaming with the 2. Is that... Yeah, this thing.
Seismic charges. Stand by.
Yeah, you could spam it in the game. And that's what I was trying to find, if somebody had it. Because you could, like, drop 20, or not 20, but you could drop, like, 4 of them, and it would just, like, spam the sound. It was so satisfying. I don't think this mission had it. Yeah, no. I'm a noise autist? No, it's just a very distinct feature of that particular weapon. Like, it's literally a sound pulse device, so... But yeah, it was super fun, man. Great games. Here, I'll see if I can find. Let me see if I can find that video. Relics of Geonosis. That sounds about right.
Rogue leader, this is General Mayday.
Griff relating to fictional villains as a child is a known sign of autism. Oh well.
Away. Engage at will.
Okay, hang on. We're going to.
As fast as we could. Imperial escort carriers. Imperial what sort of sonic charge? They're exclusive to the Imperial Storm Commandos.
Yeah, okay, he's got a bunch of
away
them.
from the frigate. R5, I could use something more powerful right about now. We've got some sort of sonic charge. The escort carrier shields are down. We need help against these Imperials.
That shit was so good, man.
I've got to keep those Imperials away from the frigate. R5, I could use something more powerful right about now. We've got some sort of sonic charge.
If you had a sound system, dude, that shit would rock the fucking room. It was awesome. These old Star Wars games are very soulful, unlike the ones today. I decided I don't like Jedi Survivor or Jedi Fallen. I don't like either of them, personally. You know, I don't want my lightsaber to feel like a pool noodle. I don't think that's too much to ask. I don't understand why they made Star Killer not... Because he's too scary, dude. It's the same reason why they changed the logo of Star Wars from Darth Vader to their new, you know, Zoggy, metrosexual... I don't even remember the guy's name. Fuck. Whatever the Darth Vader replacement in the sequels is. I don't remember his name. But yeah, same reason. They don't like anything that's, you know... not brand friendly. Dude, what the? Which Smash fighters are Christian? Good lord, bro. They're like, people are really tapping out on what type of content they can make. How to ruin video games for yourself. Let's see. Play ones released in the last 5 years.
You're ruining your favorite games, and you don't even realize it. The worst part, the same thing is slowly ruining your life too. There was a point in my
Oh, he's got good music taste, at least.
My life where I genuinely stopped enjoying video games, which made no sense, because gaming was the thing I loved most. I tried switching games, playing less, playing more, but nothing worked. But then I made a few small changes that not only led to a more enjoyable gaming life, but a more fulfilling life overall. So, by the end of this video, you'll see exactly how gaming goes from fun to dull, and how to fix it before it happens to you. Part 1, the winning trap. When playing a game, we often see finishing the game or defeating a boss as winning, but that's a horrible mindset. It leads to people rushing through games, just trying to beat them. Then that turns games into a checklist instead of an experience. Once that happens, you can play for hours and hours and feel nothing. A while back, I saw these two teen boys in the middle of a park with VR headsets on. They were out there running around and swinging their arms. One dude looked like he was wielding a sword, covering his friend, who was wielding some kind of magic. When the magic dude got hit down in the game, he literally laid in the grass while his friend kneeled down to res him. Basked in the light of a setting sun. The experience just seemed
Is that even a... Alright, that sounds like some fucking bullshit, I'm not gonna lie. Like, alright, so they were in the middle of a park playing VR, but multiplayer? How are they connected to the internet?
Heartwarming. Now, I don't know if they won the game or finished the level, but they probably didn't even care if they won. And that's exactly why they enjoyed it. You don't actually have to win in video games, and you certainly don't have to...
What?
100% them. It's important to reframe...
Well, yeah, 100%ing video games is retarded.
Winning video games from being the best to what...
I still refuse to 100% Rebirth to this day. It probably never will, but it's one of my favorites.
Actually matters. Having a good time. If you don't do this, then video games stop being an experience and become a dull chore, where you're just playing to finish game after game with no real connection to them. Enjoying the game is the real win, but that's not what most people are optimizing for. Part 2, why you should play less games. Most people think playing more equals more fun, but it's actually the fastest way to kill it. See, here's the weird part. The more you play, the less exciting games become. For example, having a birthday party once a year is a fun 10 out of 10 event, but if you had a birthday every month or every week, it would stop feeling enjoyable. It would go from a 10 out of 10 experience to a 1 out of 10 experience. But this is where it gets dangerous, because it can trap people in negative loops. Because someone finds gaming not as enjoyable, they decide to game more, hoping that will solve the issue. But in doing so, it makes gaming less enjoyable, resulting in this never-ending loop. Now, that doesn't mean you can only play video games once a year. It just means you should probably only game on weekends. I remember as a kid, I had this one friend who would come over every Friday night to my house. After we finished all of our homework, we would race downstairs to play LEGO Star Wars and LEGO Pirates of the Caribbean. Limiting all of our gaming time to just Friday nights made it feel like such a special event. If you don't learn to control this, then...
Dude, those old LEGO games were fire back in the day. They ruined LEGO Star Wars with the new entry. Like, it sucks. Like, that shit was genuinely bad. You know, the old LEGO Star Wars games were based to shit. This new one they made, like, garbage, bro. Absolute fucking garbage.
Gaming just becomes this repetitive cycle. Even worse, it could lead to the next problem. Part 3, the next game addiction. So when games stop feeling special, you try to fix it another way. You start chasing new ones instead of enjoying the ones you already have. Rather than deeply experiencing a few games, you just dip your toes into many. Before you know it, you've got hundreds of games, and none of them feel meaningful.
What's that like? Not like everybody knows what that's like at all, huh? Gee, what's that like?
I could never imagine having such a symptom.
You're not playing games anymore, you're just collecting them. Growing up, I didn't have 100+ games, but tell you what, having fewer games meant I actually appreciated the games way more. Now, if you genuinely don't like a game, so you don't play it anymore, that's fine. But do you actually need to be buying new video games? I don't know about you, but I would be just as satisfied playing the games I already have. So why do I need more? But just cutting down on the amount of games you play isn't enough. There's one critical step that makes each game truly meaningful. Part 4, the biggest mistake. Most people finish a game and immediately move on. But that's a mistake. When you actually reflect on games, you start realizing they're not just entertainment. In my early high school days, I loved Dungeons & Dragons.
They make you want to kill yourself.
I often played at lunch with my friends. It was all happiness and rainbows until the teacher who ran the club moved schools. Before he left, I had one final conversation with him. In it, he revealed why he played Dungeons & Dragons with students in the first place. He said something that forever shifted my perspective on games. He said the whole campaign is just a string of moral choices. Will the party defend the city from the enemy invasion? Or will they protect one of the last dragon eggs? What should they prioritize? The citizens or the lost?
Nah, I feel like if you actually play a really impactful game, like, you just want to sit there and, you know, just, like, let it marinate a little bit. I don't know. Like, when I beat Final Fantasy 15 the first time, I got, like, so immersed in that game. For, like, the next few months, I didn't want to play anything else, so... I feel like that's more of a thing if you've played something that was really good. You know, you kind of just want to sit back and, you know, kind of take it in. But that only goes for games that are actually worth your time. Most games don't have that effect, because most of them are shit, but... let's see. Mr. Spice Lyncher with the 2. It was over for LEGO games when they lost Mumbles. Oh, yeah, with the voice acting. I agree. That and when they tried to make them, like, over-the-shoulder third-person games. Like, I don't understand why that was ever changed. The fixed camera angle was far superior.
Of the dying dragons. That conversation was when everything changed for me. I realized games are actually just practice for real life. While not all video games have moral choices that make you think deeply and reflect, video games are still a reflection of our own world. That's why I believe
I did 100% Final Fantasy 15. I will not 100% Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. So, Final Fantasy 15 is actually a fun game to 100%. Rebirth is super tedious with the, you know, checklist activities.
It's important to actually stop and reflect on your gaming experience. You consider recording the adventure you just had, or ponder about what it means. Reflecting is one of the most important things you can do, not just with...
I even beat that turtle when it took over an hour to do so before they added the ring. Like, before you could use the ring against the turtle to basically insta-kill it, I actually beat it, which took over an hour. So, that's how much I liked Final Fantasy 15.
Games you play, but life in general. If you just did this, and nothing else in this video, you would soon learn everything I've said in this video, and more. Now, time for the final mistake, that completely changes how you experience not only games, but real life. Part 5, when games replace your life. Everyone...
What's that like? Not like everybody knows what that's like at all, huh? Gee, what's that like?
Wants to achieve something, and that's why video games can feel so fun, because it takes away the risk of failure. But that's the issue. Now your ambition gets trapped inside of a game instead of real life. This is exactly what happened to me. Back in the day, I played an MMO, or massive multiplayer online. It focused on constantly upgrading gear, weapons, skills, and so on. For me, MMOs quickly consumed my life because I wanted to be the best out of everyone in my friend group. And so I quickly began grinding day and night for God knows how long, just to get more gold and items. And this is how games slowly become empty. See, that's the thing. Everyone has a desire to accomplish things in life, even if it's just maintaining the steady life they've already built. But why try leveling up and improving yourself if it's just easier to do it in a game? Despite that, it's vital you direct your ambition at important things, like achieving your dreams, getting better at other hobbies, improving your body, or your mental health. Now, this is just my personal list, and whether you follow all this or not is entirely up to you. But from my experience, if you implement everything in this video, both your time gaming and time spent IRL will be more enjoyable. Nowadays, I sit down once a week or so, and I have a blast playing video games. And at the same time, I still have fun doing important stuff for myself, IRL. If that isn't a great gaming routine,
touch grass, chuds? Never.
Then I don't know what is. If you
I'm
like
not going to touch grass,
self-improvement and learning life lessons from video games, then check out more of my content or join my free school community. Keep your sword sharp. Bye-bye.
Wowza. The most annoying trend? What is it? People who pretend to be retro or whatever? I don't fucking know.
Criticism of something can sometimes become more annoying than the thing itself. Today we're going to be talking about culture because things are changing. Things ain't the way they used to be no more. People have started...
That's for sure.
...to recognize that after 2020 there was some shift.
That's putting... No, it's not after 2020. That's a cope.
Where nerdy topics suddenly became cool, mainstream, and trendy. I heard it get called the great switch up or great shift on TikTok. Things you'd get bullied for liking just 10 years ago, video games, anime, alternative music, that now is pop culture. Whereas before it lived kind of on the fringes. These are strange times. For example, I was on Tinder last night because I'm a chud, and I saw somebody's profile say swipe right if you've heard of FNAF, which was absolutely
chuds are not on Tinder, bro.
Baffling to me because back in 2014 I got called a
chuds are not on Tinder. Fake cell.
Furry and loser for loving that series by everybody in my school, but now it's literally everywhere and everyone on earth knows about it. I can't escape it. I go into a Walmart and a GameStop in my mall and it's just Five Nights at Freddy's everywhere in the vicinity. I'm not really sure why this is. The pandemic forcing people to be inside and congregate online could have something to do with this. But whatever the case, the general populace and I guess normies for lack of a better term have gone back and given older geeky media a second chance. The person who bullied you for liking anime in 2014 now reps an Attack on Titan shirt.
How dare we speak Merry Christmas? How dare we? Merry Christmas, everybody.
I now see new generation.
Yeah, back in the day, bro, you didn't utter a word about fucking anime. You kept that shit to yourself, and maybe we should go back to those days.
And normie types collecting old video games, old consoles, old movies, and old media. I never imagined I'd see the day where nightcore, anime, creepypasta, and video games were things people were gonna brag about being into, to the point where you do get bullied if you don't know the latest, like, analog horror thing or whatever, but nonetheless, here we are. Maybe it's because everybody's sick of the corporatism, minimalism, and slop content. They want to go back to a time when effort was put into the look and feel of things. It was all more human, and when everything was better for the consumer. Collecting physical media from back then when you could actually own your own games and movies without having to pay bullshit subscription fees. Also, culture recently has been really retrospective. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, but it's not as innovative, and it feels like everything I see is just nostalgia posting. Every other TikTok and video.
Yeah, because modern fucking culture sucks. Modern culture sucks, and everybody knows it. Everything new is fucking garbage. It's not even, like, up for debate, bro. Even fucking Gen Alpha retards are saying the new shit sucks. Like, it's not even like, oh, dude, you're just old. Like, no, even the fucking children acknowledge that modern shit sucks. Everybody knows it. Like, it's just a generally accepted fact at this point.
essay is, remember this trend? What happened to this old YouTuber? And all these companies trying to take advantage of the nostalgia bait without knowing why their old branding was popular in the first place. Everyone's so focused on the past rather than the future. And truth be told, in a lot of ways, the future does seem kind of bleak. Due to this phenomenon, you now have people who pretend to be geeks and OG nerds to fit in with the trend. The people who tout that I was there before it was cool when they really weren't. AKA, LARPers. LARP means live action roleplay, like those people who go and play D&D or set up a Renaissance fair where they dress up in medieval garb and fight with swords and stuff like that. The insinuation is that by pretending to be something you never were, you're roleplaying as though you were an OG nerd from back in the day. These people who do that for the trend are annoying. They act as though they were weeaboos or gamers from way back when, yet they would have probably made fun of those things 10 years ago. Yeah, those people suck and are LARPers. The LARPers have caused legitimate problems. When they go to buy consoles just to be performative, that jacks up the price for people who really want to get into those things. I was never too into Pierce the Veil much, but it really is bullshit that there will be quote-unquote fans who buy out seats at concerts from real fans only to know the TikTok part of the song, the looping chorus that's popular.
Why does that matter?
On TikTok, and they fail to know any other lyrics from the songs. Yeah, that does really suck. And if you are looking for someone with a similar background, friends who were OG nerds and are not trend followers, it can be more difficult now with the LARPers. However, this whole trend of calling out LARPing is gone.
Dude, people go to concerts from bands and shit that they don't even like. They just go because it's, you know. Oh my god, I gotta have an Instagram story.
way too far. I've seen countless comments under TikToks and Reels calling anybody a LARPer who shows any collection of old tech, any interest in anime, or if they're talking about something geeky, wearing a cosplay, sharing their interest in 2000s media, etc. Just look at how many GIFs there are on Instagram calling out LARP, no limit to the LARP, LARP king. If I only saw these comments on posts where somebody's actually a fake nerd, say someone who doesn't know what they're talking about, fine, whatever. Though I see these people comment on every post under the sun. These people catch wind of anything even remotely nerdy and it's all LARPville. I've actually gotten that comments a few times before. In a recent video I called Spike Factories from BTD Needle Factories. I've been calling spikes in the game needle since I was like 8 and it's just always stuck with me. I don't really know why. But the more egregious one is Five Nights at Freddy's, where I got called a LARPer because I dare to think that security breach is actually good. I'm not gonna lay out the reasons why, as I've done so like a million times.
Autism!
But I am going to show these chopped-ass photos of me from 2015 now because I have to. I mentioned in many of my videos that Ninjago has been my favorite show since I was a kid. I bring it up a lot, actually, how I'm such an OG in Ninjago, because I feel like I have to, or else I'm just going to get called a LARPer for daring to like Dragon's Rising, even though it's objectively as amazing and good as Ninjago. It's genuinely crazy. It gets really annoying because you're starting to gatekeep shit and push away people from finding genuinely interesting media that they might enjoy. My sibling was born in 2008. They just turned 18 recently. They really enjoy media from the 2000s, gaming and internet culture, the edge that it had, the art. So for their birthday, I bought them a PSP and I loaded it with classics from that era. You know, Kingdom Hearts, Metal Gear Solid, Final Fantasy.
For their birthday? Oh, God.
Persona, Silent Hill, God of War, all that. I shit you not, a week after I bought it, I get a metric ton of videos in my feed saying, oh, if you bought a PSP in 2026, you're a LARPer. You're a LARPer, you were never there. Everyone who buys a PSP never plays it. LARP, sahur. If you don't buy a Vita, instead you're a LARPer. And all these comments were agreeing with those videos. It's like if these LARP-tards, which is what I'm gonna call them from now on, I just came up with that right now, that's fucking genius.
Griff LARPed the Minecraft movie? What the fuck does that even mean?
Catch wind of a PSP for even a microsecond, this sleeper agent spawns from out of nowhere inside of them to spam LARP. So now I gotta worry about my sibling being called a LARPer because I dared to buy them something cool and introduce them to games and media.
Them.
From my generation. Like, calm the fuck down, dude. It's not that.
Why is he not using gendered pronouns to refer to his sister as a female? Odd.
Serious. I hope all these people realize one day how silly it is to say, yeah, you're not allowed to like this thing because you weren't there 15 years ago. As if there's a window of time for when you can like something. Like, my sibling was an infant when PSPs were a thing, so what, new generations are not allowed to like something because they weren't there back in the day? That's fucking retarded. All you're doing is pushing people away. Now, I get where it's all coming from. It's coming from a place of deep-seated resentment, and I fully understand that. Now, let me explain. I was a turbo nerd growing up. I was balls deep into things like Nintendo, internet horror, creepypasta, internet rave music, night.
Nintendo? Dude, pretty much every child on planet Earth is into Nintendo.
Core, you know, happy hardcore, Eurodance, things like
fucking Nightcore, bro. That's brutal.
That. Roblox, Minecraft, Flash game.
Yeah, dude.
Pasta,
right,
internet rave music, Nightcore, you know, happy hardcore, Eurodance, things like that.
If you remember Base Hunter, then yeah, you're not a LARPer.
Roblox, Minecraft.
That's like some OG internet shit.
Flash games, Five Nights at Freddy's, anime, you name it. If it was something weird, I was probably into it. Except for furries. I've never been a furry. Just throwing that one out there, I guess. I was a power user.
Gas the furs.
Of Amino from 2015 until the day it died. Anywho, I was given as much shit as everyone else in that era was who liked that kind of media that I was into. I never really felt ashamed of liking those things, but it wasn't fun to get constantly teased for it. Like, I had this awesome Bowser Shell backpack in school, and some asshole started telling people that I was watching Mario porn and things like that. The real question is, how did
based.
They know. It's terrible. I did no such thing. But shit like that happened all the time where I draw creepypastas and I was a weeb. I don't know what the connection is there. Creepypasta has nothing to do with anime, but whatever. I played Nintendo and I was a nerd. I liked Nightcore and it was gay. That was the big one back in the day.
Nightcore is gay. Nightcore will always be gay and I will die on that hill.
That they default to is gay, gay. Literally a homosexual.
Nightcore is fucking gay, bro. That shit is gay. Sorry. Like, that's some fucking troon shit. Like, nah. Nightcore is, and will always be gay. Even back in the day, it was gay.
Because I was a big fan of Bleach, which is a little homosexual to be fair. I mean, there's some tension between Ichigo and Renji.
What?
You know what? I ship it. So anyway, after 2020...
No, the only thing gay is if you get sexual innuendos from Bleach, yeah, no. We're not doing that.
When all these things like gaming and anime became mainstream, I was a little upset. I had the mindset of, I had to be bullied for something so that you guys get to enjoy it now? That's not fair.
Nightcore and shipping male Bleach characters. I detect a...
Oh, what, so now that stuff is cool? Queer. Now that I'm not a vulnerable kid anymore? Now that I'm an adult? That's when it's suddenly acceptable? Oh, what, so now you want to be openly into anime and stuff? That was the resentment that I had. But at some point when you get older, you have to decide what kind of old person you're going to be. There's old man A and old man B. Old Man A has the mindset of, I suffered so that the new generations don't have to. They adapt with the times. They're open-minded. They like seeing good times because they know how awful bad times get. Someone who was drafted into war so that their grandkids can play Sonic the Hedgehog. The type of person who's happy to see their kids having fun on the game rather than being drafted into the military. That's Old Man A. Old Man B, on the other hand, is the mindset of, I suffered so new generations should suffer too. Unfortunately, the majority of old people end up being in this bitter mindset. They're closed off. They hate everything new, even if it's good. They don't care for new generations having good times. In fact, they hate—
What is good that's new, bro? I mean, that's more of an exception than the norm at this point.
They pick it apart and call the youth too soft and kids these days too whiny.
Bleach is long and I need something to watch. Just skip the filler, honestly. But yeah, Bleach is good. It's my favorite of like the big shonens. It's far superior to Naruto or Basketball Z.
They're too privileged, and they'll always say, back in my day, men used to go to war. They get mad at their grandkids for playing Sonic the Hedgehog instead of suffering in the trenches because they didn't get to relax and enjoy their time. Don't be like Old Man.
Nah, I'd be mad at my kid for like playing and indulging in Sonic-related media because I wouldn't want him to be a furry retard.
Be like Old Man A. I had that realization and said, you know what? It's good that new generations are carrying on obscure internet things that I grew up with. Sure, it's not fair that they're not bullied for it as much, but you know what? I'm happy for them, and I should be. They're lucky. Just because I wasn't as lucky doesn't mean I have to be the asshole who takes that away from—
Bleach is gay like all anime? Yeah, you should watch some real base shit like fucking Steven Universe or SpongeBob, right?
Them. So it's all out of resentment. It's the Old Man B inside of you who's getting mad and saying, I had to suffer getting bullied, so now I'm gonna bully you and call you a LARPer, you know, to get even. You become the person who bullied you. For example, I listened to things like recession pop and internet rave music growing up, followed by the whole sad boy rap thing in high school when that was a thing.
Cringe.
You know, like Peep X Juice, the emo rap as people call it. I wasn't into rock music very much until like 2023. And when I got into rock, I found my footing in emo, pop punk, nu metal, post-hardcore, a little bit of grunge, or I guess post-grunge as I'm always corrected. I wasn't really there for emo back in the day when it's—
Dude, he's just like Raymond. He's still emo.
Started. I mean, I was a kid back then, but I never really got into that music back in the day. That doesn't mean I shouldn't be able to get into it now. There isn't a window time slot of when you can start liking something. Or at least there shouldn't.
Bro, what the fuck was that? That's Raymond's guy, the fucking My Chemical Romance retard.
Skip it up, fucking loser faggot.
Holy shit, man.
There shouldn't be. And those people who call everyone and everything a LARPer are creating that window, which is something that a real OG fan wouldn't do. There's three types of people that everyone keeps conflating as two. There are the OGs, the people who liked things back in the day. There are the new gens, not using new gen in a derogatory term, just newer generations, who earnestly and honestly want to get into something old, like collect old tech and old media. Even the older Gen Z people who just couldn't afford to engage with gaming back in the day are trying to catch up on what they missed. So they're new into it, and whatever, it's all fine. And then number three, there are the trend followers who would have teased someone over liking Metroid and Legend of Zelda, but now rep a Samus profile picture and repost Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask aesthetics. Those who claim to be OG and don't know what they're talking about. These are the actual LARPers. Like, for example, there was this guy I knew who bullied people back in the day for liking anime until 2024 when he set his profile picture to something from Jujutsu Kaisen, I believe, and then acted as though he was actually a weeb from the very beginning. And when we asked what anime he watched besides JJK—
Dude, he probably was. See, that's the thing, like, most people don't realize. Like, you literally could not talk about this shit, bro. You could not. Like, maybe you would mention, like, yeah, bro, I watched Naruto. Like, maybe you could bring it up with, like, your close friends, but if you watched anime back in the day, you kept that shit close to the chest. Unless you knew another motherfucker who was also watching anime. So, yeah. Nah, you kept that shit. And even then, you never showed your full hand of your weeb tastes. You kept it very close to the chest.
The only thing he could cough up was Naruto. That's a LARPer. Even if he earnestly said, hey guys, sorry for teasing you, making fun of you over anime. I've been watching JJK recently, and you know what?
Yeah, but dude, you're not, like, you know, the average fucking normie is not gonna go like, yeah, bro, my favorite anime is Ormo. Like, they're not gonna admit that shit. They're not gonna admit their favorite anime was fucking High School DxD or something. Like, no, they're gonna be like, you know, yeah, I love Dragon Ball, dude. Haha. It's great.
I had a change of mind. You guys were right. Anime can be pretty cool, actually. That could at least suffice. Still a trend follower, but not as bad. These people who go out and call everything LARP don't realize that they're just incentivizing people to go ahead and LARP. Like, think about it. If you're out there berating somebody for liking something now and not back then, they'll just feel compelled to lie to you and act as though they were OG into it because admitting that you're a fresh fan comes with that baggage of LARPing accusations. What's really funny is seeing the LARP-tards try to gatekeep different kinks. I sound schizo, but I swear this is a thing. I've seen all these posts saying, like, I'm an OG in this fetish. You new gens wouldn't understand. You would have gotten bullied for liking this 10 years ago. Like, okay. I didn't even know that kinks had, like, levels of popularity. You could just have sex and that's it. Like, what? What's insanely dumb, too, is that I've seen people want their favorite things to stay unpopular so that they can feel niche. I saw TikTok pointing out different underground artists, and some comments said, no, don't be talking about this artist publicly. We need to keep this niche. I saw that with some guy talking about video essays as well, and a comment said, well, we can't let this get popular. Imagine your favorite YouTuber is on the brink of making it big and being successful, but his quote-unquote fans are begging no.
Griffin was a brave soul to tell us about Ormo and Kiss X. Dude, that Kiss X Sis show was wild. You used to be able to watch that shit on YouTube. You'd get fucking flagged down in a minute if you posted that today. That shit was crazy, man. Like, that shit was genuinely borderline porn.
Oh, don't share, keep him small so that I can feel special, so that I can feel like I'm part of the special club and not be considered a normie. If any of you guys have stifled my growth and said, oh, keep Tom's lawyer niche, you are anything but a real fan. And I do think this
That was a great time, man, when you could just watch, like, random fucking animes on YouTube. It was really fun. Like, you would just find, like, a bunch of weird shit. But yeah, dude, that Kiss X Sis show is wild. Like, that's actually some wild shit, bro. Especially the OVAs.
From calling everything LARP. People want their favorite creators to not blow up because then they'll be mainstream and—
No, it's not technically hentai. It's not it's an anime.
Completely backwards. I don't care how or when you found my channel, if you're an OG or not. If you like my videos and subscribe, that's fucking awesome. I don't really know how to end this video, just don't be a dick. Accusing everybody who likes everything nerdy of being a LARPer is more annoying than the actual trend-following LARPers themselves.
Yeah, it barely doesn't fucking cross the line. So. Remember Daily Motion, how you could... Yeah, dude, Daily Motion used to be great. Yup, I remember. But yeah, dude, it used to be so nice, because I remember, like, Bleach, for example. There was this one channel I was subbed to back in the day, and they would take, like, 5 episodes and just chop off the intro and outro of each episode. And you could just watch, like, Bleach, episode 1 through 5, Bleach, episode 6 through 10, and you could just watch them in, like, hour-long chunks. And it was great, bro. It was, like, the best way to consume anime ever. It was, like, seamless. And you could just, like, maximize your time watching because you didn't have any of the, like, beginning or end shit. So. David with the 5 kids talking about Naruto and doing the jutsu hand signs were beaten in my day. Exactly, bro. You didn't bring it up. You did not bring it up. So. Yeah, if you watched anime, that was like something you kept between you and God. You kept that shit between you and God. I remember the first time my parents saw me watching Naruto, they were like horrified. They're like, "What are you watching?" I'm like, it's not a big deal. Yeah, that was fun, man. That was fun. And that wasn't even like from a point of like, "Oh, you fucking weirdo." It's like they just genuinely didn't fucking understand that shit at all. So, luckily they didn't care. I just told them it was like an action show. They're like, "Oh, that's fine." But yeah, they heard the Japanese voices like, "What the hell are you watching?" It's like, it's alright. It's just a cartoon, Mom. What scene was it? I'm trying to remember. I think it was like during the exam arc. The exam arc, like when Orochimaru emerges from the woman. Something around that, I think. Because I had already kind of gotten into watching it for a while. Because I had to watch it on the family computer. Because, you know, back then, that's really the only way you could watch anime, aside from if it went on Cartoon Network. So... But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was around the part where, like, the Void is revealed to be Orochimaru. But yeah, they didn't really care after that. It was more so just kind of like, what the hell are you watching type thing. But I had already been watching Naruto for a while at that point, so that was just the first time I got exposed. Scotty drank the juice
All right,
of the
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Decent video. Let's see. I'll be the judge of that.
What's up, guys? Welcome back.
Goyim habits. All right, let's see. Sports ball.
Back to Jimmy Talks. So if you go outside and you look around, I know touching grass and going outside, it's really scary, but sometimes we got to do it. But if you go outside and you start looking at people, they all have fluoride stares and they're completely asleep and they just look like stupid ass Goyim. They are people, but they're really just like kind of a biological machine that is running on a script. They're like an AI chatbot and they're written by people who harbor absolute contempt for them. So when I'm talking about the Goyim, this is what I mean by the Goyim. It has nothing to do with where you're actually from. Like, I'm not going to get serious about the word, but it has everything to do with people's lack of agency. So to be a Goy in this sense is to act as the ultimate NPC. So to be a Goy is to be a programmable drone, so to say, who just consumes slop, eats slop, just nonstop piggy trough slop all the time. Hey, I'm sick. I need some prescribed slop on board. I need to turn on the slop on the TV. Maybe I can play a $20 indie game slop on Steam that was probably made by a tranny. So anyways, let's get into it. If you want to reclaim your sovereignty, stop doing these 20 Goyim things. Number one, road rage. You are sitting in a metal box and you are jacking up your cortisol and you are screaming at a stranger because you are trapped in a concrete commuter hellscape.
Oh, yeah, I don't get road rage. I don't. I mean, the most I'll do is honk at somebody if they, like, whip out in front of me.
It is just pathetic. It's a complete loss of emotional frame. You are letting the stress of modern urban living totally hollow out your stoicism. It's what you should have. So true sovereignty means recontrolling your state of mind, to be totally honest, not even trying to be funny.
Like, if somebody does some dumb shit, I'll honk at them, but that's about it.
Funny. Don't get road rage. It's really embarrassing. Think about it this way. If you are reacting with blind anger at traffic from niggas you don't even know, it just proves that the environment owns you. So stop getting baited into low IQ rage. All right, next one. Number two, being on social media too much. Your attention span is being systematically harvested by these tech companies that hate you and they want to put an AI chip in your brain.
The only thing I doom scroll nowadays really is eBay. And then also the YouTube feed while streaming.
And if you disrespect them or you say Israel's bad, they're going to pull that chip out of your brain and just turn your fucking mind off. Okay? So every single time you doom scroll, you are feeding an algorithm, an evil algorithm that's designed to keep you anxious and always pissed off, permanently distracted. It's sedating you from the real world. Social media operates as a dopamine drip. Like if you think of an IV, somebody getting medicine in the hospital, it's just slowly over time. That is the same thing. It's a dopamine drip, but it's actually not good for you. It's not medicine. So it gives you the illusion of action and community while you sit entirely alone in a dark room. How many niggas have you seen online? They're on Discord. They're like, I just have so many friends. I love you guys. But then at the same time, they want to kill themselves every single day. It's because the community is not actually real. Like,
dude, literally me, for real, for real.
It's kind of real, but it's not going to replace anything in person. You need to log off and go build something tangible in the real world. Now, next, number three, paying too much attention to the current thing. I'm not even talking about Goyim current things. There's also, like, again, this is the social media stuff. There's a current thing that's on the timeline as well that the algorithm's pushing on you. But anyways, the current thing, this is kind of like the hallmark of the absolute lowest tier NPC. Every few months, the media oligarch elite, pedophile elites drop a new software update for all of the Goyim so that they can install on their AI brain chip. So it puts a new flag in your bio. Like for a while in 2020, it was making your profile picture black. And then in June, it's all about being gay. And then in some other months and days, it's like, you know, there's a new flag all the time. There's a new war to obsess over or a new pseudo crisis that doesn't really matter. It's designed to keep the masses in a state of terminal, just scared, perpetual scariness. So stop letting the news cycle govern your emotional state. That is some Goyim ass shit. They just want to keep you distracted by the global theater so they can so that you can ignore the slow collapse of your own local community. Sorry if I talk like a retard sometimes. I don't really like editing video.
Raving Pegasus with the 2. This dude is on to something. Yeah, so far so good. We'll see. He better mention sports ball, bro.
I just do YouTube for fun. So if I'm stumbling over my words, I don't know.
Sports ball better be mentioned.
I'm just being a Goyim. Now, number 4, next, being a consume product idiot. Consume product, get excited for the next product, and then go.
Yeah, I don't even get excited for anything anymore.
Go beat your meat and go on the hub or something like that. This is actually somebody's life, by the way. So we live in a society that attempts to replace spiritual fulfillment with some Funko Pops or some Warhammer 40K collection. It's shit that nobody cares about. In like 20 years, that's all going in the garbage. So don't worry about it. Defining your personality.
No, dude, they'll be collectible.
Personality.
Funko Pops forever.
as well by the brands that you wear, whatever that may be, or like the new kind of tech that you buy, or whatever you collect. It's kind of humiliating if you're a grown man. It's humiliating if you're an adult. Consumerism is just a trap that's designed to keep you perpetually working to buy garbage that you don't need. And it's a bunch of garbage you don't need that you're working hard for and spending all your time doing instead of having a family, or at least creating your own wealth and capital that can sustain you and make you self-reliant.
Brutal 40K mentioned. You know what wasn't mentioned? Pokemon cards.
So stop feeding these companies and being a goyim. Stop buying a bunch of shit you don't fucking need. If you're buying like survival prepper stuff, there's at least an argument for that, but even then people go too far and they start consuming. So you really
dude, the whole survival prepper shit's the biggest fucking grift in the right-wing sphere. Like, yeah, bro, I got my survival seeds, and I got my survival flashlight, and I got my survival solar panel, and my survival water filters. It's like, okay, bro, yeah. But you're afraid to be called racist, huh?
to be careful. There can be things that you think are useful to buy, and they technically are, but you're doing too much. That would be like 10,000, 15,000 rounds of ammo. There's never too much ammo, but at a point, let's just be realistic. You know, maybe you need to buy food as well, and maybe you also need water. But anyways, that's kind of a sidetrack. Number 5 on not being a goyim. This is blindly trusting doctors and never questioning what they do. You have outsourced your own biology to a medical industrial complex that profits primarily from chronic illnesses. With chronic illness, chronic meaning it takes a long time. Ill means you need to keep getting treatment for it. That's not what illness means, but you get what I'm saying. It's a chronic illness. Stop treating people who wear doctors' lab coats like they're infallible priests of a brand new religion. And we've seen this during COVID. So no, I'm not just being a little bit extra when I say that. These people, they will treat doctors like they are God himself, and they'll just listen to everything they say. You shouldn't trust every single doctor. I'm not saying all doctors are stupid and you shouldn't listen to them. And if you have like cancer or something, maybe you should just listen to the doctor when it comes to that kind of serious stuff. But just listening to every single pill they want to throw on you, like if you're a woman and they're trying to throw birth control pills at you, I don't know, probably not the greatest idea ever. There's a lot of problems with statins as well, the drugs that are called statins. We had the biggest one that everybody knows about is the safe and effective COVID jabs, which definitely were not safe and effective. If you were pure blood, put an 07 in the chat, please. If you got it, I mean, I don't hold it against you. It was a confusing, scary time. I like to give people grace. But anyways, take ownership of your physical well-being. Don't be...
Well, it's more so if you got the Moderna or the Pfizer ones. Those are the, whatever, what's that shit called? Not mRNA. Is it mRNA? I think that's what it is. I'm pretty sure. mRNA, I believe.
A little goyim.
That's what you have to be worried about.
For the pharmaceutical companies. Dr. Fauci. You guys remember that fucking video that kid made? That's so cringe. All right, number 6 on not being a goyim. This is being a conspiratard. This is like a false awakening for a lot of people. You realize that... 6 on not being a goyim. This is...
Dude, yeah. Fucking Jake Shields, bro. Look at this fucking retard. The first Bitcoin was purchase ever was pizza. Bitcoin by the children. Fucking, like, dude, honestly, like, holy shit, dude. They should put Jake Shields in a fucking, like, metal cage and just make him say stupid shit all day, and people could pay to go and listen to this fucking retard. Like, dude, he would be a circus freak show 100 years ago for how fucking stupid he is.
Being a conspiratard, this is like a false awakening for a lot of people. You realize that the system is corrupt, but instead of focusing on like a real world, tangible, actionable solution, you know, like building
like a fucking actual cage so the people can see what a fucking real idiot looks like.
Family or networking locally with people, or at least just getting fit at the bare minimum. A lot of people fall down rabbit holes of like schizo tier psyops, like flat earth, reptilians, and just disjointed numerology. A lot of these things are just cognitive sinkholes. You're just wasting your fucking time. They are designed to make dissidents look insane and keep you spinning your wheels in paranoia at all times.
Pretty much.
Everything, the sky is blue because the Jews made it that way. This is how some of you people are. I heard one of them.
Yeah, exactly. It was the Jews.
I'm saying Epstein was trying to make dinosaurs so that he could kill people. You know, what the fuck are you talking about? So you need to start grounding yourself in objective truth, observable truth, and reality, and act on what you can actually change. Now, number 7 on not being a goyim, smoking weed. There is a reason that the regime is legalizing and heavily taxing weed everywhere. Now, do I think weed is the worst thing ever? Honestly, no. It's not the worst thing ever. It can be used medicinally.
But it's close.
But it's not. It's mostly just...
Name one intelligent person that smokes fucking weed religiously.
Abused. If you smoke weed once a year, just like chilling with your homies, that's kind of one thing. But like people smoke weed 4 or 5 times a day. It's just kind of the modern opiate of the masses. It just makes you lethargic.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Is like the Chinese with the opium back in the day.
Makes you complacent. It makes you.
You'll never guess who was behind the opium trade.
kind of numb. I know weed cells are going to be coping in the comments, and they'll probably stop listening to the video after this. You know what? It's okay. I'm here to give you the hard red pill that you don't want to hear, but you should probably not be smoking weed. It makes you a fucking loser. So a population of a bunch of stoners is incapable of mounting any serious resistance to their own demographic and economic replacement. That's why I say those things, because it just kind of kills your temperament. Weed kills your drive. It also makes you act like you're low T over time, and it just turns you into a passive observer of your own life. So I don't think you should smoke weed. Number 8 on not being a Goyim. This is not reading your Bible. You cannot defend Western civilization if you do not know basically how it was built. So if you're abandoning the foundational text of the most important things that you'll ever read in your life, and it's leaving you spiritually adrift, and it's leaving you vulnerable to negative and evil forces like the fake morals of the synthetic society that we live in, this modern age stuff, you're fucking up if you don't read the Bible. The Bible provides the objective anchor for natural law and masculine duty and family structure. Even if you view it purely from a historical or even like a heritage perspective,
I don't necessarily agree with that, because, you know, the first half of the book is where a lot of issues also come from, but at the very least, know your enemy in the first half.
Neglecting the book that forged everything that we live in is a massive failure. You're being a Goyim if you don't read the Bible. Now, number 9 on not being a Goyim.
Western civilization predates the Bible, so yes and no. Western civilization existed long before the Bible was ever popularized, so I would approach that with hesitation, because Western civilization is not the result of the Bible. The Bible was more so shaped by Western civilization to a certain degree. So don't have that be the end-all be-all.
Using all your energy working for a corporation and not having a family. This is super Goyish. You are spending 40 hours. Guys, I'm here. I get here early for the team. I skip lunch for the team. You're a Goyim. You are voluntarily wage-cucking your existence if you are way too focused on your job and just not having a family. If you are spending the best years of your life grinding out for a corporation, not building your own thing, and if you're just out here to make money, that's one thing. That's a little bit different. But I'm talking about like the LinkedIn type of niggas. So cringe. If you're grinding for a massive, faceless, multinational company that really just doesn't give a fuck about you being a white Christian, like it hates your demographics. It's not necessarily or specifically about you being a white Christian. It could be anything, but they just hate your demographics. You get what I'm saying? But it mostly is like the real answer is they hate white people and they hate Christianity. What's the point of climbing all that ladder if you go home to an empty apartment for a company that hates you? It's just soul sucking you away. Your bloodline ends with you, so you can make a CEO slightly richer. Think about that. Don't do that. You should redirect your energy into building a family, or at least not putting in so much effort at these jobs, because they'll throw you away.
Well, no, your job is what you take from it, so if the only thing you do is work, then yeah. But working for a big company and making money so that you can accomplish other shit, that's what you should be prioritizing. There's no shame in working a job, so...
They will throw you away in a second. True legacy, in my opinion, is biological. It's not working for a corporate company. Now, number 10 on how to not be a goy, being a woke libtard. This is the ultimate expression of being captured by elites that hate you, because if you're a libtard and you're woke, you're just an idiot. If you're adopting the egalitarian anti-nature ideology of the modern left, it means...
Like, the point of working is to make money to do other shit. So, get your money, extract what you can, but don't let that be the end-all, be-all. You need to, you know, divert your resources into something meaningful.
You have just internalized everything that's designed to destroy you. The only thing being a woke libtard does is destroy everything that's good and godly and promote everything that's designed to destroy you. Being a woke libtard is an ideology that demands the subversion of traditional gender roles, erasing all of a country's borders, and totally dismantling any unit of merit. You know, like DEI stuff is what I'm talking about there. So if you are infected with this mind virus, please go, never mind, I'm not going to say that on YouTube, but just know you're actively participating in the demolition of everything that's good in the world. Now, number 11 on how to not be a Goyim, still believing it is Democrats versus Republicans. The two-party system is a theatrical production that's put on by the Uniparty to keep all the peasant Goyim retards fighting amongst themselves. Both sides of the aisle still vote
to a degree.
Fund Israel endlessly. Both sides still want to bomb.
Okay, he's losing me.
Any country that we really shouldn't be bombing. Both of them want to print out a bunch of money. Both of them want to bring in a bunch of the third world so that they can make a new slave class or a new voting bloc. And both sides serve the interests of global finance. So if you are doing this lesser of two evils nonsense, like I've got to vote Republican no matter what, you're probably just like Goyim and you need to go suck on a pacifier because you're a stupid baby. And
okay, but what's the alternative then? Because lesser of the two evils is the reality. So what, you let the greater of the two evils win because you don't want to engage with the lesser? Like, that's just retarded. So you should minimize your suffering. So, yeah, I don't like this defeatist. Like, it doesn't fucking matter, bro. They're both shit, dude. No, you pick the side that benefits you the most, and then you keep it moving. So, no, you don't just lay down and fucking take it. You at least try and minimize your suffering. If there is a lesser of the two evils, you go with the lesser of the two. Let's see. Raving Pegasus with the 2. This guy is a Giga Chad. Maybe. I don't know. PK, there's not a single soul on this planet that wants you to die for Israel, bro. Sit down and shut up.
To shut the fuck up. All right, number 12 on how to not be a Goyim is glorifying degeneracy. We live in an era that elevates the lowest, most base human behaviors to the status of a virtue. One of the biggest, most Goyim degenerate behaviors is OnlyFans. Don't really need to go further than that. Everybody knows that that's pretty degenerate. As well as celebrating hookup culture like Tinder, and also beating your meat on the hub like watching porn, and then also the destruction of the nuclear family and like being a tranny. This is all civilizational suicide. Degeneracy is fundamentally about immediate self-gratification at the expense of long-term social stability. So if you are consuming or applauding all this cultural trash, you are feeding the exact decay that makes your nation weak. Don't play into degeneracy. It feels really good when you don't do that. It's good for the soul. I promise you. Like, I'm being kind of funny in this video, but I really do mean that. Please don't get into that stuff. I truly mean that. All right, now back to business. How to not be a goy. Number 13, being dependent on the system and being totally incapable of survival outside of the grid. Look at your life right now. Okay, so if the power shuts off and the digital supply chains break down or the banks freeze your digital assets, how long would you actually survive? The modern NPC relies entirely on the state and corporate monopolies for their water and their food and their warmth and their protection. So you actually shouldn't be relying on anybody but yourself for that stuff. You need to reclaim some practical skills. You should 100,000% learn how to grow food, purify water, shoot a gun accurately up to at least 300 yards. You need to know how to do some basic stuff with cars. Honestly, like changing your headlights, changing your oil, changing spark plugs, stuff like that. You should know. I don't really expect the average goy to be able to like do an engine swap. That's a little bit too extra, but you should know the basic stuff. Changing a tire, like that. You should also know basic like defense tactics, like carrying a gun and all that. You should have a generator at your house as well. So yeah, helplessness. It's just kind of a choice. You need.
Yeah, but gasoline is your problem with that type of shit, so I would say it's much more important to learn how to filter water, grow food, do basic construction. That type of stuff is far more important because, gasoline only has a shelf life of a year. So if shit actually gets that fucking bad, engines and generators and cars aren't going to fucking matter at all.
You need to have your ducks in a row. It's like, oh, I wish I was prepared. It's expensive, so I don't want to do it. It's like, okay, well, when the time comes knocking at the door, then you're cooked. That's really all it is. Now, number 14 on not being a goyim is consuming fast food and ultra-processed slop. You are fueling your body with industrial seed oils, high fructose corn syrup, and
I heckin' love my McDoubles, dude.
Microplastics. You are a goyim. This diet destroys your endocrine system, it totally tanks your test, and it floods your brain and the rest of your body with inflammation. The system feeds you cheap synthetic garbage. Everybody knows it as literal goy slop because a sick, fat, low-energy population has no spirit to actually fight for anything that's worth fighting for. You need to be eating whole foods. You need to be eating more meat in general. You need more steaks, and to even be even better with it, you should be buying local meat, from a farmer or something like that. And you should stop treating your stomach like it's a chemical waste bin. Stop being a fucking goyim with the food that you eat. All right, number 15 on how to not be a goyim, wasting your life watching sports and
there we go. Sports ball, dude.
Playing games like 2K. If you play 2K and you watch sports and you have sports jerseys, I hate you. Video games and
whoa, that's racist.
Professional sports are modern bred in circuses. These just hijack your innate masculine desire for conquest and tribal loyalty and being a conquistador in physical struggle, and it just redirects it into like a meaningless digital screen, bunch of dudes in tights making millions of dollars who don't know you and they don't give a fuck about you, and by the time they're done with the NFL or something like that, they probably have brain damage and they're going to spend all their money and they're going to be broke in like 5 years anyways. Why are you cheering for all that? That shit's fucking weird. Playing sports is different. That's totally fine, but being a total goyim and like doing fantasy football, I don't know. You need to reevaluate your priorities. I don't even want to be a purity spiraler. I hate them. I guess I'm kind of doing that right now. But anyways, number 16 on how to not be a goyim, apologizing for your ancestors and your heritage. So what the problem is here is that the regime wants you demoralized and they mandate that you view the history of your people strictly through the lens of guilt and shame. This is what gay race communists do, and you shouldn't listen to anything that they do because a lot of them are also backers of Zionism, whether they know it or not. And
I have no idea what this game is. It's kind of like, well, it's not really chivalry because it's not first person, right?
I'm not going to go further with it.
I don't know what it is. It kind of reminds me of Kingdom Come Deliverance is combat, but again, not first person.
If you know, then you know. But anyways, stop participating in this psychological warfare, because your ancestors have built something amazing. They have built the modern world, and they've conquered wild frontiers, and they've made a bunch of different stuff. They survived unimaginable hardship to give you life. So stand tall and honor their sacrifices. This doesn't mean you need to go around hating everybody, because I actually think that is also quite silly. But what you should be doing is honoring your ancestors and being proud of them. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that at all. And you should never yield an inch to the people demanding you bend the knee for crimes you didn't commit. Like, I've had people comment on my nationalism videos. They're like, "Oh, this guy just wants to like kill all the black people and shit." It's like, no, actually, I don't even know what you're talking about. Putting words in my mouth and saying all these horrible things about me. Anyways, that's kind of what I'm talking about. They try to make you like bend the knee for crimes that you didn't commit. I think that's pretty silly. Now, all right, number 17 for not being a Goyim. This one, it has some nuance to it, but it's existing in a terminal, cowardly fear of being canceled. This is kind of a Goyim thing, to be afraid to say things. Now, it's different when I'm on YouTube. I simply don't want to get banned. I want to keep making content for you all, but you shouldn't be afraid of being called certain words. It just doesn't really matter anymore, because
yeah, who cares? You know, that's true. You know, the whole racist label and stuff, it's like, yeah, so what?
Many men understand the truth of what is happening to the world, but they bite
If this guy doesn't mention anime, he's gay? No, that means he's based.
their tongues because they're terrified of like their sister being mean to them about it, or like a woke libtard coworker being mad about it. Now, there is a little bit there. You should hide your power level to an extent. It depends on your situation. But you need to be the judge of that in your own life. I'm not going to really get into specifics. But what I am going to say is that cowardice is contagious, but so is courage. If you constantly censor yourself to appease people who hate you, you are living as a slave. Speak the truth boldly, because your real brothers and sisters will find you once you stop hiding. All right, back to business. Not being a Goyim. Number 18, outsourcing your kids'
Dead by Daylight. Ooh.
minds to the state. I don't know how many of my viewers went to public school, but
dude, if you want to talk about Goyim maxing, Dead by Daylight is exactly that.
If you went to public school, I remember one time there was kids that were smoking a bowl of weed, like in the lunchroom. They just passed it around underneath the cafeteria table. Of course, they got caught, but this is just like the state of public schools. It's just total nasty shit. Kids go into the bathroom and like smoking cigarettes. It's not like the worst thing ever, but it's just like your kids really shouldn't be around that. These are government-run public schools. They're 8 hours a day. You have just a whole bunch of insane shit going on. A lot of these kids are actually indoctrinated by the very people accelerating civilizational collapse. A lot of teachers are just genuine pieces of shit. They've been stuck in the libtard leftist sphere for such a long time when it comes to the education sector that they just keep on acting like that, and they think it's normal. If you do this and you have to go to public school, you send your kids there, maybe you can't afford private school, I understand things happen, but you should be aware that this is kind of like NPC brain rot Goyim supreme factories. They're just churning them out left and right here. I don't think it's a good idea to hand over your life, which is your children, over to the regime and then act surprised when they come back hating their faith and their family and their country. You should look into homeschooling or private schools. These things, of course, there's nuance to everything, but I think public schools are just a fucking disaster. Now, number 19 for not being a Goyim. This is embracing the black pill and doomerism. One of the most important ones here. I probably should have put
It's over.
this near the top of the list, but if you've made it this far, you're probably cool as fuck, and you probably agree with me on most things. If you don't, then I don't know, sucks to suck, go cry about it. Anyways, I'm talking about libtards there and like gay race communists. Anyways, and Zionists as well. Don't want to forget that. Giving up is the easiest thing in the world. It is. It's easy. Just do it. Just don't give a fuck. Sitting online and complaining about how it's actually so over, it might feel validating, but it is ultimately entirely useless.
I think it's interesting, you know, that he says don't be a Zionist, but also it's like trying to say like go read, because the thing is, bro, it's like the natural conclusion for a lot of people who read the Bible is Zionism, and that's an uncomfortable you know, conclusion that a lot of Christians have a hard time grasping. Is, you know, reading the Bible is a direct cause of modern day Zionism. So it's quite literally people's interpretations of the Old Testament that leads them down the path of Zionism in the first place. So it's kind of interesting. How? Ask Melanie Mack, PK.
I really hate the black pill mentality, and I always have.
That's a wild take. How is that a wild take? Dude, they literally quote that fucking line from Genesis for why you need to protect Israel. That's literally the foundational text of Zionism, is the Old Testament. Like, God will curse those who, you know, raise their hand against Israel or whatever. That's literally the justification for Zionism. You guys realize that, right? The Old Testament is literally the foundational, document of Zionism as we know it today. So, most people who go down the Zionist path are literally inspired to do so by biblical text. There's not really any dispute for that. So you can agree or disagree on whether you think that's what the text is saying, but the fact remains is the Bible is what is used to justify Zionism. So, the concept of Zionism literally originates from the Bible, as we know it today. So, hate to break it to you. Like, here, let's see what Jugal says. What is the foundational passage for Zionism? Genesis 12, 1 through 3, 12, 7, and 15, 18 through 21, where God promises the land of Canaan to Abraham and his descendants as an everlasting possession. While modern political Zionism was formulated in the 19th century, it is built upon the biblical framework. Thank you. Genesis, the Abraham covenant. These verses constitute the primary promise of the land, which is often cited as the root of the Jewish claim to the land of Israel. Psalms 137, 1 through 6. By the rivers of Babylon, this passage represents the enduring longing for Jerusalem and the commitment to maintaining identity in the diaspora. Psalms 126, frequently cited as a prayer for the return to Zion, returning captives, which is central to Jewish liturgy and the Zionist vision of return. Ezekiel 37, often interpreted as the prophetic promise of the regathering of the Jewish people and revival of the state of Israel. The Shema, Deuteronomy 6:4, central to the Jewish faith and often linked with the connection to the land of Israel. So, you can agree whether or not that's what, the Bible is meaning, but you cannot deny the fact that people who go down the Zionist path are drawing that from the Bible. Like, the Bible is the fundamental text that is used to justify Zionism. So that is an objective fact. Whether you agree with that interpretation or not is entirely up to you. But the people who do believe that interpretation are literally getting it from the Bible. So, Zongzina with the 5, Israel is made in the 60s. No, it was made in the, I think 1917, technically. When was that letter written? That's when it was created. That's when the British started handing it over. Shit. Belfort Accord, was it? I forgot. Or Balfour Declaration. When was that? 26. Okay, 1926. The Israel in the Bible was purely spiritual. Well, I'm telling you what people's interpretation of it is. I don't necessarily agree with the interpretation. I'm just telling you that the people who justify Zionism use the Bible to do so. That is a conclusion that a lot of people reach upon reading the Bible, is that Zionism is justified. I'm not agreeing with it or even disagreeing with it. I'm just giving you the facts. So, I'm just telling you why people arrive at that conclusion, because they literally get it from the Bible, because that's their interpretation of it.
Doomerism is just another tool to keep you pacified. It's really just a weakening thing. It rationalizes your failure to act. Men in the past faced plagues and world wars and societal collapse, and they didn't give up. So you need to have some fucking resilience and grab life by the balls. And if you don't, then it's over for you then, because you're too weak to do anything about it. Pick yourself up and start doing something. There's problems with the world. Yes, I get it. I'm not saying that you're never going to struggle. But if you're just giving up, that's what I have a problem with. Hard times are not an excuse to fail. They are the exact conditions that will forge you into a great man. I promise you. If you want me to help you, I will help you. But if you don't want me to help you, I'm not going to. You can only lead a horse to water. You can't force it to drink. Now for the last thing of how to not be a Goyim, number 20, consuming more than you create. The ultimate NPC trait, in my opinion, is being passive.
See, he didn't mention anime, guys. We're safe.
This is kind of just gay. It's kind of like woman behavior, to be honest. You watch movies that you didn't make. You're eating food that you didn't grow. And you're also working in buildings you didn't build. And you're reciting opinions that you didn't actually form yourself. To break the cycle of the Goyim mindset, you must flip this ratio and just start creating more things. It doesn't even have to be that deep. You can literally just journal your thoughts down more often, and that's creating something. It's something. Okay, it doesn't have to be a grand, massive, society-changing, civilizational event. But you should just make a garden.
Dude, I do not understand how people find this fucking game fun. Every time I see Dead by Daylight, it just makes me want to like fucking fall asleep. This shit looks so boring.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right. Just go out and try it, even if it's only like some basil. It's something easy. Basil's really easy to grow. Mint is really easy to grow. That's what I started off with because it is easy to grow. I didn't know anything about gardening. I just wanted to do it though. So those were the first things I started off with. I have trouble with strawberries. I can't seem to keep them alive. Flipping furniture, that's something I did for a little bit. It's kind of time consuming though. But anyways, yeah, start doing things. Just go out and do things. Okay. All right. So that's really the
Slab Max. Jesus with the 5. Sony had a $765 million impairment loss because of Bungie. It's time to shut it down, bro. Put the fries in the bag. Marathon is a disaster. Well, an impairment loss is just them writing off something. So the money's already spent. I don't think they'll shut it down, but yeah, I don't think Marathon's getting saved. What is it at? Like 13,000 peak concurrent now? So yeah, it's pretty much Jover. And they said 70% of the player base was on Steam, so that means what? Like maybe 19,000 people total, conservatively. So, yeah. I don't know, bro. They better start rushing out Destiny 3, and they better make sure that shit's a fucking banger. That's all I can say. Destiny 3 has to be a fucking slam dunk from the jump, otherwise. R.I.P. Bungie.
The top 20 how to not be a Goyim list. This video was longer than I thought it was going to be. And honestly, guys, I just haven't really wanted to make a video for a little bit. I've just been focused on real life and some other things, some new developments in my life that are really affecting me that I care deeply about. So I've just been kind of focusing on that. I've also been trying
He got laid.
To be a better Christian because I've been falling away from that. So that's a little bit personal. I don't want to get into that. So yeah, I just haven't really been interested in making a video, but I was just cleaning my house up and I was like, I need to give the people something. I need to make something. And I wanted to make a video. It's like top 20 Goyim things on what not to do. So you're not going to be a Goyim. So that's why I made this video. If you've made it this far, though, I would recommend following me on Rumble and following me on Twitter. And it's not like a self-plug thing. I mean, it is, but it's more like YouTube might ban me because I'm talking about like trannies and Goyim on YouTube. They just don't really like those kinds of things. So follow me on Rumble in case they ban me because right now we're kind of in like the free speech. I don't say free speech era. It's still not to an extent, but let's look back at like the Biden times. You were getting banned off social media. Like the censorship was a lot harsher under Biden. So I think we're probably going to go back to a Democrat president whenever Trump's out. And I think they're going to start cracking the whip on people a lot harder, just like they were before. They're going to fucking do some crazy shit when they're back in office. So yeah, follow me on Rumble, follow me on Twitter. If you like the content, if you want to support the channel, it's Patreon for $5 a month. You don't have to. You're going to get the content.
But dude, Trump is controlled, man. He's evil. He's destroying the U.S. Literally, yeah. How short people's memories are. Let's see. A sincere hypocrite with the 10. Do you actually know anything about the church history at all? ChatGPT will comment.
7 inches? That's pretty big.
ChatGPT will common prot sources, so you are getting a distorted view.
All right,
this is just as dumb as saying Constantine made up the Trinity. I'm going to say this very clearly. I do not agree with the interpretation of what text or passages I mentioned. I am telling you why people arrive at the conclusion that they do. Okay? I am not saying that that is literally what the Bible is saying. I am saying that certain people who become Zionists read those passages and will use that as the reasoning for why they become Zionists. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. I am saying what happens. Those texts are literally the foundational writings for what modern Zionism is based on. Whether you think the interpretation is correct or, incorrect is completely irrelevant, because the people who interpret it that way view it that way. So, again, this is not me saying, like, oh, yeah, dude, I agree. Like, we have to defend Israel and, it's in the... No, not saying that. But the people who do believe that, that's where they get it from. That is the justification they will almost 99% of the time use. So, I am not a fan of Protestants, generally speaking. So, don't even lump me in with that. So, I'm not even arguing in their favor. But that is the justification they will use. Like, prime example, bro, Melanie Mack uses that exact same justification. So, there's an example for you. A first-hand, example that we've seen on stream of her saying, the nation of Israel is literally biblical. And that we need to protect Israel because it's in the Bible. Like, they all use the same fucking passages. I'm not saying it's wrong or right. I'm just telling you what they do. So, it's not an endorsement. It's just the facts. Song Xena with the 2, Father Griffin. Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not, man. I am by no expert, or no means an expert on this shit, but I do know that. Those are, the passages that are cited. So that's what Protestant churches specifically will use to justify it. And even some Catholics too, depending. Jesus with the 5, the bigger issue for Marathon is the budget was over $250 million, and they only made around 70 or 80 million in revenue. Yeah. Well, the thing is, it costs them the same to operate Bungie. So whether or not Bungie releases a game in a given year, the overhead cost is the same. Now, yeah, long term, when they decide whether or not to keep the studio open, that type of stuff will factor in. But the immediate sales success or failure is not as big of a deal as a lot of people think, unless they went into debt to operate the studio, which I don't think they did. Ted Cruz also says he's a Christian Zionist, and I guarantee you he'll cite the exact same passages. So that's all I'm trying to say. I'm not agreeing with them or saying that that's the correct interpretation. I'm just telling you that that is what is interpreted to mean what Zionism preaches today. So, I'm not, like, trust me, I don't, dude, we could glass the entire fucking Middle East tomorrow and I wouldn't even shed a single tear. I don't fucking care. So, like, not even a single care in the world. Let's see. Alrighty. A lot of Catholics are badly catechized, so yes, I'm sure there's Zionist. Well, the thing is with Catholics is they believe, if I'm not mistaken, that essentially Jews already have an existing covenant with God, and therefore, you know, they should be protected because I don't remember exactly what it is, but it's like basically they're an exception and they're, you know, which is very weird. But yeah, Catholics view Jews as like basically an exception. And they view the covenant with God as like irrevocable or something. I forgot. Here, let me see. Does the Catholic Church view Jews as saved? So, Nostra... I don't know how you say that. Atate? I don't know. By Pope John Paul II acknowledges that God's covenant with the Jewish people remains. Says there's not two paths, confirming Christ is the Redeemer for both. The Vatican has advised against specific institutional mission work aimed at converting Jews, recognizing a special theological relationship with Jewish people. The Catholic Church holds that individuals who, through no fault of their own, do not know Christ or the Church can be saved if they seek Him, a principle applicable to all humanity. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought, is they basically try to not convert them. I don't know, I don't really want to turn this into theology hour, but... Vatican II Council was a massive liberalization that says you should not... Yeah, exactly, man. Vatican II is a joke. You know, that's the globo-homification of the church, so... Aren't Protestant end-timers so that they won't go to heaven if they don't defend Israel? That's more likely than them getting paid to... Yeah, no, they believe... Like, that's the thing, is they truly believe that, you know, the Bible tells them to defend Israel and that you have an obligation to defend the Jews and Israel because that's what the Old Testament says. And, you know, those who raise their hands against it will be cursed. So, that's literally the justification that's used for Zionism. So, is basically God will curse you if you don't shill for, you know, Netanyahu. So. The Vatican supported Adolf back. Yeah, exactly. That's why they had to corrupt it. Brutal, dude. Yeah. That's back when the Catholic Church was actually still predominantly European, too, so. And again, the Vatican II shit basically globo-homified it. And that's when they started banning all of the, you know, Latin masses and all that other shit, too. So, get rid of the traditions. Who else does that? Well, Israel's not going to be Israel for much longer because they're being bred out. That's the problem that the Israelis have, is it was, you know, originally predominantly a Ashkenazi Jewish settlement from European Jews, you know, in the 40s. And over time, their population share has dropped to like 20-ish%. So the Orthodox Jews are still going strong and breeding, but the Muslims are far outpacing them. So that's the thing, is Israel is having its own population crisis where it's becoming less and less Jewish from a, you know, Ashkenazi perspective. You know, again, the Orthodox Jews are still producing a lot of kids, but the Muslims also are. So they're going to have their own internal problems coming up pretty soon. Let's see, do we have anything else that looks interesting? That's true. Fuck Reddit, man. Amen. Mansa Moose is the biggest fraud in history. Yeah, no shit. He was the richest man. Oh yeah, dude. Didn't mean to intentionally bring up a religious war like this. Yeah, it's whatever. It doesn't matter. We always devolve into something like this. So it doesn't matter, man. Yup, I did see that. It's already apparently taking place, heavy Jewish settlement in southern Ukraine. So, yeah, that's already occurring. You know, there's even talks that they're going to abandon Israel as a nation because of the growing Muslim problem internally. So, yeah. Ukraine might become the new promised land. Like, hold on, let's see real quick. Israel demographics. I want to see if I could find a timeline. But I guess not, maybe. Let's see. Trends. Gee, I wonder why I can't find consistent data on this one. Whatever. I don't really care. It don't matter. Abandoning the Middle East for Europe? Yeah, well, you know. Why have ground beef when you could have steak? Yeah, I mean, I think everybody knew the Switch would eventually go up in price, but yeah, $50 isn't a big deal. Just go buy it before it goes up. So, it's definitely worth getting. So, the Switch 2 is a solid little console, so get it while you can. Griffin only follows his Lord and Savior Netanyahu. Hey, as long as the $7,000 checks keep clearing, you know, we're kosher. Griffin's favorite movie was made by a Jew. Which movie? But yeah, pretty much every movie is made by a Jew, man. What movie, though? Wait till you find out about Hollywood or, you know, Beverly Hills. Gladiator? Yeah, but I don't think Russel Crowe's Jewish, is he? Yeah, that's what I thought. He's not. Russel Crowe is the reason why that movie was good. Like, he basically rewrote it himself on the spot. So, yeah, apparently when he was on set for, whatever it's called, Gladiator, he and Ridley Scott got into, like, daily shouting matches about how Ridley Scott's script was dog shit, how the movie sucked, how he would fucking leave the set and never come back unless they changed stuff. So, like, literally, Russel Crowe is the only reason that movie's good, is because he basically forced Ridley Scott, who is a hack, by the way, to actually make a good movie. So, if you look into, like, the, history of Gladiator, that's like a common thing you'll find, is basically Russel Crowe blackmailed Ridley Scott to actually make it into a good movie. Hold on, let's see. There's probably a clip of it. Yeah, started filming without a complete script. Let's see. Ridley Scott hated... Or wait, Russel Crowe hates Gladiator 2. I'm trying to see. There's like a clip where he talks about it. But
Do not ask Russel Crowe about Gladiator 2.
They should be fucking paying me for the amount of questions I've had to answer about the fucking film that I'm not even in.
Ridley Scott recently wrapped filming for his Gladiator sequel, starring Paul Mescal, Denzel Washington, and Pedro Pascal. Mescal plays a grown-up Lucius from the first film, and let's just say Russel Crowe doesn't have anything to do with the sequel and doesn't want anything to do with it.
I don't know anything about the cast. I don't know anything about the plot. Well, I wouldn't, would I? Because I'm dead. I have no idea what they're doing. And it's got nothing to do with me. In that world, I'm dead. 6 feet under. That's that. I was in Malta recently. We did a concert there. And I looked across to Fort Ricasoli, and the Colosseum's built there again, like it was in 1999. It was like a time warp. For a couple of seconds there, I was like, what year is this? I wasn't expecting that they would rebuild the Colosseum in the same place. I admit to a certain tinge of jealousy. If Ridley has decided to do a second part to that story, he will have really strong reasons.
The movie comes out right around Thanksgiving.
there's one where he talks shit about it, and I don't remember what it was called. It doesn't matter. But yeah, basically he was saying, like, I had to fight every day to make sure it... He's like, this doesn't sound like the character, and a bunch of other shit like that. Pedro Pascal... Yeah, that's kind of like one of those purity tests I use, where it's like, oh, it has Pedro Pascal in it? Not watching. I've never seen Gladiator 2, nor will I. Zero interest. There's the music. All right. What does it really say? Let's see.
Many in the West believe that Judaism is just Christianity without the New Testament, and therefore see the two as compatible sister religions. This is wrong. Judaism
didn't exist until post-Christianity, but a lot of people aren't ready for that conversation.
as we see it today, is far more than just the Old Testament. All branches of Judaism that exist today, with the exception of the minuscule Karaite sect, are part of what is called Rabbinic Judaism. It was founded in 70 AD following the destruction of the Second Temple. What makes Rabbinic Judaism unique is its rabbinic tradition, conserved in the Talmud, a series of teachings and rulings which were developed up until 500 AD. Rabbinic Judaism's uniqueness is best explained by one of its own stories in the Talmud, known as the Oven of Achnai. In it, various rabbis are arguing over what kind of ovens were seen as pure. Rabbi Eliezer argued for one kind of oven, but the majority disagreed. Eliezer went so far as to call forth
ovens, you say?
Miracles to validate his point, but the other rabbis refused to accept supernatural evidence in what they considered a legal debate. Eventually, God himself, through a divine voice, announces that Rabbi Eliezer is correct. But the majority of rabbis still refused and argued against God, claiming the Torah is on earth, not in heaven. Therefore, human rabbis are responsible for its interpretation through their own logic and consensus.
That's right, my own sons have surpassed me.
Not God. God concedes, claiming, my children have defeated me. And
yeah, there we go. God admits that the Jews are smarter than him.
The precedent is set that human rabbis for majority opinion are the final interpreters of the law, not the lawgiver. This is Rabbinic Judaism. Rabbinic Judaism does not see God in the same way Christians do. In Christianity, there's a massive distinction between the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. But in Rabbinic Judaism, the letter of the law is the spirit of the law. If a rabbi finds what we would call a loophole, then that loophole was always intended. As a result,
God is God, you can't outsmart him? That's not what Jews believe.
Christianity and Rabbinic Judaism can't even call upon their shared foundation in the Old Testament, because later rabbis have reinterpreted the Old Testament in ways unrecognizable through a Christian lens. For example, the Old Testament repeatedly and strongly condemns any attempt at sorcery, necromancy, and the likes. The Talmud agrees it's wrong, and yet is filled with rabbis doing exactly that, raising the dead, creating golems, etc. Why is this permissible? Because they found a, quote, creative loophole or exception. This is made even clearer by—
Dude, all you need to do is watch, like, some of those, what is it, like, the Shabbos videos of, like, this is how we brew coffee while tricking God, and it's, like, the most retarded shit ever.
The Talmudic view of Jesus. It claims a necromancer rabbi, known as Onkelos, summoned the spirit of Jesus, which reveals that he is being eternally tortured in the afterlife by burning in excrement. His sin? He mocked the teachings of the rabbis. To mock the teachings of the rabbis in Rabbinic Judaism is comparable to blasphemy of the Holy Spirit in Christianity. The Talmud then goes on to talk about Jesus' mother, Mary, calling her a harlot who slept around, who then made up lies to explain her pregnancy. And the Talmud shows incredible enmity towards Christians at times. But why? There are two reasons. First, Christians are a rival claimant to the legacy of Israel and God's covenant. According to the rabbis, Christians are attempting to steal their birthright, which they see as belonging to them through bloodline. Secondly, the Romans were the ones who caused the Great Diaspora and destroyed their second temple, making them their greatest enemy. When the Roman Empire was Christianized, it combined their two most hated foes. Interestingly, all of Western civilization sees itself as the successor of the Christian Romans, and Rabbinic Judaism seems to agree.
Let me see. Yeah, here it is. But there's so many videos like this on the internet. Hold on. Grab it real quick.
Let them make coffee on Shabbos.
Great question. No, there's no cooking on Shabbos.
So how do we drink coffee in the morning?
So basically, we make sure that it's not cooking. I make a cup of coffee either with instant delicious coffee. I pour it into 1 cup. I get it from the urn, which we heat up before Shabbos.
So pretend it's Shabbat morning and we're
Yeah, dude, we're totally fooling God.
about to have a cup of coffee. How would you make it?
So this is what I would do. I first get the coffee of choice. I put the amount of coffee that I usually have.
That's a lot of. That explains a lot. Okay.
I will clean this.
I mean, it makes sense why they're all lawyers, bro. It makes sense. Like, everything, you know, related to modern day Judaism is like, how do we trick God into thinking we're not breaking his laws when we actually are?
Then I put all the sugar.
All the sugar?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
No, I put my sugar in.
Okay. Let's see how much sugar you put in. Okay. Yeah, that explains a lot. That explains a lot. Oh,
then,
okay.
sorry about that. I'll clean this up. Okay?
Alrighty. Yes.
Then I fill this cup with boiling water, which we heated up before Shabbos.
Okay.
It's got to be in a different cup, dude.
The urn. And from here, this is what we call a kli sheni, a second vessel. And the water cools off by the air or from pouring. And from there, I pour it into the kli shlishi,
So it
the
has to
third
go from
cup.
this cup to that cup. We
Now-
cannot pour straight into this cup.
Jesus Christ.
Now, this is actually a lenient way.
Dude. Oy vey, God will never know what we're up to.
A lot of people would first pour the hot water into another cup and then put the coffee into there. But this allows us to have coffee without cooking. It's not about fooling. It's about...
No, it absolutely is, dude. This is like literally... Well, technically... Well, actually, I never actually put the hot water into the coffee because I just happened to spill it from one cup into another. Like, okay, bro, yeah, sure.
Within the...
Holy fuck, man.
Law of Shabbos, not cooking, not boiling, and not transgressing the law. By the way, this... Oh.
We are not breaking the law, technically. We did nothing. Your lawyers have no case. Oh my god, man. It makes so much sense, bro.
Okay, thanks so
Like, our legal system can be summed up perfectly by this fucking video, bro. Well, technically... It's literally just that. This one video perfectly sums up our...
Well, technically, my client did not break the law because he didn't actually directly do this thing. He did it on accident by engaging in this...
Like, oh my god, man. It's like literally that. This is our legal system personified. Such reverence and true faith, man. Alright, guys, I do need to hop off. It's 8:30, so I gotta hit the wage cage, so have a wonderful Friday, everybody. And I guess I'll see everybody later tonight, so peace out.